negative.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the first annual International Post-Wrestling St. Patrick's Day celebration, also known as the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the program all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are back and better than ever. Shout out to everyone watching live Sunday night. Wherever they may be. I hope everybody's having a safe and happy St. Patrick's Day. But we got a lot of things to get to, so we're not going to waste any time. Let me introduce my brothers, the Advocates. Of course, first of all, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster. 10 years in the game, ain't a damn thing changed. And I am joined by my right-hand man, the angry intellectual himself, the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California, a potential vice presidential running mate on the RFK Aaron Rodgers ticket. Y'all give it up for this brother, the Professor Chris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Man, chilling, enjoying St. Patrick's Day. I can't drink today because I'm the stem cell therapy. I'm not supposed to drink for like 3 weeks before I have it, and I'm having that stuff. And on in a couple weeks I fly out there, but I got my green and black Jordan ones to celebrate, to commemorate the occasion. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Any holiday that gives you an excuse to drink is a good holiday in my book. You know, just don't get belligerent. You know, eat some ice.
Any day is an excuse to drink. Is that what you're saying, Chris?
Pretty much, but you know the holidays are
y'all just wait for this Yom Kippur turn up,
right? Yeah. Oh, hey,
l'chaim to my brothers and sisters out there.
Right,
y'all ain't know, Uncle Nate International, man. I've been in many different cultures, many different lands. I see you. I see you. But you know, there's a man, Chris, that has been in many different cultures. I can't say if he's been in many different lands, but he does have many credits on the Post Wrestling website. He is the man that gives you all the news that's fit to read, one of the hardest working brothers in the game, and at least for another 2 or 3 years, he is the youngest in charge. Y'all give it up for our nephew, Andrew Thompson. What's good, nephew?
Yeah, I'm about to say, man, that we 27, Nate, to 28 this August, brother. That youngest in charge doing a whole lot of weight. We are definitely hitting the final stretch of this youngest in charge.
Yeah, man.
Right, yeah.
I'm 30 right now.
Yeah, and John and Wade just joined the 40 club.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, so the good thing is, Andrew, you can still be the youngest in charge as long as John and Wade don't bring nobody younger than you on.
Right, I know, right?
So shout out to the good brothers Pollock and Ting. Both of them had birthdays this past week. They part of. I'm gonna call them the 40-40 club for the rest of the year. John and Wade, the 40-40 club. Salute to those brothers.
Yeah,
but speaking of Wade, Andrew, before we get to the show, because we got a big show this month, I do have some housekeeping that we got to get to. So I had a conversation with Brother Ting over the weekend after our last show. For y'all that missed the February edition of the NWA Podcast, check that out. Me, Chris, the nephew, Two-Way Ray, who should be joining us a little bit later this month.
Happy birthday to Ray too, man.
Happy birthday to that man
happy
too, Ray.
birthday,
Hey,
man.
happy birthday to Righteous Reg as well, man.
Yeah, happy birthday to
Reg,
Reg.
yeah.
Shout out to Reg.
A lot of good birthdays here in March. But for those that caught our episode last month, we went 5 hours and some change. Had a good conversation, lots of great super chats. By the way, if you do want your comments to jump to the head of the line, hit that super chat button and we will get to them. But me and Way had a little conversation, a dialogue, if you will, Andrew. After that episode, yeah, they needed to be a dialogue, and a dialogue was had. So I just want to read something real quick. So this is to the Nubian Wrestling Advocates from One Way Team. Gentlemen, I appreciate all of your hard work that you bring to us here at Post Wrestling. Your opinions, your thoughts, and your perspectives are much needed in this space, and we value your contributions and hard work. That being said, the length of these shows will have to be shortened going forward in the future. We don't want to censor you or silence you, but 5 hours is just a little too much. And we need you guys to rein that in a little bit. We appreciate you. We love having you guys here at Post, but we do need you to be respectful and mindful of not only our bandwidth issues, but also our listeners' time. And so to that, Andrew, before you and Chris chime in, I just want to say, Wei Ting, we appreciate you, man. You and John, the proprietors of Post, the founders of the Feast, y'all allowing us this platform. We appreciate you. And so to everything Wei said right here, Andrew, and I never thought I would quote this man in my lifetime, but in the immortal words of the immortal racist, Terry Bollea, Wei Ting,
that don't work for me.
That don't work for me, brother. That don't work for me, brother. We gonna do what we want to do, brother. Oh yeah, hey, and it's all love. It's all love, cause and like honestly, Andrew,
is that legit? You do? I ain't see that.
I mean, the line between shooting work is kind of blurry, brother.
It may or may not be a real email, is what you saying. May or may not.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
All I know is my wife threatened to divorce me if I go that long.
Yeah, I think she supersedes all of us.
She's serious. So we ain't gonna play with Miss Edie like that.
Every time Chris's lovely wife walks in the house, Andrew, all you hear is CEO. CEO.
Right?
CEO.
Hey, we met Chris's wife in New Jersey, New York. Lovely lady, bro. She was at the
yeah, she's good people.
The dinner and the post anniversary show as well. Real nice lady, bro. Real nice lady. Yeah, so that was cool. But yeah, shout out to Chris Mysterio coming up, Nate.
Yeah,
man.
Stem
cell about to be 619.
That jumping out the sky. EAL to the Y. Booyaka.
Right,
yeah,
man.
And as you mentioned, man, we know what, just out of risk, we gonna attempt not to hit this 5 hour threshold that we have. We're gonna attempt to, but I mean, I'm gonna say you never know. Like the conversations might, we always have our lengthy conversations. But Nate, you mentioned something, brother. The king of transitions out here in these streets. You said CEO. There was somebody who had that in their theme song. Somebody who had the people. A couple thousand, not even a couple thousand, more than a couple thousand people chanting those same 3 letters, Nate. That lady's name. After a 4 year, almost two months to it being a 4 years since she was last professional wrestling. She was last in the professional wrestling space. Mercedes Moné is officially all elite, as we all know. In May of 2023, Mercedes suffered a very unfortunate injury. She suffered a broken heel, which we all have come to understand now, as it was revealed in her theme song, and her advocate, Kevin Undergaro, revealed the nature of her injury. She suffered a broken heel. I know it was reported by Fight Select. She suffered, she had to undergo 2 different surgeries for it. Mm-hmm. But Nate, Chris, this past Wednesday, I think it was March 13th, AEW Big Business from the TD Garden in Boston, Massachusetts, her hometown, packed out arena. She came out. The first introduction of it was you had somebody pull up in a Mercedes Benz. They didn't show who got out of it, but then next thing you know, they cut to the crowd. You see the people holding up the Moné crew signs and the people who bought the letters with the Moné letters with them, and they had it perfectly centered in the shot in the hard camera shot for when she came out. But man, I just to start us off right here on this conversation, I really enjoyed the overall presentation. And they made Mercedes feel like a big deal, and she came off like a big deal, like how many of us thought she would when this moment came. Like, of course, it was obviously meant to be one of those worst kept secret things with the obvious teasing of the boss stun and all that stuff. So that was like a real nice touch. I did see some people was talking about like not necessarily being like super big fans of the theme song, I guess, but like I had read that Kevin Undergaro, like I said, her advocate, he said that in an interview, he did a podcast. He hosted a podcast.
Real quick, Andrew, real quick, just a bit of fact checking, if you will. Is this the same Kevin Undergaro?
Yeah, that's my homeboy.
That runs AfterBuzz TV. Yeah, okay.
Maria Menounos.
Shout out to Kevin Undergaro. That's the homie. I was gonna do an after show with AfterBuzz way back in the day, but
I used to love AfterBuzz TV, man.
Yeah, they used to have all the stuff
before the pandemic. They were the truth, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to him and Maria. That's that Kevin Undergaro that you're talking about. He is Mercedes' advocate, and what I essentially think he's her agent. Like, he handles a lot of business things for her, and like he got into like the nitty gritty of like their relationship, and he was talking about how he got connected to her through Snoop Dogg and another mutual friend of theirs, and like he like helped her like sort of like I guess he was talking about like taxes and like other financial things and things of that nature, and just getting things sorted out for her to help build her foundation to eventually get to the point that we at now. But especially on the theme song, he said that there was a situation that arose where he needed to make a move regarding her theme song, and if he did not make that move, then there would be no music for her to come out to at Big Business, period. So and there was another situation that arose where there was somebody in their camp that got real frustrated with him for making that move. But like I said, he had to make the move, or we probably wouldn't be hearing that theme song. So yeah, so when I heard that extra context, I was like, well, I mean, I think a lot of people probably would have preferred or was expecting to hear the song that she was using when she was in New Japan and when she was doing the stuff in Stardom, like that theme song. But I do enjoy this one because it's like encourages the crowd to chant the CEO chant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
Like,
honestly,
that's what. I
think the only thing, like, and here's the thing, like, because that story kind of makes sense now, Andrew, in context.
Yeah, exactly. In context, yeah.
Because I think now that you've got the song established, you can tinker with it. Because I like the song, I just think the run up to the chant is a little too long.
That's I think that's most of what it was. But yeah, again, you couldn't have gotten a better presentation for it. Like, I love that she opened the show. I really like that she opened the show. Like, that was just the right move to go to it. Then I like the closing angle with her
open and close the show,
coming for the save for Willow and finish off Sky Blue and TBS champion Julia Hart. I really like that whole angle, man. Like, they made her feel like a big deal. Commentary treated her like a big deal, and of course, she's on all the promotional material now, front and center. They going back to Daly's place. They got her. She's like in the middle. Like, literally in the middle alongside Ospreay and Okada, and
she already in the commercials.
Already in the commercials. They got all the material filmed, man. But yeah, really, really love the presentation and the debut of Mercedes Moné. She's gonna be on Dynamite this week in Toronto, Post Wrestling's hometown. Looking forward to see what she's gonna say on that show. But Renee, I'm gonna kick it over to you, man. What did you make of Mercedes Moné's official rollout, if you will, to All Elite Wrestling, the debut of Mercedes?
Okay. So I'm not going to be too long with this, Andrew, because I'm interested in what Chris has to say, because not only is Chris, a political science major, everybody know that, this man is also a business major, so we need to know what he thought about big business. But my thoughts on Mercedes is, like we talked about last month, like immediately just by stepping into this company, she becomes one of, if not the biggest star in the company. And that's a wild thing to say in a company that's already got Okada, Ospreay, Bryan Danielson up in here, Edge, Christian, all these cats, man. Like, AEW in the last month and a half, and then we'll talk a little bit about Revolution too, because I don't want to gloss over Revolution. We'll get to that later in the show. But I think they're on a real upswing. And this is kind of the cherry on top with Mercedes Moné, because Mercedes Moné does a couple of things, in my opinion, for AEW, Chris. Number one, she gives them more star power. Not somebody that is just, a star within wrestling, but also with Mercedes, you got somebody who is branched out, like we talked about, working with Disney and Star Wars and whatnot. She has the connection with Snoop. So, she is somebody that, is a little bit bigger than wrestling in some aspects. But then she also feels a pressing need in your women's division, which has gotten better. The booking's gotten better. They're starting to take their women a little more seriously and treat them a little bit better. But when you have a star, and this is no disrespect to the women currently on the roster before Mercedes got their nephew, they great. We love them. Awesome talent. But there's a difference between awesome talent and a stara. Mercedes Moné is a stara. And you got to treat stars differently. You have to, there is a certain baseline, Chris, of competence that you have to have when you're dealing with a star. And I think just by Mercedes being there, the women's division is made better because they're going to treat the women better and treat the women more seriously. And then I think the third thing you have is a lot of intriguing matchups. Obviously, we got the rematch with Willow that they can go to. I think, we talked about it last month. I'm really interested to see what happens when eventually they get to Mercedes versus Toni Storm, because like I said, that's like Beyonce versus Marilyn Monroe on these streets. That's a classic all-time kind of matchup. But yeah, I think they did a great job in the presentation, Chris. I heard some people kind of downplaying her promo, and Mercedes is never going to be a great babyface promo. I think she's a good babyface promo.
Oh, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, nephew. I think she's a good babyface promo, but she's an amazing heel promo.
A heel, bro. Right. She has always been a heel. Just to add on to that. I know I definitely want to get Chris in here, but I've always thought Mercedes / Sasha Banks has been better when she is a heel. That is when she is in her element. I think that she can play the babyface role. You can get a lot out of her in that space, but there is going to come a point, just the whole, even when the WWE, the whole boss moniker, and just all in the CEO, bro, that is heel personified. And then and then on top of that, you have her in-ring ability as well to couple that with the trash talking and with the moniker and with the pomp and circumstance. But she is heel personified. She just got to the company, but she fresh in there. So you want to get all of that out first before you start, venturing into heel territory.
What's kind of cool, nephew? Just thinking about it, I think we're going to see a role reversal eventually with Mercedes and with Okada, because Okada comes in as the heel. I think eventually they want to get him to be a babyface. And I think the opposite for Mercedes. She comes in as the baby, but they want her to be a heel eventually.
She'll swap. Yeah, that's a really good point too. And speaking of Okada, real quick before we go back to Mercedes, I really liked how they brought Okada in because it was so untraditional. Usually you would think that they would bring him in. Everybody knows the AEW fan base is particularly familiar with Okada. He'll come in there, be the babyface everybody loves, put on great matches. I feel like it was so different to debut him as a heel and have him form with the Young Bucks and essentially just replace Kenny Omega in the Elite. And that's legitimately what he did, to kick Kenny out, put him in. And then now you're setting up these different programs. And even this Wednesday, Okada's going to be challenging Eddie Kingston for the Continental Championship. I think he's going to beat Eddie Kingston, and he's going to take that title away from him. And then I think that you'll eventually start to see these different programs just slowly start to unfold for this dude. So going back to Mercedes, I think that she is heel personified, and I can't wait till we get that point. But I'm definitely going to enjoy this baby face run that we're about to embark on. But as far as the women's division goes, man, I don't think it's necessarily fair for people to expect her to just be the person that's going to change everything, because I feel like that puts a lot of unnecessary expectations on her. But I do think that I think she even said it in the interview. I'm gonna bring that up after we get Chris in here. But I know she had touched on she's not scared of that responsibility. It's not something that she's this is she's just saying that if that is what I got to do, then that's what we're gonna do. But taking it over to Chris, man, what you think of the whole rollout for Mercedes?
I give it a 8 out of 10. I thought it was as good as they could from what they did from the beginning. Here's the thing. I got a few different thoughts. Mercedes is one of those people that she's very popular. She's the boss. She's all that stuff. They should have announced her being on TV just if you just look at the rating that they got. I think they would have hit like 900,000, possibly even 1 million if they were like blatant, like this is who's coming. Because if you look at the tickets she moved, when she made the announcement on Twitter that day, it was a lot. So I think you can't do the copy paste CM Punk thing all the time.
Yeah.
CM Punk was a very unique situation. That brother hadn't wrestled in
7 years,
how long?
8
Yeah,
years.
it was a minute, man. It was a minute. He'd been persona non grata. You thought that dude hated wrestling, and he was nowhere to be found. So when the buzz is he's gonna wrestle again, you can build off of that.
Yeah,
and
the anticipation alone.
Yeah, and make it be an unkept secret. The problem with Mercedes is that you can have her be a heel. It doesn't last with her is the thing. You could be like, oh yeah, we're gonna turn you heel. Her wrestling is babyface wrestling, you know? And I think there's a way that you can, because The Rock, and I don't like comparing anybody to The Rock, especially after this fucking week. That ain't fair to nobody. But the one thing I will say is this with her: you don't have to make her corny to be a baby face. You know, she could be the boss and still have her edge, but also be a face and say things that the fans like. Right. And I think that's kind of the route you do. I don't have a big problem with turning her heel, but that's just a trope that they always do with us. It's like they need to be, it's always they got to be heel. They got to, every wrestler that's black, that's the first thing they latch on to is turn them heel. And I think that works in doses, but I think with Mercedes, I think you gotta to have her do her, and she should be fine.
I'm about to say it, but I think it's also like in cases like that. Normally in pro wrestling, we don't see baby faces get booked well in general. Baby faces. So like normally we do see the heels get booked better. So it's like
but when you're a heel, your personality, you could bring that out more.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. When The Rock turned from that corny heel to that corny baby face to a heel, he found his element in that heel role. So then when he turned back into a face, he didn't go back to Rocky Maivia. He was The Rock, except he was just more fan, he was more fan oriented. And I think that's the formula you got to find with these people.
Hold on real quick, nephew. I'm going to spin it over to you real quick. But Chris mentioned the magic word of the day, Rocky Maivia. And for those out there that love that man, Rocky Maivia, and all of the movies he's made, some would call them picture shows, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
The Rocky Maivia picture show, t-shirt, hoodie, hat, whatever you need, you can get it at chop-tees.com. Nephew, we got to send a shout out to that man, Dickie Bird, the Bird Man. Chop-Tees, where you can get all your post-wrestling merchandise, all your Kings of Sport merchandise, all your Poison Rana merchandise, so much more. Eco-friendly, fast shipping, affordable prices, so many specials. They got specials on top of specials, nephew. They specials got specials. That's how fair Dickie Bird and them good folks at Chop Tees are to the consumer. So check them out. Rocky Maivia picture show. I think like the Rocky Maivia merch is like 20% off right now. So go ahead and get you a Rocky Maivia shirt. Show your support. The show may or may not be returning this year, Chris. You never know. You never know. But when it does, it will be big business, much like Mercedes Moné. But you can go ahead, Andrew. What were you going to say in response to the professor?
So like it wasn't necessarily like a response, but like just more so on the topic of like the like when you talk about like the Rock's transition from baby face to heel and then back to baby face and so on and so forth. Like in today's landscape, bro, what even is in today's wrestling landscape a babyface and a heel? Because most of the people that are supposed to be heels end up getting these outstanding ovations from the audience anyway. And we've even talking about this in Rhea Ripley's case. Rhea Ripley, in essence, is supposed to be a heel. She comes out every week and gets the biggest reactions. People love her, but she's supposed to be that. So I'm looking at Mercedes and I'm like, I always think that because I'm just very fond of her heel work, even dating back to when she was in NXT. Just very, very fond of it and how she was presented and how she presented herself and how serious she came off. Very, very much a big fan of that. Definitely enjoy her babyface work as well. And like Chris, how you mentioned, she can still be the CEO and still be a babyface and still have that edge, like you mentioned. And I mean, again, like I don't think it's like any like rush to get there. I don't think like this has to happen like anytime soon. I think you can keep riding the momentum that she has now. I think that she's going to be one of those people that'll have that like that new car smell like 5 or 6 months. You know what I'm saying? You keep riding that, and then when you get to that point where you feel like, I mean, even just as a wrestler, like I think most, I would say some, if not most wrestlers know when it's time to make that change. Chris Jericho, you should make that change. but I think most wrestlers have that. When you would think some have that awareness to know like when it's time to make that transition. I think that Mercedes is one of those people that don't know. But again, it's no rush to get there. But I did want to ask y'all this. Like, so,
real quick on that one last point on that though, Andrew. I think another factor is you have to have a strong enough babyface. Because I think like even looking at AEW's women's division. When you looked at the match between Toni Storm and Deonna Purrazzo at Revolution, like we all love Deonna Purrazzo. You know, we got love for the virtuosa, but ain't nobody trying to cheer this woman over timeless Toni Storm on these streets. So I think it's got to be the right baby face. Like for Mercedes, I think it would have to be somebody like Willow, who the fans have a sympathetic connection to.
Hey Nate, and this is like exactly to the point when I'm saying like, what even the fuck is a heel and a baby face in this gen? But Deonna is supposed to be the heel. Toni Storm comes out and gets the bigger reaction. But she's supposed to be the bad guy in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like what? Like, but that's just like more so of a point than anything. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people think the same thing in terms of like the baby face heel dynamic in this landscape. But because I wanted to kick it over to you real quick. So the week before Mercedes' debut, she had did an interview with Evan T. Mack over at the Kick Rocks Wrestling Podcast, and it was a part of it that when the interview that was removed and isolated and uploaded the next day, uploading the following day, and she said in this clip verbatim that she knows she'll be back in WWE one day, and this was a week before AEW Big Business. She did catch some flack like online for that. I'm assuming from like a lot of the I guess I hate when people like generalize and say WWE and AEW because I mean they are different sectors of fan base, but like people try to use it like a negative connotation. But I think it was just pro wrestling fans in general and some pro wrestling fans in general like sort of threw some flack her way. Like what did you make of her saying that a week prior to her arrival in AEW, and did you make a big deal of it as it was more so just discussed on social media about whether or not she should have said something like that on the lead up to her debut in another company?
There's multiple schools that thought on that. Generally speaking, when you start a new job, you don't want to be talking about you'll be back at the old job ever. This was not a great idea, but the wrestling business, if you know anything about the wrestling business, those fools they bounce around everywhere, man.
Right.
They're like it's the one business where you could be co-workers in one company and then co-workers in another company, you know, and then it's just a rinse and repeat kind of thing. I do think I think Cody Rhodes is going to be back in AEW one of these days. You know, I just think that's just the nature of the beast. If you're looking at it from the standpoint of, you don't want to be shouting out your former company like that. Yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, if you're looking at it from the standpoint of just the ebbs and flows of the wrestling business and where these people always land and go back to and stuff, it's the truth, you know. It's just they go They are nomadic. They go back and forth and back and forth.
Hey, Chris, actually, I remember we had this me, you, Nate, and I think Ray was with us when we had this conversation about Jade Cargill, because remember she did that interview like not too long before she departed AEW, and she was like praising AEW and was like, this is what I'm going to be, and you know, I respected Tony Khan, and then like what was it, like some short time after she was gone, and I remember me and you and Nate had talked about this, and we was like, you had said that, I mean, but this isn't necessarily the same thing, but it's a similar essence, if you will, like to some degree, but it's not exactly the same thing. But one of the points you had made was people are like allowed to change their mind and stuff like that. And like, even again, I don't think those are the same things. When in Mercedes case, I'm looking at it like, again, if I was her, I wouldn't have said that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, I wouldn't have said that, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of like, she might get to she's in AEW now, but like I'm saying, like she gets in the mix, she might fuck around in her career there. You know what I'm saying? Like she might have said that on a whim, because she, like, I remember at the time when I listened to and covered the interview on Post, she was like emotional when she was speaking about WWE. I think she got brought to tears at one point, speaking about like just her time there and how it ended and the exit and the walkout and all that stuff. And she dove into that for the first time. And I was more so looking at it from that perspective. Like, again, like I agree with Chris on the point that I don't think it's like the best thing to be saying that type of stuff, but wrestlers do go back and forth, legitimately all the time. I just think it was more so of a logistics thing in terms of like her debut being the following week. It's as far as like why people reacted in that nature. Some people reacted in that nature as they did on social media. So
I think real quick on this point, Andrew, like I feel like it's like Jack Nicholson, man. Movie back in the day had a movie called A Few Good Men. And there was a famous scene in the courtroom. Chris, you know the famous scene I'm talking about. Tom Cruise is looking at Jack Nicholson in the courtroom. Jack Nicholson on the stand. Tom Cruise is like, "Come on, man. You ain't gonna let me know what happened with my man Santiago and whatnot." And Jack Nicholson like, "You want answers, brother?" And Tom Cruise is like, "I want the truth." And what does Jack Nicholson say, Chris? You can't handle the truth. And I think that's what we have here with Mercedes Moné. Because realistically, like, I get what you're saying, nephew, and I get what some people are saying, where it's like it's not a good look logistically for this to be your statement coming right before you debut with your new employer. But as we know, Chris, life is long. Wrestling is long. Exactly. Your careers are long. So, like, she could very well, Andrew, spend the next decade.
That's what I'm saying. Like
AEW,
she might be,
but eventually, man, she going back to the WWE someday. Because how many people we just seen come back and get these checks? Tori Wilson, Molly Holly, Medusa. I'm just naming women right now, y'all.
I thought you was naming Brandon P.
But I'm saying, like there will come a point in time, I think, somewhere down the line, where time heals wounds, Chris, and money is a great salve. And they'll be like, you know what? Come on home, girl, at least for a little bit.
I want to say this because I get tired of wrestling fans online that get mad when they're like, "Oh, this person should have went to WWE, or that person should have went to WWE, or this person should have went to WWE." That's not a good wrestling business. If everybody is going to one place, you know. That was the thing with AEW when Vince McMahon was just letting all these like good wrestlers, just all of them were going to AEW, and there was no two-way traffic at all. The business is a lot better when there's two-way traffic. Yeah, it's easier. It's better to watch. You get more interested and invested in it, and you don't know who's gonna go where. And
talent gets more money.
The talent gets more money. And everybody seems to be happier, and the wrestlers have some modicum of power that they didn't have before. Leverage. So you can't just everybody can't just go to WWE, back to WWE, because WWE, both companies have stacked main event scenes, you know. Yes. And it's like people like with these Buddy Matthews and those House of Black Cats, they act like. And I'm talking about the wrestlers themselves, not even the fans in this. Like, what do you think is going to happen if you go back to WWE? You're going to cut in front of The Rock in line? You're going to cut in front of Cody Rhodes? You know, you're going to cut in front of LA Knight, it's not realistic, like the business right now. I think both companies are set. If one wrestler wants to, there are exceptions to the rule, but if you're a strong mid-carder in AEW, you'll probably be a strong mid-carder in WWE. If you're a strong mid-carder in WWE, you'll likely be a strong mid-carder in AEW. It just is what it is, So Mercedes did what was best for her. She needed to go to AEW because she was one of the main people that was always teasing leaving WWE. After a while, people are gonna be like, all right, you got to shit or get off the pot. It's like, it's like, what's really hood, my sister? You keep on talking about you hate these people in WWE. You always big up in the competition. Eventually, you gotta do what you say you're gonna do, and she delivered on it, and I appreciate it. And when the time is right, she'll go back. Or this is the wrestling business at its best, because if the company that wants you is going to get you, because they're going to entice you, they're going to tell you the accoutrements they could offer you, they're going to tell you the contracts they could offer you, the money they could offer you, the travel they're going to offer you, they're going to make it appealing to you, and you're going to go with that, and I don't know everybody's individual situation. With Jey, for example, I would have liked her to stay in AEW because she was just starting to hit her stride. But when the checkbooks start opening up, I'm not in that woman's situation. It is not just about the checks. It's about the checks on top of everything else. Why WWE might be more attractive than AEW, and why AEW might be more attractive.
She about to be in a video game that's actually playable, Chris. No shade to Fight Forever, but we are where we are. But real quick, because we've been talking about employment and employers and employees. Hold on, real quick, nephew, because there is something when you first start a new job, and people start to get a little comfortable with that position, nephew. And so I want to invite a brother who is supposed to be the producer of this show. Some people might know him as 10-Day Ray. Some people might know him as Two-Way Ray. But we're going to let his transgression slide, nephew, because today we can call this brother Birthday Ray. Ray Williams is in the building, y'all. He back, y'all.
Ray, happy birthday, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you, brothers. Can you hear me? Can I come through?
Yeah, you sound great now.
Light shining, that face glistening.
I know. It's that birthday glow.
That birthday glow.
I appreciate it. And I did want to give one quick shout out, if I may have.
Okay, look at him coming in the job hot.
Real quick.
We seen the Lexus lights just flash in the background.
He did the Mercedes entrance. He just pulled up with instead of a Mercedes, he pulled up in a Lexus. Two-way Ray.
But I did want to give a quick shout out because last week I was actually at Awesome Con, which is like the DC equivalent of a Comic-Con or a pop culture convention.
Okay.
And I actually ran into one of the postmarks, first time that I've ever been recognized from this very show. And so, brother Anwar Starwin, brother, I appreciate you. Thank you, brother. He shouted out, and it was actually like right after we were in a pro wrestling panel. Imagine that. And the brother recognized me. So shout out to Anwar Starwin. And I know I'm just getting here, but man, it's already getting pretty late. I heard, I think it's going to be it's going to be another invasion where it's NWA versus Post from the promo that Nate cut earlier.
That's where Ray really was. Like, he not late because it's his birthday. He was in a meeting with Wei Ting and John Pollock. Wait, if you don't get those brothers under control.
But nah, I think I don't think I can last 5 hours, guys. I think I'm tired.
Oh, look at the merch.
Okay.
Look at the merch.
With the merch.
Merch, yo.
Oh, and by the way,
ShopThees.com.
indeed, ShopTees.com. And
Awesome,
Brother
awesome.
Nate was saying earlier, specials upon specials upon specials.
Okay.
Not only can you get a free combo deal, you can get two what's the brother's show name? Pillars. So you could get the two
The Long and
Pillar
Winding
Russells.
Royal Road.
Yes, Long and Winding Royal Road. You can
Shout
get
out to
both
WH
hoodies
Park.
with 15% off. Plus, you can
Look
have
at that. They got the PG version, and then they got the R-rated, the X-rated version that they tried to take off the shelves, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they tried. Yeah, just because Eddie Kingston brother wanted support, and now they want to try to ban us. No, you can't stop us. You can't hold us down. And you can also have an opportunity to win $350 worth of merch. All you got to do is go on to X/Twitter. Go ahead, follow your boys at Chop Tees at Chop Tees, and go ahead and retweet that particular post. I believe is pinned. Please hire me, Dickie. Please hire me. But yes, go ahead and follow those good brothers. Support them because they support us.
Ray, while you at it, I'm gonna go back to the one shot of Ray. But Ray, while you at it, I need you to chime in on this conversation we had, brother, real quick about Mercedes debuting in AEW at big business. I tripped over the line, man, because I was so excited to see that good sister show up, man. Everybody saying CEO doing her thing in her hometown of Boston. What did you feel about the way AEW presented her and how she started and closed the show? What are your thoughts about this initial offering from AEW and Mercedes Moné?
First off, correction, Chop_Tees, please follow me. Please hire me back. Anyway, and also I did see that there was a super chat that came in earlier.
Dickie Bird. Don't mess with the Birdman, brother.
There was a super chat that came.
Ray got fired. We all standing around talking about what happened to that boy.
Thank you, Del Diddy, for the $5 super chat for providing
the only Diddy we show love to on this program.
Yeah, exactly. We don't mention, just like that song. We don't mention Bruno. We don't mention Sean.
Right.
But yeah, as far as
$5 for the church's building fund.
Yeah. As far as Mercedes goes, I believe it was a tremendous debut. Just right away, and people were kind of wondering, oh, well, we already knew that, because people were already anticipating her coming in, whether it be prior to the match that she had with Willow Nightingale, where I believe they were in the Staples Center or they were in the Forum, and people were just hyping it up and thinking that she was going to come out, and people feeling disappointed. And so it's been a long time coming, and a lot of people were anticipating it. And I think she came off, like you said, Nate, as a true star. She really embodied that, and I believe people are talking about the first promo, and I just think that you gotta give it time, let it play out, okay, guys. She's not gonna come out with like a fire scathing promo right away.
Hey, Ray, just to add on to your point, I think people I was wondering, did people expect her to come out and I guess shit on WWE? I guess that's what people was her to come out and just lay. I mean, this is the thing with the promo, but I when I seen the most of the criticisms of it, I was when I watched it, I thought it was a good opening introduction to herself to the AEW audience. I ain't really see the issue with it. But I started reading it, I'm I guess people was assuming that she was gonna come out and just they you know what I'm saying, drop a whole bunch of one-liners and X, Y, and Z and stuff like that. But just to raise point, I didn't really see the issue with the promo at all.
Yeah.
Nate gone?
And I don't know.
He was taking the
I don't I don't even know what she could say to. I mean, she bounced on those motherfuckers. She got the one up on them. So
That's right.
like what does she need to say to like bash them anymore? She ended up on top. She's working for the competition. She's got probably a multi-million-dollar contract. WWE wanted her back, but they didn't want her back bad enough. So I mean, where's the beef at? You know.
So Chris, on that point, real quick. So when I was talking about that interview that she did with Kevin, with the interview that her advocate Kevin Undergaro had did, or the podcast that he did, he had mentioned. He said, this is like verbatim what he said. He said a few months ago, and he referring to himself and Mercedes, get a call from her old home saying that they wanted her back, and they put out a very generous offer. But the rival company that exists now also put out an offer. Mercedes is really smart. She went with her gut, and she felt the other offer was right. And I agree with her. It was just a hell of a lot more, and not money necessarily, but opportunity, creative, and mental health.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we're not in these women's and these men's situation. They know what's going to work for them. If it doesn't work out, guess what? There's always a WWE to go back to. I mean, I don't think anything's happening to that company anytime soon. So there's other places to go to also. The wrestling landscape is something that you can never predict. If you would have asked me in 2017, would there be another major company on one of the big cable networks? I would have been like, nah, probably not. And then AEW comes along. Next thing I know, I see Cody Rhodes sitting in a press box with the Khan family at a Jacksonville game. So it's like the wrestling business is so unpredictable. Mercedes Moné is all elite, and this is the thing I think people are having a hard time grasping with a lot of these wrestling cats is gone are the days of them just like it just says accepting scraps. You know, I think we're in a situation now where it's like, I'm gonna negotiate and get the contract that's going to be best suited for me. And this just happens. All you need is one other major North American company, you know. There are going to be some wrestlers that are going to be beholden to WWE. There's going to be some wrestlers that feel beholden to AEW, but the option being there is awesome, right? And as long as the companies are respecting the talent and the talent have places to go, we shouldn't be complaining about it.
I'm about to say, until Ray, I don't know if you can pull it back up to Twan's point that he just said that. But he was like, he said if she shit on WWE, then the fans would have said, they made you Mercedes and trying to burn the bridge. And why the fuck would you burn the bridge? You know what I'm saying? Right. You don't know. Like again, I think this AEW run is about to be great. I really do. I'm expecting it to be great in terms of the matchups and what potentially could be. I'm expecting it to be really, really great. But why would you burn the bridge if you don't have to? You don't have to. And then like Chris said, she's the one that got the one up on them. She dipped out. She got the big contract, and now she is heavily featured, and she's in a brand new company where they are going to treat her as a lot of people expected her to be treated in her previous company. And then now it's only going to raise her stock. And again, what we were just talking about how with Nate, bro, she might end up being with AEW for the next 7, 8, 9, 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So there's no saying that this when she said that she knows she'll be back in WWE one day. Nobody knows when that might be. Shit, that might come when she finished out her career in AEW. She's 50 years old and ready to go in Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ready to do shit like that. You know, so you never know. But I think that there is a lot of people that have attached themselves to Mercedes' run in WWE, and that's what they will always associate her with. And I think that for some people, when you see a lot of pushback against her being in AEW, it's just a lot of that, like that sort of fandom, where it's just like hard for these people to see her in another company. And I'm like, when I see that type of response, it was like, if you were like really fans of this individual, you would be like, look at how they did like literally a whole entire show. Oh, yeah, go, Nate, you muted right now. You muted.
Yeah.
I'm with Nate. Hold on.
All right.
I'm waiting for Nate to get back. Yeah, he'll get back. He'll get back.
Like the wrestling business is, I do hate, and I talk about this probably once every couple months on this show, where someone's like, WWE didn't make anybody. It was with talent.
There you go.
And the company, it's a symbiotic.
It's a collaborative. Yeah.
It's not. Oh, we made you. Mercedes.
Mm-hmm.
No, you guys made money off of her.
Mm-hmm.
She helped y'all make money, and she made money for herself. So
Right.
yeah, you might have provided like the canvas for her to do her
The
art.
opportunity.
Yeah, but it's not like
if she doesn't fulfill on that opportunity, then
Yeah.
there is no, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
right. Yeah. So it's like, it's like if you didn't have her in your division, that women's division right now, that current women's division was built off the back of people like Mercedes, Charlotte, all
Becky.
those women. Yeah, Becky.
Bayley.
All of
Bro,
those,
I'm telling, like, bro, that match, like, I'm telling, like, I mean, they got their credit. I'm not gonna sit here and bluff and be like they don't get their credit for it. But that match that they had at Takeover Brooklyn, like I'm like that shit literally changed WWE's women's division. Like literally,
Right.
they're like that's like an undisputed fact at this point. In terms of what that match did, and the
It
reaction
inspired
that it got
Stephanie
on social
McMahon
media.
to revolutionize women's wrestling.
Bro.
Right. Yeah. And they took her, and they took the black girl.
Yo, yeah. You guys have something in common.
That's the most like fucking like microaggression racist shit.
Yo, but
She's just like you.
just like you. But speaking of microaggressions and racism, I want Chris, because I did see a lot of people saying, like, you know, why wasn't she throwing shots or whatever? Why didn't she go out there like Punk? And the reason I would say it's a couple of things. Number one, like, that's not in everybody's heart when they leave it.
Yeah.
You don't know the relationship she had there. You don't know kind of the bridges that were built while she was there. Number two, her best friend, her sister, who she left with, works there now. So if I say something, I don't want to cause, damage to what Naomi got going on. And then the third thing, as much as some of y'all is like, man, I wish Sasha would have cut a CM Punk promo. Man, I wish Mercedes would have hit him with that pipe bomb. Come on now. Where in the history of whenever, the history of forever ever, Ray, has a black woman being outspoken not cause blowback on said black woman? She couldn't get away with a CM Punk promo.
Hey, I'm about to say, Nate,
there's a difference between her and CM Punk, and I can't quite put my finger on it, nephew.
I'm about to say, Nate, and then on top of that, she was already experiencing backlash just for
standing up for herself and leaving in the first place.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and a lot of these fans are just so married to the brands, the companies. Like they're saying, talking about how ungrateful she was. Like when her and Naomi left, I had like all over my Twitter feed people just saying, WWE, she didn't leave because of racism and all this other stuff. You don't know what compelled those sisters to leave. You know, and you don't know because they didn't tell any of us.
Right.
You know, all we know is that I side with them just because I've been watching WWE forever, and I've seen Kamala, and I've seen Sapphire, and I've seen Virgil.
Talk to him, Chris. R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Well, I will talk about him soon. But I've seen what WWE does with black wrestlers. So I have no reason. I'm not going to say they were racist towards her, but I'm not going to be just emphatically saying they weren't.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, why don't you let this sister be? Let Naomi be and let them do them. And if WWE hated them both so badly, Naomi wouldn't be back there right now.
True.
And I do think the AEW option is open for her if they ever get out of line.
But just as far as what's to come going forward, like I was talking about, I'm actually all over the promotional upcoming material and the commercials and stuff like that. I'm kind of I am interested to see what they do like leading up to the Dynasty pay-per-view. I think it's on the 21st of April. Like I don't think it's gonna be the TBS title. I think either Willow, probably Willow. I'm assuming because I think Chris Statlander going in a different direction. I think Willow gonna win that. So I'm curious to see the sort of the route they take. I was thinking more so like they probably give her like a showcase match.
Yes,
like give her like
exactly.
like similar to like what Will Ospreay did at Revolution. Like even like, but everybody fucking know what Will Ospreay can do. But that was his official AEW like under contract. This is one of our guys, and I think they'll probably do the same thing for Mercedes, like Dynasty. The final part of the rollout. You'll get to see her, and she'll probably wrestle before that. But I'm talking about like a single showcase, and I was thinking like people that could be against her. I was thinking like the perfect opponent that I could see. Like I saw people throwing this out was probably Serena Deeb. Like that'd be like a nice.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Like that'd be like a nice way to get like I think Mercedes can get like having Serena go out there and have like a 20-minute match. You know what I'm saying? Let them go out there and just fucking try to tear the shit down. So yeah, I can see something like that. Nate, I wanted to ask you like, what do you sort of think about the like what's to come as far as like just in the near future the Dynasty pay-per-view and potentially what she'll say on Wednesday and how they'll sort of further this Willow Nightingale and Julia Hart and Sky Blue and then what could come at the pay-per-view.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways you can go. Obviously, there's a program with Willow down the line. Obviously, there's that Beyonce versus Marilyn Monroe program with Timeless Tony Storm down the line. I think there's a lot of great programs down the line for Mercedes, but in terms of like a showcase match at Dynasty, I think Serena Deeb is a great idea. I was thinking, in my head, maybe somebody like Sheeta. I think Mercedes and Sheeta could be nice on these streets, but I don't think you can go wrong with anybody. Like obviously, in terms of like future programs, obviously there's that Britt Baker program eventually down the road that's going to do big business, no pun intended. But I think the important thing, because what they promoted for Dynamite coming up next week or this week, however you want to look at it, is Mercedes Speaks. And so the question is, what is she going to speak about? And so I think what we're going to get is maybe a more defined mission statement, because what we got on this past week was, man, it's great to be back. Man, I love Boston. Y'all know what I've been through. It's good to be back. CEO in the building. Check out my theme song that they just made like 2 minutes ago before we started the show. It's hot. Shout out to that. Shout out to my boy Kev on the track.
Shout out to Kevin on the
And if I could just chime in real quick, I'm loving everything that Mercedes is doing, like from her getting on to the Mandalorian and doing her thing with the acting tip and her coming back in the AEW. If she's pursuing a music career, good luck to you. That's all I got to say. I didn't know she was rapping.
Wow, now this how you gonna come at the CEO, right, brother?
Hey Ray, during Women's History Month.
Hey, I'm gonna let her live. First off, to quote LeBron, hey, happy International Women's Day, y'all.
Hey, it's a national.
Shout out to Jeannie Buss and them. But how you gonna come in Mercedes like that, Ray? I know it's your birthday, but you getting a little loosey goosey, brother.
It may not be my cup of tea. But I'm saying if 21 Savage and Kodak Black had had careers out here, then go ahead, Mercedes.
Ice Spice.
Yeah.
I'm
just saying.
Yeah, hey Ray, to actually kick it back over to you. Like when I was I know we had we all talked about this, like when what would be like the best destination or home landing spot for her. I wanted to ask you, like, so out of all the odds, like even when the like we just mentioned the Kevin Undergaro who actually had WWE made an offer to her. I feel like you probably are the same thinking that I think that just from what she had been talking about initially when she left, as far as like the going to Japan and wanting to do X, Y, and Z and face this person and that person, I think AEW is the best option to do that because she'll be able to go to New Japan and continue working in them, continue working at Stardom. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, you got all the potential matchups in AEW, and then also with the schedule of AEW allows for other different side projects because you're only there for twice a week most of the time, or once a week between the two shows. So like just on the potential landing side, it just feel like for what she said what she wanted to accomplish, and like they mentioned that mission statement that she'll probably give, AEW is the best landing spot to do that. And then on top of that, with WWE, like when you're thinking about it, just if she went back like present day, what the fuck would like what would she do there that she hasn't done already.
Right. Yeah.
She's done everything.
Yeah.
And I think that those matchups would have like been gone in, you know, 6 months, 7 months. But I think with her being in AEW, you have so many different sectors to tap into that you don't have to burn everything immediately. So I just want to more so just ask you, like, most are you sort of that same line of thinking, basically?
I believe so. Yeah, I think I am. I just, she's mentioned, and if you guys thought that what she said on the actual Big Business show wasn't enough, she actually did a sit down, I think, immediately after that with Renee Paquette. Yeah, and it's on the AEW YouTube channel. But she went through a little bit more detail, and she just talked about just wanting, when she said she wanted to make it a global revolution, like, she does want to do more Japan stuff. She also wants to do more stuff in Mexico, and I think she mentioned Great Britain as well. So I think if it was anybody else who was just like coming over here, then you probably could say, oh, it's probably for the money, or it's probably because they want a bigger push. But just knowing that the way she loves wrestling, she said it in her promo. She's been a fan of wrestling since she was 10 or I think 13. And then she started wrestling when she was a teenager. And so I think it's in her blood. And I think, like you said, Nate and Chris, like, what more was there for her to do in WWE? I mean, she had done it all pretty much. And so I think her just wanting those challenges and her just wanting to continue to grow the love of the sport, because she's mentioned before, like, having mental health episodes before and just getting down on herself. And so I think wrestling is always the thing to bring her back. And I think we should just all be proud that she now feels comfortable enough to be in a spot where she could just go and do what she wants to do. And it's not about money. It's not about flash and glitz and glamour, but automatically, like we said before, she's pretty much now one of the two or one of the three, if not the top star in that company.
Right.
And there's,
I'm about to say, you know, it's always cool to see, you know what I'm saying, see one of our own get the big rollout. You know what I'm saying? We saw what was it, back in September when WWE was blasting Jay Cargill, saying they had ESPN announced that they was they had on every social media account possible. We saw it was Jay Cargill / WWE content for like 3 days straight. And like, even with Mercedes, like, but it's just cool to see like the full rollout. And like, I saw Anwan Starman had mentioned like about the relationship with Stardom. I think that more so had to do with Rossi being gone, because I think Tony Khan just fucking hated Rossi, a guy. Like, bro, like, when that man got fired, Tony Khan was out here tweeting bye-bye gifts and shit. Like, I man, like him. Like, I think that with Rossi being gone and now Turo Okada now being the president, you know, like, I think it smooths things over to be able to have that AEW and Stardom crossover, and like how Anwan Stardom meet in Chicago here at the ROH table. What you had to say, Chris?
And the one main difference between someone like a Mercedes and a CM Punk is CM Punk has been in the wrestling business long enough to be bitter and sour at a lot of people. You know, it's like, I think
some would say he came in the game bitter and sour.
I think
he ain't get that way. He started that way.
Right. Yeah. And I think CM Punk went to AEW thinking that it was going to be his company. Like you said at that press conference, I'm trying to run a business, you know. And
I'm
I think
a businessman. I'm a businessman.
Right, yeah. And I think that he thought the guys that were underneath him, let's be honest, let's keep it a buck. He thought he was better than them, you know? And just as far as his accolades and accomplishments and stuff like that, I don't think Mercedes is gonna ever approach the business from that standpoint. She's gonna know who she is. And she's gonna know when things are work for her and when they don't. But I don't think it's gonna be this whole situation where I think CM Punk, it might have advertently or inadvertently been looking down at people in that company. And I just don't think Mercedes is gonna be that. So I think that she's gonna work out. And if she's not satisfied in a few years, she'll go back to WWE. She's still young enough to where
she young as shit, bro.
Yeah, well, you know, WWE is what they are, especially when it comes to the women wrestlers. That life ain't fair over in wrestling.
Man.
Period.
Different out there. I think my last thing on Mercedes is my last thing on Mercedes, Andrew, is I think in life you can tell the difference between when a business or a person needs you and when a business or a person wants you.
Yeah.
And there is a difference. And so, like, for instance, I'll use an example from my own life. I'm gonna tell about myself, Ray. For instance, at the shoot job this week, when I clocked out tonight, I had 75 hours on that logout screen.
Right.
That's how many hours I put into the company this week because they needed me. Because they were short-staffed, because people got sick, because COVID's still a real thing out here on these streets, because people had quit or whatever. So I worked 75 hours this week at that job because they needed me. Now, I work another job on the weekends for a company in Austin, Texas that's a nonprofit, and I host their shows, talking to doctors and child psychiatrists and sexual abuse survivors and human trafficking survivors. And so, like, that company, they don't need me. They were doing their shows before I got there. Obviously not as good because, your boy got some skills on his mic, Andrew. But they want me. You know what I mean? Like, they're always contacting me during the week, like, hey, we know you're busy at the job, but here's who we're gonna have on this week, and we're really excited. And we sent her some of the shows that you've done for us the past month or whatever. And like, they are happy when I show up to work, not because we're down a man and we need a body to fill this spot to be this cog in this wheel, but because we know that he brings something to the table that we need and that we love and that we appreciate. Right. And so the feeling I have when I turn off the microphone from that job, Chris, is a lot different than the feeling I had earlier tonight when I clocked out. And so bringing it back to Mercedes, yes, it's a different company than the WWE. There are going to be some, things that, take an adjustment period, but just being somewhere where somebody made a move to come out and get you. Like, hey, I'm here for you. We want you because we know you make us better. Like, that's a good feeling. And I think I'm happy for the sister, man. And we've all been talking, like, we've been talking about Mercedes' story since we damn near started this podcast on Post, Chris. So to see her get to this destination in AEW, man, I think it's a beautiful thing.
Right. And Kevin Undergaro is good people to.
Yeah, man. The super producer.
Yeah. He
on the ones and twos. This man will whip you up a theme song in 5 minutes.
So, real quick.
Go ahead, Ray.
If I could just interject real quick, I just want to again thank all the viewers. It looks like we're pushing 300 viewers right now. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, yo. I wasn't expecting to hear that at all. So, Pollock and Ting got the raise.
The Sunday night 9:30 spot.
Pollock and Ting said we ain't getting no raises. Matter of fact, they might start charging us.
I know.
Yeah. But no, man, 300 viewers right now, man. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. And I was saying that's not even adding in probably the people that's like on the the Twitter box thing. That's probably just watching from that down chilling. So that's man. Shout out to everybody for being there, man. Hope y'all
appreciate
the show.
That, yeah.
I would say we just spent the first hour talking to Mercedes, and I got like 4 more topics left. So I think y'all know we on the way. Wade, John, we love you. But
shout out to brother Brent Chittenden, who survives to hour 6. It's a gauntlet match. This ain't a podcast. This is a gauntlet match, y'all.
We gonna see.
I'm trying to stay married. Yeah.
Like hour 5, we're gonna see Chris White walk in. Cameron's gonna call. That's how we gonna know.
She just texted me asking me if I wanted some Jamba Juice. So I mean,
Oh no, wait, hey Chris, was it last episode where she had bought you dinner or something like that and it was cold?
Yeah. That was like towards the end.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was so late.
Dinner been on the table for like an hour and a half.
Right, yeah.
Hey, bro.
This podcast is ruining families.
So in these next two topics, these more so just like shorts, like just short little topics before we go into our next like big thing, and y'all can just like filter in on these next two ones before we get to our next big story. But WWE Shayna Baszler is scheduled to work GCW/Josh Barnett's Bloodsport on April 4th during WrestleMania weekend. I'm gonna kick it over to you, Nate. Like when you first saw this news, how surprised were you to see WWE, I guess, playing ball with GCW/Josh Barnett, and just adding, I think Barnett and Paula Beck have a relationship. Of course, I think it's well known that Shayna Baszler is like a student of Josh Barnett, and then of course we've had like Nakamura, Shinsuke Nakamura, and Pro Wrestling Noah. We've had Charlie Dempsey, William Regal signing All Japan Challenger for the Triple Crown Heavyweight Championship, and now we got Shayna Baszler in GCW. And a Fight with Select had reported that there's some like other WWE talents that could be competing on that Bloodsport show. Just more so like, what was sort of your first reaction when you saw the news to see WWE over there playing ball with GCW and the potential of other current talents on the roster being a part of that outside of WrestleMania weekend? I mean, outside of their WrestleMania show.
I was a little surprised, nephew, because this is not the way that this company has historically operated. But it makes sense, like you said, given the particulars, given the relationship between Triple H and Barnett, given the relationship between Shayna and Barnett, also given the regime shakeups that we've seen in WWE over the last few months. And I think when you look at Triple H, like there's a lot of positives and negatives with this dude. But I think one thing you cannot dispute, Chris, is that this man is a student of the game, no pun intended. Right. Like this dude is not just some cat off the street in a suit that decided to wrestle one day and now he's running this thing. This is a dude that's been about this business. Yeah. So I think when you look at him, somebody like him, he's like, yeah, we still gonna do our thing, but you know what? We'll give a shout out to Sting after his retirement match. We gonna do our thing, but we'll give a shout out to this person over here. We're going to do our thing, but we'll, let Shayna rock this Bloodsport show, because I think in his mind, he's like, yeah, we are still a number one, but I also don't unlike Vince, I don't want to kill the whole business so that I can stand out. Right. I want to stand out, but I want everybody else to have their little plot too.
Yeah, Vince is like selfishness. Just sometimes it just didn't make any sense at all. It was like the whole story about the Clash of Champions and Survivor Series airing the same day. I think Clash of Champions was aired in the afternoon, and was airing in Survivor Series airing at night. And Vince was like threatening to take the thing off of all the cable and stuff. I think there's a point where you and let's keep it real also. Even with WrestleMania being 2 nights, there's a lot of people that get left off of WrestleMania still. Yeah. Like how you got Bobby Lashley on your roster. You all the best you could do for that brother is have him walking out in an extra tight suit. Carrying his trophy, and then just going back. What the hell, man?
Hey, Bobby Lashley, if you don't want to walk around that tight suit, Chop T's got them 3 X's, 4 X's, 5 X's, brother.
Yeah. Hey, you want to know what's crazy though? Like I wouldn't be surprised if Lashley's on that Bloodsport show. I know he real cool with Josh on that. I wouldn't. I mean, and this is the thing. And Ray actually wanted to get you in on this, bro. Like, do you think it's like a positive for a lot of these talents that on the WWE roster that's like, you flying us out here for Mania weekend just to sit around and walk around the city? Like, don't you think it would be beneficial to be like, all right, if we don't have you booked for the show, then if we can work out a relationship with these other promotions, like how we currently see or get something going or get some type of agreement going, then hey, maybe you can work X, Y, and Z show knowing Mania you're not going to be on our big show, so at least you're out here doing something representing the company. Do you think that would be like something beneficial and increase morale as well to people that aren't able to get on the WrestleMania show that are contracted at WWE?
I think it is beneficial. And I think, and I was thinking about this when I was listening to John Away as they were doing, I believe as they were doing Revere Dynamite or Rwanda Dynamite. I do believe that is beneficial. And like you said, Andrew, I think that there's not everybody's going to make it on the show. And so this is why Oh, light bulb. Oh, independent contractors. Wow, we're actually living up. We're actually living up to that particular moniker that's in your contract. You're an independent contractor.
Exactly.
We don't have to keep you held down. If you want to go ahead and make money, and I'm loving it because you've seen it as Paul Levesque was going through NXT when he had Evolve going, and all of a sudden, then more people were kind of mixing things up with Evolve and mixing things up with other promotions or independent promotions. And then as he started coming into the forefront into the main shows, you started seeing things like allowing people back on Twitch or back on those outer platforms, allowing people back on Cameo. And so I think that Triple H and I think that Nick Khan, they are seeing that, okay, well, if you know that you're not going to be able to make the money that you want or that you want to do the things that you want with us, you're allowed to go out and branch off into different things as long as it's not going to be competing with our bottom line. Right. And I think that that's a big thing. And I know I've been hearing a lot of crazy ideas. I think they were talking about R-Truth going into Cluster F or going into the
that would actually be perfect. That would actually be perfect. Dead ass. That would be great if he was in the clusterfuck. Seriously.
But the thing is, like, if you start seeing people interact with AEW people on certain shows, then it's like, are the lines starting to get blurred? I was kind of thinking about, hey, are we going to see that MMA match done right, or that Bloodsport match that was that had taken place on SummerSlam between Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey? Are we going to see in its truest form? Because I think Wade talked about it and John talked about it. Like, SummerSlam audience is not looking for anything like MMA related or an MMA style match. Like, that stuff is for like the hardcores, or it is for people who I think they had like the Fight Pit or the Fight Cage at NXT who want to see those matches. So I think if you can get that back, and if Ronda is down with it, of course, she always loves working with her friends. So I believe, because an opponent has not yet been announced for Shayna Baszler, correct, Andrew?
Yeah. They just announced her to be competing. No opponent yet.
Yeah, so I think that would be a tremendous hook to get people out the Bloodsport, and I would love to see.
I'm about to say, right on top of that, the show already sold out as it is. So like, you just add like enticing people, like you probably do like walk-ups and stuff like that. But like, bro, that is a great idea that he just mentioned that I wasn't even thinking about. Like Ronda Rousey versus Shayna, and because like that SummerSlam crowd. I mean, more so, I don't even think it's the crowd, but I just think that a stadium type environment, like people watching, like, you know, you got to pay attention to the intricate details. I've always felt that Shayna Baszler.
It was the presentation too, because even watching at home, Andrew, that match didn't hit.
Yeah, that's what it didn't hit at all, bro. And like, I just always think that Shayna, her in-ring style, I never thought that it favored those big arena audiences. And I think the reason she got over so well at NXT was because it was more close circuit, like in terms of it brought intimate environment. Exactly. It brought intimate environment there at Full Sail, where you can see sort of the finer details of her in-ring work and her, you know, manipulating the arms and the fingers and the legs and doing all the stretches and holds. And I think that with these big arenas, motherfuckers all the way up in the 300s ain't paying attention to that shit. They not paying attention to that, bro. They trying to see motherfuckers fly over the road. They trying to hit big crowd reactions. You know what I'm saying? But I think that what Ray had said, throwing out this idea about Ronda versus Shayna at Bloodsport, that'll give them the opportunity to sort of do what they wanted to do at SummerSlam in front of a crowd that actually gives a shit to see it. You know what I'm saying? So I think that would be like the overall.
Not only that, Andrew, but not only do you have a crowd that wants to see that kind of match, but you have a crowd where those two are the biggest stars on that show, as opposed to SummerSlam, where those two were just kind of somewhere in the middle.
I'm about to say, like I said, so we got and I know John Morrison is going to be on that show, and I know he's with AEW, so that'll be
Johnny Bloodsport.
got WWE and the AEW talent on the same shows. So like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That's I mean, it's not really a big deal, but like I think in the grand scheme, it's an interesting thing to like note. So that's interesting as well. I think Nick Nimitz on that show.
Even going back to the Rumble, nephew, with Jordan Grace, like
Jordan Grace, yeah, man, look at that. But like on this little next little subtopic we got, and we had mentioned this in the chat, and I know Nate had made a funny comment, but I just wanted to get y'all group answers. The city of Minneapolis submitted their pitch to host WrestleMania 41 at US Bank Stadium, and it's probably going to be them that's going to get WrestleMania. So Chris, Nate, and Ray, any chance of y'all flying out to Minnesota?
I mean, I do like the Mall of America, but I'd rather it be in Vegas. Minneapolis, especially during WrestleMania season, man. Like, I don't know if y'all ever dealt with Minneapolis.
Talk to him, Chris.
Winter. That ain't the place to be.
Nope.
So if it's there, I'll talk to the wife. I'll see because she
tell
might
you what
say,
the wife's gonna say.
Yeah, she'll sit that one out probably. Yeah, she'll probably sit that one out. But you know, if it's there, I do like the Mall of America. The last time I went to the Mall of America, it was probably like a year or so after that Nitro that took place there. It's a beautiful mall. I don't know if it's the same after the pandemic, but it really is I do think if you get the opportunity to go to the Mall of America, you need to do it at least once.
Look at that. Do you see what you get here on the NWA podcast? You get wrestling content, and you just got a full review from somebody that's actually been to the Mall of America. This man Chris is doing more promotion. He doing more promotion for the Minnesota State Authority than they are.
The Mall of America is dope, man. I've been there too, Chris. But I've been there too, man. Like, man.
By the way, Ray, you been there? You been in the Mall of America?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you missing out, brother. You ain't never seen a mall like this, right? They got an amusement park inside of the mall, brother.
Okay, man, they balling like that.
They balling like that in Minnesota. But to your question, nephew, would I be interested in going? Because one of my things on my bucket list is to go to a WrestleMania. Never been to one. I wanted to go to LA, not only to see the show, but also to commune with Chris and Marcus and the fam out there and the fams that were flying in to see Mania. Definitely want to get up to a Mania one year when John and Way are doing their thing, man, and the Post family. But Minnesota. If that's what WrestleMania is, my answer, Chris, you know this song very well, Chris, because it was popular when we was kids. Nephew and Ray may not remember the song, but there was a group back in the day, man, called Hall & Oates. Brothers was the kings of Blue-Eyed Soul, and one of their most popular songs was a song called "I Can't Go for That." No can do. Because here's the thing: no disrespect to the Mall of America, no disrespect to Prince, no disrespect to Carl Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards, Kirby Puckett. No disrespect to Justin Jefferson, all the Minneapolis luminaries, but Minnesota. In March or April, I looked at the weather after we had that comment in the group chat. It was 25 damn degrees today. And you want me to come to Minnesota for some damn wrestling? 25 degrees outside. Come on, man. No. Now you put it in Vegas, maybe I might make that trip. Back in LA, definitely I'll make that trip. Atlanta, damn right, I'm gonna make that trip. But not Minneapolis, man. No, for what, Chris? For who, Ray?
Right, I think when it comes to these cities, you got to take a lot of things in consideration. Like the city itself, the weather during that time of year,
I'm about to say, hey Chris, US Bank, that's a closed stadium, right? Like,
but you know what's not closed, Andrew? The weather outside the stadium. You gotta get to the damn stadium, nephew.
Ain't nobody trying to ice skate just to get into the stadium.
Ain't nobody trying to slalom to watch Viking Raiders.
Right. Yeah,
Ain't nobody trying to
man.
ski to see Maxine Dupree out here on these streets.
like even like my
Straight
homeboys.
nights.
Shout out to my homeboys, David Hero and Damian Nelson. They run, I think it's Great Lakes Wrestling out of that area. Every year
We'll come see you in the summertime.
Yeah, they do they do like this big independent show called
the big show, Blizzard Brawl.
Blizzard Brawl.
I heard of that.
Like just the name of that shit just is like, I'd rather
It is
not.
not conducive to it is not conducive to the culture, shall we say?
Right,
Y'all seen Cool Runnings? Y'all seen how them brothers was up in that Arctic temperature?
Yeah.
Can't give me legs, coach.
So just the transition over to our Minneapolis, man. I'm sure we probably gonna find out. Like,
to be fair, Andrew, like, and you know, we just talked about Triple H. Like, Minneapolis is a very historic wrestling city, a wrestling town. But still, come on, dog.
Who from Paul Letterman? He from Minneapolis, ain't he? Paul Letterman.
All those wrestlers are. It's like
all those. Yeah,
Mr. Perfect.
I know.
Mr.
Tiffany
Perfect,
Stratton.
Rick Rude.
Yeah,
Rick Rude. I was talking about the current, but Rick Rude and Mr. Perfect.
I think Scott Norton was from there.
Yeah, he's from Minnesota.
Yeah,
he's from Minnesota. I think it's
Brock.
Brock went to school.
We don't know this man. Shelton Benjamin.
Shelton Benjamin went to school out there. Like, he's from on the current roster. I think Tiffany Stratton from Minnesota. I know Gabe Stevenson from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, you know what I'm saying? They got a couple people out there.
The Mighty Ducks in the movie were from there.
The Mighty Ducks.
I was like, where's this brother going?
He's at the
Mighty Ducks.
But just to transition over to
hey, no disrespect to Top Flight, man.
I forgot Top Flight. They from Minnesota. Yeah. Top Flight is from Minnesota.
Yeah, Top Flight from Minnesota, but a lot of planes get delayed in Minnesota as well because of all the damn snow. Minneapolis.
So we I think we had a collective no on the.
Did you see all those people that got sick and had injuries from that playoff game? Like I think the one in Buffalo. Like, because it was so damn cold, man. Come on, Triple H. What you doing, TKO?
Yeah,
Minneapolis.
I don't know, but I mean, if they're gonna offer, because you know they're doing those site fees in Minneapolis.
Well, I mean, I'm just. I don't think there's anything wrong with making WrestleMania in like a premier city, like the one pay-per-view. I'm not saying never go to Minnesota.
No, you go to Minneapolis for SummerSlam, Chris. That's when you go to Minneapolis.
But you don't go there for WrestleMania.
You go there for the 1 month where it's warm in Minnesota.
Hey, I'm about to say, Nate, don't even give them that, man. You know what, Minnesota, you know what y'all get? Y'all get a January 25th edition of Monday Night Raw. That's what you get. And we'll see you next year. Y'all, like Chris was just saying, bro, WrestleMania, that's supposed to be in a destination, like, you know, the weather always popping and, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
the people, like how Nathan. But could you imagine WrestleMania in Atlanta? That would be, that would probably.
I went to WrestleMania in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm about to say one of the WrestleMania in Atlanta.
I went there with I met Teddy Long there.
Chris, what year was that? Or what number was that?
That was the year out, because I went to 2 WrestleManias in a row. It was WrestleMania in 09 was in Arizona, and then the very next year it was in Atlanta.
So I think 26 and 27.
Hey, Chris,
and I hang.
What was the Atlanta one? Was that when Miz?
That was The Rock and all that.
27.
And it was those Milwaukee boys from Wisconsin, which is a neighboring state. That's where I went there with them because they were doing like they had like some special WrestleMania package where we were chilling in the skybox, and X-Pac was there and Road Dogg was there. And it was just, it was a cool event to go to. And Atlanta, I love Atlanta. That was when
I'm telling you, Triple H, man, Atlanta is the place, because not only is it warm in the months that you need to hold WrestleMania, nephew, but in terms of getting around, like, and not to disparage again, Minneapolis, we appreciate all that you contributed to the United States of America. But I'm guessing Atlanta's public transportation might be a little more easier to navigate than the Minneapolis.
Yeah, probably.
System.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't advise anybody to take public transportation in Atlanta
Chris, you hurting the case. We trying to make a case for Paul right now.
But
Paul is listening, brother.
Yeah. I'm not good tell. I can't even tell people. Don't take the public transportation.
Shout out to MARTA. We salute all the MARTA workers in Atlanta.
Yeah. Because the Atlanta is like LA in a lot of ways. It's like
Atlanta traffic is something else.
And when you get to the bad parts of Atlanta,
but you know what? You know what though, Chris?
It easily.
If I'm gonna be stuck in traffic for 3 hours trying to get to WrestleMania, I'd rather it be nice and then like 65 degrees outside.
Right? Yeah. And it's the weather's gonna be nice. So the places are awesome.
I'm about to say, as opposed to like a damn snowball hitting your car of the random.
You get to
going to see WrestleMania, the magic of WrestleMania, Ray, and then going for some wings at Magic City. You can't get a better night.
You get the wings at Magic City. You get to go to the Slutty Vegan. You get to go to what's it called? It's not Gladys Knight's Chicken and Waffles anymore. I think she gave it to
sold it.
It was her naming rights on this place, and it's someone else. But yeah, you get to go to the Varsity.
Wings in Magic City.
Yeah, you get to go to the Varsity. Hey, like
the
people,
Varsity.
The Varsity.
Like people would be like when I was out there for.
Put up the comment from Myron in the chat, Ray, because I've been to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, man. It is an amazing stadium.
Amazing place, right
across the street from the State Farm Arena where the Hawks play. Because you could do WrestleMania. And man, you can stay the whole week in Atlanta, man. You can have NXT at the State Farm Arena.
There.
Come on, man.
And then they said it was one meme. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything important.
No, I was gonna say, I think they might upcharge it if it comes to WrestleMania, but there was like a meme going around with the Atlanta Falcons game. You could get like. Some chicken fingers. It's
a deliberate plan by Arthur Blank and the organization. Because like when I went there a couple years ago, this was like right before the pandemic popped off. Like you get a Chick-fil-A sandwich, Jesus' chicken, at the stadium with on a Sunday with some fries and a drink. And it was
they sell a Chick-fil-A on Sundays.
They sell a Chick-fil-A. On Sunday, that's the only place in America you can get Chick-fil-A on a Sunday is at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yeah, because they don't even on the planes they don't sell it.
Even on the planes they don't. But it was like the sandwich, the drink, and the meal was like $9, fellas, at a stadium.
Right, yeah.
Chick-fil-A at a stadium, $9 for a full meal. Come on now.
Man, hashtag WM for ATL. I'm with it now.
You know what I'm saying?
Do y'all know the reason why lemon pepper wings are so popular in Georgia, in Atlanta specifically?
Because of the strip clubs?
Because of the strip clubs, because you don't want to get a bunch of sauce on the ones. So the lemon pepper. This is a true story.
Yes, educate the masses, Chris.
The lemon pepper wings. It don't get the dollar bills all like saucy and stuff. So the lemon pepper wings, people eat those at the strip clubs because when the lemon pepper just brushes right off of. Just don't get wet style lemon pepper. You got to get the dry rub.
I have never seen like so many people speak so highly of wings at a strip club than like they do in Magic City. Like I'm talking about this shit is like
because that's the thing.
Bro, this shit feels like a phenomenon at this point. I saw it like about like some crazy like
shout out to Lou Williams.
Like when I was out there for work in Atlanta.
Hey Chris, read that comment real quick.
What does it say?
He said I missed the whole first hour, only 4 more to go.
Yeah. So
hey, bro,
anyway,
real quick, let me go ISO races. Like again, man, we kind of all over the place tonight, man. The brother feeling kind of punchy.
We over here talking fucking strip club.
Talking about strip club etiquette. But speaking of strip club etiquette, Chris. So this was when I was working for a golf company. Actually, it wasn't a golf company. It was a dude that ran like a medical supply company, but he loved golf. So he was like, let me make some golf instructional videos. And he got like a local golf pro to do the instruction. And then he got me to be the videographer and the editor for this. Yes, take notes, Dickie Bird. There is some strip club etiquette on these streets. When you outside, it's different, brother. So the dude that owned this company had a right hand man named Archie. Archie was a little dude, like a little old feisty old man, white brother that smoked like them little beanie cigarettes.
Right.
And so like he put Archie with me all the time. We were like his odd couple. Like he'd send us to go get supplies or, go scout, locations for the videos at different golf courses around the area. And so one day Archie looks at me. Archie probably like, 65 at the time. And at the time I was probably like in my early 30s. He looks at me, he's like, "You hungry, kid?" I'm like, "Yeah, Arch, what you want to eat, dog?" And he's like, "I got the perfect place." I'm thinking this brother gonna take us to Arby's. His brother gonna take me to, Rallies, Checkers. Maybe if he want to get a little fancy, he take me to the Outback Steakhouse. That's what I'm thinking.
Right, yeah.
We driving down the street. I'm like, I don't see no restaurant type establishments around here. I just see like a lot of like a liquor store, gun store, pawn shop, church. We in the hood. Those are distinctive buildings in the hood.
Man, and so ain't about to say, Nate, real quick. You know when you in some later situation, like ain't no grocery store.
Ain't no grocery store.
They do. It ain't no grocery store.
It's a bodega.
Put them jumps. I swear, I'm telling you.
So we passed.
Hey, bro, they be doing that shit on purpose too. I swear they do.
I mean, it's know your history. Know your history. So we go down this road, past all these shops, and he pulls up to a building on the front, bright neon letters, The Cat, KATT. I'm like, The Cat? What is this type of place? He's like, "Don't worry about it. Come on in." We walk in. Lo and behold, this brother done taken me to a strip club for lunch. It's 12:45 in the afternoon, brothers. We walk in, all the girls, "Hey, Archie." I'm like, this brother's a regular. So we sit down. Archie's like, "Hey, kid, whatever you want, it's on me. Try the steak, it's great." And I'm in my mind, I'm like, we eat a strip club steak at 1:00 in the afternoon? That don't sound like a healthy life choice. He's like, "Nah, man." He's like, "I'm here all the time for lunch." So me and Art, I didn't get the steak. I got a burger. Burger was pretty good, for strip club food. But we sitting here eating on the clock and watching like the daytime strippers. Like these ain't like the main event strippers. These is like the
starting lineup.
These are the mid card strippers. They still the NXT strippers. They still working on their technique. They not ready to try time yet. They still working on their promos, they spots and whatnot. But
said NXT strippers.
We sitting here. I'm eating a strip club burger. He eating a strip club steak, and we watching the NXT strippers. And I'm like, come on, man. What is life? The simulation is going crazy.
Developmental.
Hold on. He said the
developmental strippers, brother. You gotta start somewhere, Andrew. You just can't get on the main stage.
Yeah. Like Atlanta used to have like this. Like I remember this when I was working there with one of my jobs. They would just like that. The wings they order was from Magic City, and I was like, what? Because they ordered it from Grubhub and stuff, and it was like pretty good stuff, man. Also miss
the North American
Championship strippers.
Yeah,
hold on, bro.
But
you know it's gonna be a sister to hold that belt.
Yeah.
The U.S. IC title.
Yeah, that's how those strip clubs are, though, man. It's real talk. They have the nights where it's like, okay, these are the newbies, and
right. You got to break them in on like a Tuesday, Chris.
Yeah.
You can't rock the weekend shift yet.
Right. Yeah, and then
Sorry,
also
cinnamon.
I do miss that that Scott Steiner's Shoney's isn't in Atlanta no more, because that place used to be popping. That was a Shoney's where they sold alcohol and stuff like that. It was real cool restaurant. That's not there no more. Neither is Abdullah the Beer.
Abby's spot.
House of Ribs.
Oh
and
yeah,
Chinese
his
food.
ribs.
Y'all just reminded me. So when I was 18, my dad took me to the strip club for my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I went to the gentleman's club in DC, and they had all the strippers in there had signed my shirt.
Andrew got the starting lineup autograph his shirt.
Bro, when I say it was lit in that joke, I'm talking about it was crazy. Like all the time, I was geeked in there, but that shit was funny.
He got an autograph from Bubbles, stripper rookie of the year.
You wanna know what's crazy, bro? But everybody in there was so nice, bro. I swear they was the nicest.
Yo, strippers are great people, man. Like no joke. All jokes aside, man.
I swear. Like one of the most wonderful people. I thought they having regular conversations. We didn't talk about life and shit. It was cool, bro. It was a great time, bro. Great time.
Shout out to Bubbles and Cinnamon.
But we just had a whole conversation. Hey, bro, I'm telling you, that NXT stripper match is going
my girl Rose.
That shit is going to live on post wrestling history for the rest of the time, dog. I swear to God, that is hilarious. Right
You trying to control this? You trying to contain all this waiting? You can't contain stripper talk for 3 hours, brother.
All right, so let's yeah. I was about to say that. Yeah, come on, we gonna move back onto the
Way is like this is going too far.
Anthony.
We're gonna move on to the next thing, man. We would talk, but matter of fact, I'm gonna come back to that because it's gonna be kind of a weird.
Yeah, we can't transition off a stripper talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to the topic I was going to go to after we get into these next things, and then we're gonna finish it out. But I want to talk about I know Chris had wanted to make sure to talk about this. Michael Jones, aka Virgil, at 14 passed away in February.
I mean, respect, but also an awkward transition, nephew.
No. The topic that I was going to talk about before, I just don't think it was. You know what I'm saying?
It was even more awkward.
Yeah, it was okay. Awkward, but like, I think we can honor the name of Virgil and honor the man that he was, and like all the entertainment that Virgil provided, especially in some of his later years as well. But Chris, I know you wanted to get into this topic, man, to talk about the man himself.
Okay, so I've got multiple encounters with Virgil. Some of them more positive than others. I have a West Coast encounter with Virgil where I met him in New York train station, signing autographs, all that stuff. Have you all ever been? I know Nate, you probably have. You could probably relate to this because I've been to your block. And I went to that one convenience store over there, and where the dude tried to sell me the bootleg Jordans. And the guys in the parking lot, what they do this in LA, they do it in Atlanta, they do it in Charlotte, they do it all over the place. The brothers with the mixtapes and stuff, they don't. They don't ever say, "Yo, can you buy this CD?" They'll be like, "Yo, man, you listen to hip hop." You know, and then it's like, I guess that's supposed to be the lead in to get you to buy the CD,
right?
So Virgil, because dude in Atlanta, I think not Atlanta, in New York, some wrestling thing was going on, and he was like, "Yo, brother, you watch wrestling?" And I was like, yeah, sure. And he's like, yeah, well, buy this for me. Didn't ask me if I wanted to buy it. He was like, buy this for, he was selling it for like $50 or whatever. And I was like, broke. I was like, I didn't have no money. The price went down to like $10, I think. He was like, $50. He's like, $50. You got $50 on you. I was like, oh, no, I ain't got it. Well, I tell you what. How about $25? 25. Okay, what about 15? And he's like, dude, I'm broke. I'm out here visiting my aunt. I don't got money like that. How about $10, brother? And I'm just like,
the art of the deal, Chris. The art of the deal.
It was just one of those things, man. And then the next time,
he threw in that brother the guilt trip.
Right,
yeah. And then one time I met him.
So did you buy it though? That's the question everybody wants to know.
Not that time, because I was seriously broke back then. I think I was hopping subway stops, turnstiles and stuff.
Chris was committing crimes.
Yeah. I wasn't. I had no money back then, but I was over at my aunt's crib. And then the next time I met this dude was we interviewed him for when I was doing the show with Mike Knox. Super rude. it was just not a good. I don't know what he was going through that day. He wasn't the best.
Mm-hmm.
So then I have a Vegas meeting with him in between the meeting I had with him in Los Angeles. So I'll get to that one last. The Vegas meeting I had with him, I think this was during StarCast weekend. I swear to God, this brother, I don't know if he was supposed to be at that convention, but he comes there. He's got his table, just puts his fucking shit down.
Wrestling superstar Virgil.
And it's like, and people recognize him. It wasn't like nobody recognized him. And somebody asked, I don't want to name any wrestlers, but one of them like, is Virgil supposed to be here? And it's like, he wasn't on the list. It was like, I think it was probably, I'll name Dutch because I think Dutch told a similar, it is like, because Dutch was there, Dutch Mantel, and he was like, it's Virgil. Why don't we just, he ain't hurt nobody, you know? He just went there, and he had a line. It wasn't like the wrestling superstar Virgil with nobody there. Motherfuckers did pay him the money to be there. And then the last time I saw him was in LA, and nobody believed me. And I remember seeing the homeboy. I was like, I saw this Negro in New York City on a subway doing the same thing. And people were like, people like, you full of it and stuff. And I remember telling this story on Twitter. And then like a couple weeks later, a picture of him at Vince McMahon's Star right there in Hollywood off of Highland. He's taking a picture there. So I felt vindicated that I saw him there. And the last time I saw him, it was like, it was a little bit more of a friendly meeting where he was like,
because you actually bought something this time.
I did buy him. Now I'm Professor Ely, Dr. Ely.
Right, now you got a little bread.
Down, brother. I wore you down $10.
only took you 7 years, Professor. I got you.
So I bought a few things from him. I don't know where they're at, but he was but yeah, that dude was a hustler's hustler, man. He'd be like, I remember hearing a story from one of my friends saying that he bought the WWE encyclopedia, and Virgil was like, yeah, my picture is on I got my picture on 3 pages of this book. I'll sign it for $30. And dude was like, nah, no, thank you. And he just held on to the book until this fool was like, yo, he wasn't gonna give him the book back until he got bucks from
like
him.
Possession is 9/10 of the law, my brother.
Yeah. So it's like, I think that I think Virgil has a complicated legacy. I don't think it's easy for me to like off the meetings I had with them to be like, oh, this dude is but once I sat down to think about it, I start to understand the way the hustle worked with them, man.
Yeah.
I've heard this brother was an algebra teacher. I heard this brother was working at a Walmart. I heard so many different stories about this dude. He passed. We don't know if this dude was 71, if he was 61.
That was so crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, it's so nuts with this guy, but he was a mainstay. He was there during the peak of the 80s in WWE and the peak of the 90s in WCW. He people liked him. Like I said, when I saw him in Vegas just sit his fucking folding table down and just collect autographs, nobody was tripping off of it. Like Dutch said, this is Virgil, what we gonna, it's like he was kind of in the stuff this brother was asked to do throughout his career. Like this, if you go on YouTube, you could find it. He had to get hung at an indie show by Jim Neidhart, dressed as a KKK guy. just ridiculous stuff, man.
Yeah.
They had him be a slave on TV for like decades, you know. Basically, in WCW, he was the jabroni that the NWO would like send off to get his ass beat while the NWO guys would retreat. You know. So I do want to shout out Jericho real quick, because I do like that when he was in AEW, it wasn't a situation where Jericho like tricked him and beat him up. It's like, yeah, we're pretending to be friends with you now, because I was expecting that to happen.
Right.
And it was cool. And you know, he was talking about the Olive Garden breadsticks.
Yo.
yeah.
I think Chris, for me, like, because you brought up a lot of great points, man. I appreciate you for saying that. I think when you look at Mike Jones, when you look at Virgil, like, it is a complicated history, both in and out of the ring, to kind of look at, especially for, you know, black fans, because there's a lot of Virgil's in-ring career that in hindsight, or even at the time, in some cases, Chris, he's like, like this is kind of not a good look, brother. It's kind of embarrassing, man. It's kind of, you know, demeaning to you as a black man. But I get it, man. Like, I think there is something, whenever I see like an old wrestler from you know, the 70s or the 80s or the 90s that's black, whenever I see like old basketball players from those eras, whenever I see old football players from those eras, boxers, whatever, like, I get it, man. Like, there is even though they were paid, there is a trauma that came with that bill. Yeah. There's a trauma that came with that check. And so, like, I get it, man. I get why some of these dudes are a little off in their later years. And when you look at Virgil, man, like, I think as a performer, was he ever like Daniel Bryan bell to bell? No. As a performer, was he ever Dwayne the Rock Johnson on the mic? No. But I think he was a guy that came to work wherever he was at and did what the company asked him. And, you know, like, you can't deny, like, there were times when Virgil was actually hot. Like, I'm thinking about that feud with the $1 Million Man when he finally turned on DiBiase and was like, nah, I'm not going to be your slave anymore, dog. And then that pop when he finally beat DiBiase.
Right.
Like, I think, you know, Virgil had some good moments in his career. A lot of it was overshadowed by some of the silly stuff or the stupid stuff or the outright racist stuff that they had this brother do. Like, WCW, man, they treated the dude like a joke. But I think, Chris, if Virgil were here, you know, to join us in this conversation, he'd be like, yeah, they treated me like a joke, but I laughed all the way to the bank, dog. Because Virgil, if nothing else, Chris, if nothing else, like you said, he's a hustler's hustler, man, a worker's worker. Like, even post wrestling, post his wrestling career, like, he had like a third act in life, kind of being the crazy ex-wrestler that just says crazy shit. And, you know, he's talking about fuck money and stuff like that. He's on Howard Stern, and he's out here at Olive Garden, like, with a bunch of white girls eating breadsticks and the endless soups and salads. And it's like, he just kind of created this weird personality and found a way to stay relevant in the circus.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the Howard Stern thing, because there was another interview he did, and I haven't liked Sam Roberts ever since I saw this interview where he was on the Sam Roberts show, and these callers were calling into the show, and one dude just called in, just used the N-word at least 3 times, something like that, and Sam Roberts like kind of like, hey, stop that, but it's just not. Like, the minute
hold it there, feller. Stop all that malarkey.
Like why don't you know, tell this dude to fuck off? He's calling your show and he's using the N-word against this dude. I don't have to like a brother, because like I can't stand Candace Owens, but I'm not gonna let somebody call that sister the N-word in front of me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like one of those situations where people just thought they could disrespect that guy and treat him like crap. And
I think that's one thing that I really didn't like when I saw. I mean, people, I think, like, especially when you talk about the back end of Virgil's career, like, just to piggyback on Chris, but you get right back to him. But like, there was when I would see some of those comments towards him, or like people like, you know what I'm saying? Even though Virgil was a very like from what you could tell, from what I could see, was like a very jovial and joking type of person, and always looking, having fun, X, Y, and Z. Just because a person is like that, don't mean that you can think that you can say whatever the fuck you think you want to say to them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's how it works. But
Jokes
that's
only go so far, nephew.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know your man. And first of all, you shouldn't be like talking crazy to nobody like that. But like the fact that you think that you can speak to him like that just because of how he presents himself or how his character is, or how he likes to, you know what I'm saying, being the hustler and all that stuff. Like, I don't think that gives you like any type of, feeling to speak to him as if he was less than or something like that. That type of shit. So yeah, but you go ahead, Chris. I ain't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, that's and the thing is, and then also want to shout out the best match of Virgil's career, in my opinion.
Okay,
is this match he had on Superstars with Bret Hart. And Virgil was still a babyface, but they were trying to like bringing him down. But they did like this little handshake before the match. And Bret Hart, of course, beat him. But Bret Hart made that dude look like $1 billion before. This was during his first title reign, Bret Hart's.
Because is that the match, the one I keep saying the gif of when he dapped him up? When Bret gave him, like, they did like the handshake, fist pound.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they did that, like, cool, because he for the guest that was supposed to be on the show this month, Mo Jabari. I was gonna ask him because Bret Hart did a similar handshake with Mo Jabari on his Twitter page. Brett, like I said, Uncle Brett is
he's
awesome,
been down with the culture.
But just seeing Brett do that kind of solid for Virgil in that kind of match was just awesome. I think Virgil he just didn't have it in the charisma department, somebody else probably could have done a little bit more with the Virgil character, especially after the way Vince McMahon treated him for so long. But I think Virgil, you got what you were going to get out of him. He had this one match with Yokozuna where Yokozuna was on the ascent, and Yokozuna squashes him at the Survivor Series. And then there's a Coliseum video exclusive where Lord Alfred Hayes is interviewing Virgil in that Australian accent. Virgil, I've never seen you take such a shellacking from a 400-pound monster. Like, just asking him. Virgil's like,
that was pretty good, Chris.
Yeah. He was like, Bret, and Virgil's like, Bret Hart, I'm here to warn you. Yokozuna is a menace to society. It was kind of warning. It was kind of warning Bret Hart, because Bret Hart and Virgil were always friends in the storyline. They were on that Survivor Series team together, and he was kind of after getting his ass beat by Yokozuna, he was letting Bret Hart know
he was looking out
over the horizon. Yeah, he's like, you better watch out for this dude, because Yokozuna. He's a real deal, and that really did a lot. He may not be a
real Japanese brother, but he the real deal.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. And I think that match kind of solidified Yokozuna,
right?
And people and Virgil was good for stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? He was good for kind of helping. Like, a mid-card storyline out. I thought when they put him in the West Texas Rednecks, he was Curly Bill.
Yeah,
that was mildly funny.
Mildly funny.
This dude was Shane. He was Vincent. He was Soul Train Jones. He was a bunch of different things.
Yep.
If you there's a picture with him and Batista at Alpha School that used to circulate online. I don't know if it's still there, but I mean, like I said, Virgil is one of those guys. We're never gonna get another Virgil, man. So he left us with a lot of memories. Again, I didn't like it when he got sick, but
Yeah.
once you understand the hustle of a guy like Virgil, and once you understand, you like if it's when you're an entitled wrestling fan walking these streets, and this dude is taking your WWE encyclopedia and not giving it back to you until you give him $30. But you start to understand. I think he's one of those guys where you just have to understand him.
He get it by any means necessary, man.
Yeah.
I'm a hustler, baby.
What's that?
You're good, Chris. Not good. Good.
I was gonna say, do we have a picture of Virgil we could put up, or
two-way raise on it?
Ray had just pulled up the article. He put up the article while we were discussing it. The article that had
R.I.P. that man Virgil, Mike Jones.
Yeah, rest in peace to Virgil, man. But like you like I know but I actually wanted to have this this discussion with y'all too, because I remember I think it was either after Virgil passed or before Virgil passed. I know Ole Anderson had passed away, and I had read a lot of stuff about Ole, and I'm not never one of those people. Like it's not my. I know some people ain't got no problem with it, but I've never been one of those people. I don't like speaking ill of people who have passed away. When they are no longer. Speaking ill of people who haven't committed heinous crimes. Like I don't feel bad. Those individuals I can speak in a negative sense about and not feel bad about it, but I can't. But with Ole, I've heard so many stories about he treated black talent while during his heyday, and it was, again, I'm not expecting, because at the end of the day, man, that's somebody who was here and had good relationships with a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are people who were positively affected by him in many different ways. But like when I just hear these stories from the Rocky Johnsons and Teddy Longs, who describe what their encounters with him and the things that he said to them and how he treated them, and how it was just blatant, clear racism. It was like, again, I'm not expecting anybody for anybody to go out there and disrespect that man or speak ill of him, because I don't think that shit ain't cool. I'm not with that. But it was just more so like I was wondering if people would acknowledge the things that this individual did to other people while he was here. You know what I'm saying? It was just interesting to see that sort of reaction. And again, I wasn't expecting anybody to speak negatively, and I'm not speaking negatively, and I would, because I would feel some type of way if it was vice versa, and I had a family member who had did something, and I see other people speaking about them negatively when I know them in a completely different light.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm more so coming from with it. But it was just because I think it's more so just because I've covered this stuff, these interviews with Rocky and with Teddy and with Thunderball Patterson, who's going to the Hall of Fame. Shout out to Thunderball.
Shout out to Thunderball.
Shout out to Thunderball.
But I've covered these interviews with these individuals, and I've heard them specifically mention his name and things that he said and that he did, and how it was just blatant, did not give a fuck. And it was just, I think just more so just watching the sort of reactions to when he passed. I saw some comments, some negative comments, but I was just wondering. I think it was just one of those people, but I was just brought up if you ain't got nothing nice to say, then just shut the fuck up.
Right. Well, I think it's twofold, Andrew. Number one, it's a lot of people, myself included, try to not speak ill of the dead. Also, if you don't have anything nice to say about somebody, just hold your peace. But I also think for people to care about how Ole allegedly treated Teddy Long or Rocky Johnson or several other African-American performers, it would mean that they would have to care about black people. And I think, not all, obviously, especially not, the folks watching us, man. But there is a segment of wrestling Twitter that just does not care. We saw that with it's obviously it's not the same level as somebody's passing, but with the WWE 2K24 thing, with Rhea and Cody and Bianca, and everybody just like, well, what is she doing there? What has she done to earn a spot on this damn video game cover? Yeah. And it's like, come on, man. Like, you ain't even had to say anything about this woman who obviously has accomplished a lot in this sport and in a very short time in this business.
Got her own damn cover.
Right. So like, what, you know, just the reaction of some quadrants of the wrestling fandom, it's like, yeah, of course they wouldn't ask about, Ole, had meant a lot to the wrestling business, but he also acted pretty shitty towards people of color. Of course, they're not gonna mention that because they don't care, nephew.
Yeah, and like it was. You go ahead, Chris. No, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
No, and Thunderbolt Patterson is a guy that I'm familiar with. We're familiar with each other.
I know you told me that.
Yeah, he's on Facebook. He's not on there as much as he used to be, so I'm gonna try to reach out to him. And but in Thunderbolt Patterson, he did a lot of good in his life, but also there are black wrestlers who don't like him. They say
I've heard that a couple times.
But I mean, look, if I'm gonna get mad at a black wrestler for being out for themselves, I'll be mad at everybody. That's Grace. I mean, look, I think Thunderbolt, because when I talked to him, the last time I talked to him, he still had his faculties and everything. And I think he didn't like the way black people were treated in wrestling. And I think that was a real thing. But I think when you're in an ecosystem for a long time, and you start to see how people operate in that ecosystem, and you start to see that everybody is kind of selfish and caring about themselves and caring about them getting over, you start adapting to that, right? So I think Thunderbolt, I don't think it was a malicious thing that he tried to do to Teddy Long or anyone else. It was just more so like, hey, Ole Anderson, for whatever reason, he likes me. He thinks I'm one of the good ones, so let me have this tag run with them.
Chris, you heard about that the same story? I think you're talking about the one with Teddy, right? That's the same.
Yeah. Teddy, Teddy said on a few places how he didn't really like my whole thing when I hear these stories from black wrestlers, like especially like because I'm cool with Ahmed Johnson as well, and the fun thing to do for people to do, especially these 2000s wrestlers, is to shit on Ahmed Johnson and pretend like he was a nothing in the business. And then what happens after that is all of these wrestling fans think they know Ahmed Johnson, and then they start shitting on him too. And that's kind of a similar thing with Thunderbolt Patterson. Is like people like are getting on this guy's case. This brother came up in wrestling during a time where people were treating him like crap. He was on, I believe he was on that episode of Donahue where Dave Meltzer is on there. And he was talking, they were talking about how black wrestlers never been the champ. And one of them white wrestlers was like, you were never good enough to be the champ, It was like talking about this fake shit like it was a real sport. And telling this dude Thunderbolt, telling Thunderbolt, you were never good enough to win a title that a white man gives to you, Sorry if I offended any wrestlers with the fake comment, but it just when I
what you mean, bro.
It's predetermined, Chris.
It annoys me when people do that kind of crap.
But just all in all, I just wanted to like rest in peace of that man. You know what I'm saying? God bless his family and all that stuff. I don't, what I'm saying? I see people be like talking down on people that have passed on, like that haven't committed these egregious things, but like, I ain't got that in me, bro, because I know I'd be fucking pissed if some like if that was not people that was on the receiving end of that. But at the same time, I also think that in this lifetime, just because someone passes away, unfortunately, that doesn't negate the things that they did while they were here.
And
People don't
I
just forget the things that they did while they were here, although you don't want to disrespect them now that they have moved on. You know, so I just wanted to say that. So RP to that man and Virgil as well.
And I
blessings to
want
that
to say
family,
this
so,
about Ole Anderson too, to kind of put his life in perspective as well. Like in I want to say the 90s, he got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, which is a disease that I have, right? And in the early parts of my life, I was doing, like, I got diagnosed with MS in 2005, and I was doing fine with it. I was walking around, visited Nate in Virginia, you know, chopped it up at the Milton compound, and I was fine.
I took Chris out for some lemon pepper wings and stripper steaks.
and I was doing fine, you know. And then all of a sudden, like once I had to get the brain surgery, my everything about me just went completely left. And I think what happened with Ole Anderson, a lot of what made him bitter is that disease, because what MS does is it just kind of sucks your life out of you. And the messed up thing about something like MS is that people, like, you can live a long time with MS. MS will keep you alive. Like Ole was 80 years old. The problem with that is you don't want to be alive for 80 years and having the kind of issues that come with that, you know. Like, you want to be alive. Like, if I'm gonna be living till 80 till 70 and all that, I want to live a Robert Redford, Samuel L. Jackson 70, 80 years, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be in a home convalescent and all that stuff, because all it does is build up bitterness. So once you understand that psychology of someone like Ole Anderson, there's no excuse for racism. Or
I definitely get what you mean, Chris.
Yeah, but life wasn't necessarily great to that man. Is all I'm saying. You know?
And I think you can acknowledge a person passing, you can acknowledge just them overall as a person. You don't have to only focus on the good things. Like, you don't have to be one or two dimensional. But a lot of people, they do call it like, this person was a complicated figure. Like, I know when, of course, and you'll know this right off the bat, Chris, when Kobe passed away, everybody, they were just giving their love and their support out to Kobe. But then once your girl from CBS tried to bring up Gayle King tried to bring up Colorado, and then all of a sudden Snoop Dogg just cussing her out.
I was
man.
But the thing with that is because me and Marcus had a back and forth. I don't think she needed to bring that up to Lisa Leslie. Lisa Leslie, she's not the arbitrator of that shit.
Right.
Bring that up to somebody else. But you know, it is what it is, and people felt the way. And Snoop, that was disrespectful. What he did, it was wrong. But you know, it's a, like, for me, if somebody of note passes away, it's all right to talk about the layers to what they do. Especially if it's a proper context, like with Ole Anderson, with Virgil, we're sitting down, like we're talking about them like the human beings,
the totality.
We knew. We're not sitting there and talking back, like I said,
bashing them.
Like Ole Anderson was just, again, he had a lot of stuff going on with him. Virgil, again, he was so mysterious. And it's weird thinking about Virgil in that way. But when you die and nobody knows how old you are.
Virgil's kind of like the black wrestling Forrest Gump. Like, my man just popped up in places.
Like I said, I heard this dude was working as an algebra teacher in his shoot job. I heard he was working at Walmart in a shoot job. I heard so many different stories about Virgil. I love Ole Anderson. He did this episode of the Wrestling Observer, I want to say a long time ago. and him and Dave were going at it because of his Hall of Fame place. It was funny shit. I wonder if Dave has that up in the archives because I might have to look at that. But yeah, man. But Ole was like, and the wrestling industry doesn't try to understand the psychology behind anybody. What they do is everybody will pile on you and say one thing about you. Unless you're a superstar, then they try to understand this. If you're Hulk Hogan, there's like, you have people defend you left and right. But when you're someone like Ole Anderson, or
I'm gonna say, just bringing up that name, that man Terrence from Florida, Andrew. I know we just spoke, not even 5 minutes ago about not speaking ill of the dead, but 100 years from now, when that man finally passes and is no longer with us, if I'm still here, I might say some spicy things on these streets, nephew. I'm gonna give him his props, but we ain't never gonna forget what you said, Terry. We ain't never gonna forget
the mess up thing about Terry is he's got plenty of time. Terry's had the chance to atone for that stuff.
Ben had the chance,
in a
Chris.
legitimate way,
And honestly, Chris, like the bar is so low.
Right.
All this man had to do was, hey, I messed up. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. Like, just a real apology, and we would have been forgot about it, Chris.
Right? Yeah, like
we wouldn't have forgot about it, but
we would have
people in general would have moved on.
Because after the tapes of dude saying that, Jake the Snake did an interview, and he was like, "Yeah, that's messed up." I was like, back in the day when I was working these promotions, I would use the N-word on a regular basis and stuff. It was wrong then. I shouldn't have used it, and it was, and it's not something that you're sitting there dwelling on. Right. If you're, it's like, okay, Jake the Snake did that. He admitted it. We can move on from it.
Like, I expected a man in his 60s to have used the N-word, especially if he's in the South.
Yeah, like
that doesn't shock me.
Terry put us in a position where we can never forgive that dude because he's just not doing anything to like right that wrong. Yeah.
He doesn't feel like he did anything wrong. Everybody's a little racist, dude.
Yeah. He's like, you guys don't understand the brotherhood of wrestling. If you don't understand, it's like, I'm done with you. And then he had the people like Virgil defending him.
Right?
Virgil, Kamala, all the people that
all the black people he worked with.
Yeah.
He said that mass text out.
Right. Hey, brothers, the host is in trouble. He needs your help.
But the brothers was capitalized. All right, that's not funny. I mean,
it's not, but it is. But it's not.
But not. I genuinely enjoyed this convo. But like again, I rest in peace to those individuals, bro. So before we get into our last topic, before we get into the WrestleMania predictions, we got this one little subsection, and I just want to get you guys to throw on this. Ray, I wanted to go with you for this one, my man. So that you start us off, and we kick it around. It was first reported by Fight Select, Ray, that conversations had taken place between AEW and Shelton Benjamin about appearing for the company. Benjamin did say in the interview with Monopoly Events that the door is open for him to appear for AEW, but the ball is in their court. When you look at Shelton's career, especially where he's at now, Shelton can still compete, but he's on the back end of his career in terms of like that later stretch. He ain't done, but like he on that later stretch of his career. What can you see a Shelton Benjamin adding from a television perspective, and then of course all the knowledge that he can bring to a AEW roster that is just like full of like young up and coming talent? Stars, young talent that are already stars that are hitting their peak, are getting close to it. Just what do you think Shelton Benjamin can add to All Elite Wrestling from a backstage, and then also being able to still step in there with the talents of today and hold his own to to a certain degree in terms of that what they can do versus what he can still do after all his years in the business.
Well, I think he can be a tremendous resource. I think a lot of people look up to him. He's one of those rare few guys that no one says a bad thing about Shelton Benjamin. You never hear anybody talk bad or shoot against Shelton Benjamin. He's very dedicated to his craft, and you talk about somebody who doesn't look like they aged today,
Right.
This brother, and he stays in phenomenal shape. He's been all over the world. He's been to Japan. He's done his thing. I think he can really have that. He could really be that resource for us, especially with AEW now that AEW is growing more of a substantial African American talent base. When you got guys like the Infantry and you got guys like Brian Keefe, who we spoke about earlier, and of course Willow and Athena and all those ladies as well. Like, I think he can really be a great resource as an agent or a producer, and I think he can also be a great resource as far as being in the ring as well. I think he might serve more of a role like a Dustin Rhodes, where he'll come in, he'll be that good hand who someone needs a big victory. He'll be able to work with them.
Give him like a good Sean 4-week program, 3-week program. Give him some nice, some work. But like this add on rate, like the discussions, primarily for Shelton, for him to be like on screen talent. Of course, naturally, when you have a vet like that, you would assume that it'll transition to the behind the scenes as well. But these discussions, as per the report, is like more so about Shelton being a on-screen talent. So I think that sort of goes to show maybe what they think Shelton can offer. And Nate, I wanted to kick it over to you as somebody who has seen a great deal of Shelton, seeing Shelton's careers and pay attention to it through its totality. What do you think Shelton can add to AEW from a backstage and from an on-screen perspective?
Obviously, nephew is somebody who has been a fan watching his brother over the years.
Time out real quick, Nate. I just try to make you seem old. I seen Shelton's whole career too.
Right. Like, you see, Ray. You see, Ray, like this show was a barrel, and then I got Crab trying to pull me down back into the barrel.
I'm sorry, bro. I just realized what I said as I said it. I was like, hold on, I see Shelton's whole career too. I just gotta put
how you gonna do this to me on St. Patrick's Day, nephew?
I apologize. I take that back. Nate, it's somebody that has.
I was gonna take you and Ray out for Shamrock Shakes after the show. It's over now. It's over.
Oh, you messed up the Shamrock.
Hey, you talking about St. Patrick's Day routine? Did you see that when Ray had pulled up the Post website? Did you see the picture Becky Lynch took with Joe Biden when she was at the White House?
Yeah, man.
What?
Becky Lynch and Uncle Joe.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ray, when you were scrolling on the website, that was I think Neil probably posted the article, but it's she was at the White House for St. Patrick's Day. She got invited there with the Ireland Prime Minister, something like that. So,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Riding with Biden, yo.
But
yeah, Nate, on Shelton Benjamin.
I think with Shelton, man, like obviously Andrew, he's somebody who all of us have watched his whole entire career, brother. His original theme song, man, which is still a banger to this day, Ray.
All about ain't no stopping me.
Ain't no stopping me. No. Yeah. The only thing that could stop that, brother, was WWE booking, unfortunately. Because this is the dude who I felt, man, at a time, Chris, like could have been a legitimate contender, if not champion, at that top spot. And the knock on Shelton always was he wasn't a great promo. But I'd have seen countless dudes who weren't great promos, but were great bell to bell, hold that belt. And some dudes who were great promos who were kind of sus bell to bell, hold that belt. Like, there's levels to this, man. This is wrestling. As you said, Chris, this is a predetermined sport. All you got to do to make somebody believable is, yes, they have to be believable with their performance in the ring, but just tell me your story to make this dude believable. And the story that they gave this brother was, shout out to the good sis Thea Vidal, but that's the best they could come up with.
Hey, what's your five?
The 5 categories of black performance.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Of course, we got.
What's my favorite one?
Yes, the favorite one that Andrew Thompson loves, which not only encapsulates Shelton Benjamin, but also Ricochet and so many others. Athletic black dude with no backstory whatsoever. And we're not even gonna bother to come up with a backstory, except he trained with Brock Lesnar.
Right.
Somebody that we don't even acknowledge anymore.
Yeah.
Dog,
Yeah.
I swear that is like the one detail that they always highlight about that. I mean, they mentioned that he's like an All-American and all that stuff, but like that is like the man. He trained with Brock Lesnar. That was his.
That was the go-to. But I think when you look at AEW, Chris, to me, yes, obviously there's value to Shelton behind the scenes in terms of being somebody that can not only coach up some of these young cats, but also maybe be a liaison for some of the black talent that might not feel like, hey, I haven't earned my stripes enough to be able to speak to management, even though like, hey, you in AEW, you in the second biggest company in the world, arguably. You made it here. You got a right to speak at your workplace to your management. But maybe they don't feel that way. Shelton can kind of be that liaison if he sees so fit. But I also think to the point of him being an on-screen character, we've seen AEW is nothing if not a great meal. Like they like that strip club steak, Andrew, but it's fresh meat.
back to the strip club.
We back to the strip club, y'all. They like that. NXT strippers, yes. 45 minutes behind. Oh, wait till you get back to this point when we talk about stripper steaks again. But like you got this fresh meat, Ray, which is the majority of the AEW roster, and what Tony Khan and the management team have done a great job at is adding this seasoning with people like Dustin Rhodes, adding this seasoning with people like Billy Gunn, adding this seasoning with people like that man called Sting, the icon who just retired. Edge. Christian, so many vets on the roster that don't take up all the TV time like they did in WCW, but they know their spots and they just spice things up a little bit. And I think Shelton is somebody who you can add in the mix, who we know, man. Shelton gonna give you that work bell to bell. But I think like there's so many young guys on that roster that could stand to get some reps in the ring with a dude like Shelton Benjamin, who's been everywhere, done everything except win the big title because they never let him do that. But I think that Shelton Benjamin adds a lot, man. People could be like, man, he might be past his prime, whatever. But I feel like in that company, they will get the most mileage out of what Shelton has remaining, as opposed to the other company who probably thought, yeah, he's done.
Yeah. Shelton Benjamin is one of those brothers that I always felt a little bad for in WWE. He said on Chris Van Vliet's show, "Don't feel bad for me. I feel bad for you, brother." And I'll tell you why, because Shelton Benjamin was one of those dudes that like Vince McMahon just did not understand. And the wrestling industry is just so fucking racist that when you don't understand somebody, that's when you're the most screwed. Right.
Hey, Chris, do you remember that at all? I don't remember. Anwar Starwin said, I remember when they brought up Shelton's criminal history a year after.
Oh yeah, they did that. Okay,
that happened?
Okay, so we'll talk about all that. Thank you for that, Anwar. So this is the thing with Shelton Benjamin. They've went to the well with this. I don't see what was wrong with him just being the brother that beat Triple H. He was the guy that went to from SmackDown that went to Raw and was just getting pushed. Him and John Cena were on the same level when they both got their 05 pushes.
Right.
They both were. They came up together in OVW. They were in the mid card at the same time, and then they won secondary titles around the same time. And then John Cena just like shoots past him. Batista shoots past him. Everybody from that class just shoots past him.
Randy
shoots past him.
Cena became a rapper.
Yeah, all of it. Yeah. So, but like
the one time they didn't give the rap gimmick to the black guy.
And then with Anwar, with Anwar was saying, they've tried so many things with Shelton Benjamin. They at first was just having him be a regular guy, which I thought was fine.
Athletic black dude with no backstory.
Right, yeah. But it's like, as long as you can wrestle, this wrestling will tell the story for him. He won that Taboo Tuesday poll where they were having people vote. He won that shit. So you can't say he wasn't over because there was like 5, 6, 10 wrestlers.
They ran that one shot, Chris, of HBK hitting that super kick with Shelton when he came off of the ropes. Like that was in the Raw opening for years, brother.
Yeah, in that year, 2005 was a great year for him wrestling wise because he had that match with HBK on Raw. He had that match with Kurt Angle on Raw. They were both the best matches of that year. I challenge you to show me better matches than those two matches Shelton Benjamin had in 2005
in the WWE.
In the WWE, it's because they were just awesome matches. And then so when they couldn't get that to work, they start talking about his street past growing up in Orangeburg, South Carolina. They actually showed his real mama on television that year. And they were showing these vignettes of how rough he had it and shit. And it was of course I was like, okay, he can't just be a brother. They got to show all his street past and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
New school stereotypes.
Yeah, so they did that. So then once they figure out that wasn't gonna work, they do this thing where he's with they do the Terrell Owens thing with Shelton Benjamin and
conceited athlete.
Yeah, that was stupid. That shit was fucking booty. It was dumb. Then they do the Shelton's mama thing where Thea Vidal is
happy-go-lucky Negro.
Yeah, doing that shit.
They checking all day.
Shelton did every stereotype except for old school stereotypes.
Right,
he didn't get to that box.
Right. So then when that shit didn't work,
if he stuck around Chris, they would have had him playing a preacher at WrestleMania this year.
Yeah. So so then when that shit didn't work out for him. I don't know if Shelton Benjamin decided to dye his hair like Cisco, or if it was Vince McMahon.
It was a tribute to the Golden Lords. Maybe Vince had just watched Media Man.
The Media Man, yeah. So he did that. So they were like, they kept on throwing stuff to the wall. Towards the end of his run, I think they finally found a good place for him with the Hurt Business.
And then they ended that too quickly.
Yeah, because Vince McMahon is senile and stupid, they ended that.
And probably a criminal.
And probably.
Allegedly. We got to protect ourselves on these legal
we got to say that for legal reasons, right?
Allegedly.
But they couldn't find a place. Unfortunately for Shelton Benjamin, it's not the wrestling business hasn't passed Shelton Benjamin. The main event scene in the wrestling business has passed him by.
Yeah.
But I'm about to say, Chris, these motherfuckers today, they too. I'm talking about the athleticism. Like I'm pretty sure Shelton pretty like, but I'm talking about just the stuff that they do. It's you know what I'm saying? Like it's like wrestling. But you want to know what I compare it to? It's like I compare today's main event scene in wrestling to today's NBA, and like how you compare that to the NBA of old versus the NBA of now. And
nephew, don't tell me you one of these cats out here on this. The 90s is over bandwagon.
No. I ain't talking about that. Like, I definitely respect the players of that period in the 80s and stuff like that. But I'm talking about the game has changed so much.
Yeah.
But it's
not a fair comparison. I guess
it's not a fair comparison. Like Nate, can you imagine? Nate, Ray, Chris, did you imagine Kyrie Irving in the 70s, in the 80s? They would have tried to beat the shit out of that man after the game for the stuff he was doing. Right. But it's levels that have changed. People, and then on top of that, it's not necessarily just.
Nikola Jokic would have been the greatest player of all time if he came up in 1982.
Exactly. Right. And I'm about to say, Nate, Chris, and Ray, it's not even just the athleticism portion. It's just more of like more resources are available. The medical is better. Better attention. Like
kids start playing early with AAU.
Like Kobe Bryant was getting medical.
I was gonna say like real quick, like the rest of that time period, like bro, they have so many injuries that they just powering through to my motherfuckers.
Right. Yeah.
Worst hip problems, worst back problems. They needed surgery, and they knew that if you took time off, you probably wasn't gonna get paid. Whereas today, you have a steady set contract for most people where you can take 2 years off, man, and get your neck surgery and get your back surgery and don't got to worry about with X, Y, and Z because the company will take care of you. Look at Kyle O'Reilly. Kyle O'Reilly has missed the last 2 years. He was able to be able to come back to a company where he was under contract, and then now he get to make it all up. You know what I'm saying? While he was out, got himself taken care of. Now he back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the wrestlers of that time period they weren't fortunate enough to, not all of them at least, to have that luxury. And I compare it to the same thing with the NBA. There's just different. Bro, they was playing in Chuck Taylor's. They was hooping in Chuck Taylor's. You know what I'm saying?
Driving buses or riding on buses from town to town.
Exactly. Yeah. Traveling across the country on the bus.
Flying coach.
Exactly, bro. Like, so it's just two different things. So basically, what I'm saying. But like, going back,
Chris was on a flight with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar once. He can tell y'all that story.
Yeah.
You seriously did funny.
Yeah, with
I'm joking,
with Shelton, it was just like I really do feel like he was just a victim of just people in that company not understanding him. I think because I always harken back to 2005 because I think that year was the make or break year for Shelton Benjamin. That year could have made him a next level superstar, and it could have kept him where he was at. I was at WrestleMania Goes Hollywood in 2005 when he was in that Money in the Bank match. He was the star of that match. I always ask the what if question: what if he won that match that year? Right? Would it have been the worst thing? And nobody ever has a good argument for me when I ask that question. Shelton Benjamin was good. That spot of him running up that ladder.
Yeah, man.
With the T-bone.
Yeah.
T-bone suplex.
It was insane, man. He was always looked at as a good hand. Once they figured out Shelton Benjamin in 2005 was ahead of Booker T in the WWE, like as far as like pushes is what I'm talking about. Like, because Booker T, they had already demoted this guy. So I was already on the Shelton Benjamin bandwagon. I was like, okay, this ain't happening for Shelton Benjamin. And then they got Bobby Lashley later in 2005, and that was the new black toy that Vince McMahon wanted to play with. And then
saying Vince McMahon was the young Master Bates from the toy with Richard Pryor, and Bobby Lashley was Richard Pryor.
Yeah. And then they fucked it up with the most
Lashley. Random reference ever on a post wrestling podcast. The toy.
Yeah. Then of course they messed it up with Lashley, so he left shortly after the Umaga stuff with President Dumbass. And then Bobby Lashley left for years. Yeah. And it took him a while to get back on board with another black person.
I think part of the problem too, Chris, not only is there like the inherent racism that exists in corporate America. Some could say I could leave out the corporate and just say America. But I also think when you look at wrestling, particularly WWE at that time, it was all filtered through the lens of Vince McMahon. Right. And if Vince McMahon can't relate to you, he thinks because I can't connect with this dude Shelton Benjamin or with this dude Booker T or with this dude Bobby Lashley or whoever it may be, my audience can't connect with them. And we've seen, Chris, that that's not the case. Just because he's not your cup of tea, Vince McMahon, doesn't mean the audience won't gravitate to these performers.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like, I think if there was any justice in the world, Shelton Benjamin would have gotten at least one run,
man. One run.
Yeah, and it would have been.
I understand. You know what, bro? Like, I think that there were like multiple windows for that to actually happen for Shelton.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy that it never did. Right, yeah. And like, I even think back to that. What was that? I think it was the match with Shawn. Wasn't that the Gold Rush tournament for the vacant World Heavyweight title?
Yeah.
But like, I think Shelton could have won that. He could have won that. And let's say you talk about he beat Triple H. That could have been a window for him to make it. Like, and it's kind of what Nate had said earlier. Pro wrestling is a thing where you can make. And again, I don't want like. Well, when I say this comparison, I don't want people to think I'm taking a slight at this person because I'm definitely not. But I'm just using it as an example. Like when I talk about Orange Cassidy, right? Bro, you can in pro wrestling, you can make anyone a star anyone. And again, I don't want people to think I'm not taking a slight at Orange. What I'm saying is, if you build somebody the right way and you give people a reason to care about this individual, people will look at them and view them as important. The reason Orange Cassidy has so much stock behind them is because AEW puts that stock behind him and says, this is one of our guys. And they make him feel important. Now Orange Cassidy is at the point where AEW puts so much stock into him that he is heavily woven into the fabric of the company. And now he will forever be over. You know what I'm saying?
Orange Cassidy could have easily been a guy on the chopping room floor.
Exactly.
And just been like a regular guy that nobody cares about. And that's not the route they went with him, you know.
Right.
It was just like when Eddie Guerrero died back in the day in 2005. They were at a precipice, so to speak, where who's going to be our next Mexican guy? That's WWE. It was either going to be Chavo Guerrero or Rey Mysterio. And they did.
Hey, Chris, I ain't gonna lie. I think Chavo still feels some type of way about Ray.
He does.
Yeah,
he does. And I don't blame him for feeling that way because it didn't have to be. It could have been an and. It didn't have to be an either or. It could have been. They could have just pushed both of them, but they decided Rey Mysterio.
Chris, one at a time, brother. That's the rules.
Yeah. They were like, Rey Mysterio's got the mask. We understand Rey Mysterio. And he's easier to do. It wasn't like Chavo Guerrero wasn't chopped liver. He had just the couple years before was in
Chris, call that man by his government name, Kerwin White.
Oh no, we're not doing that.
What the hell was that, man?
Yeah, they could have easily with that dude, like gave him a push. He was good on the mic. He was a good wrestler.
Chavo Classic was cool.
Yeah, he was in a good tag team with his uncle. It wasn't like it would have been super ridiculous to put him in the main event scene, but they were like, no, we're not gonna go with you, Chavo. We're going with Rey Mysterio. And Chavo, we're gonna have you get your ass beat by Hornswoggle. We're gonna have you get your ass beat by Bob Barker. We're gonna do all of this crap to you to show you this is what you are now. You know, they did all this bull crap they do with these guys. And it's like that's the rule. And that's what I love about the new NXT is I don't see that kind of bullshit. Cause back in the day, if you saw one black guy get pushed, you knew that was the black guy and nobody else was getting that, you know, like they'd get TV time, but they weren't going to get, like when Booker T was the man. That was just the end of that story.
Right.
When The Rock was the man, it was The Rock. And that was just it, The Rock made it harder for it because I think Vince McMahon judges all black guys based on The Rock. That's the problem I think with that company now is I think that like if you're judging every like black wrestler based on The Rock, if you're judging any human being based on The Rock, it ain't fair.
It ain't happening.
Yeah, and that's I kind of think where black wrestlers are at the moment, it's like, because it's like with black wrestlers, it's never like, with most wrestlers, period, it's never an obvious thing. It's like, you got to do something with them where you see it. And it's like, oh, now it makes sense. Like what they did with Ron Simmons in his initial one, what they're doing with Swerve right now. It took a minute because I didn't see it in Swerve in the beginning. I thought when he went to AEW, I thought he'd be good in AEW. Right. But once you start seeing this guy's personality come out, then it was like, oh, now I understand it. And that's the benefit of the doubt that white wrestlers get that black wrestlers just don't get. We just don't get it.
Talk to
them. And so I say all that to say, Shelton Benjamin, I hope you have a good run in AEW. I hope he wins the world title before his career is up in one of the companies. It ain't happening.
Future ROH world champion Shelton Benjamin on these streets.
like he technically did win one world title. He was the World Wrestling Council, the Puerto Rican. Yeah, he won the world.
He just wrestled for them too.
Yeah. So I mean that he's got that going for him. But as far as like
had a great team with MVP and back in New Japan, Black Dynamite. Shout out.
Yeah.
But Shelton, he actually got a match coming up. I think it's for Prestige Wrestling. He wrestling Josh Alexander. I think it's in late April. Yeah, that shit. See, y'all see how y'all reacted right there. That boy Shelton still got it. He still got some clout. Y'all see how y'all reacted.
They could have did so many things with Shelton Benjamin. They could have given him a manager. They could have given him a valet.
Hey, Chris, you want to know what's so crazy about what you just said? Of like, you would think like a normal human being like yourself with a thinking brain would think like, okay, if we don't think this guy has the mic skills, how about we just give him somebody that does, and then we got problem solved.
Yeah.
But
we gave him a mama, pal. What more do you want?
They gave him a mama to solve his problem. And thought that was going to elevate him, but they probably thought that was going to keep him right where they wanted him to make. But you want to know what? Despite all that, I think Shelton had a great career. He had a great career.
He had a great career. That's the thing. It's always a mixed bag with these people because Shelton Benjamin is somebody I remember. Shelton Benjamin is somebody that I still care about as a wrestler. I still wouldn't mind him seeing him get a brief run with the belt.
That's what you said when they say I wouldn't mind seeing him win the ROH World Title.
Yeah, I can see that, man. Shelton getting a short run with the ROH World Title.
They could give him something, you know. But the problem with the wrestling business is like once you get labeled something, it's really hard to kind of break through that. So here's the hoping that Shelton Benjamin, finds his way in AEW, or if WWE takes him back. They do right by that brother. But
they throwing his ass right on main event.
Yeah. But fortunately for him, he's made his money. He is open about that. But like I feel we exist to, you're happy you made your money, my dude.
Yeah.
But we exist to tell you that you're way better than just a guy that made his money. Hey,
Chris, can you imagine Shelton in this generation, like a 25-year-old Shelton Benjamin?
Right. Like
he'd have been fucking killing it.
Shelton and Ospreay, bro.
Can you, Nate? Think about that, dog. And I'm talking about like we look at Will Ospreay as, and it's so crazy because I remember Will Ospreay even talked about this in the interview. He was like, Shelton was one of those people that he used to look to and be like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But just imagine.
I remember.
You were Chris.
No, I remember Shad Gaspard. I did an interview with him, and he said that Shelton Benjamin never worked out or anything. He said that.
I heard that too.
He was knowing how to wrestle. He's like, I never see this dude at the gym. I never see him like he's just.
They said he was naturally gifted.
Right?
So some
he
people,
didn't have a backstory because he was never at the gym. He didn't put in the work.
So some people would just cut like that. But like I was thinking, I was like, dog, just like how Nate just said that. But just imagine a 25-year-old Shelton Benjamin versus a Will Ospreay. But I'm telling you, that'd probably be one of the craziest matches. That'd be like a updated version of what Ricochet and Ospreay did in New Japan when people was getting mad at them for that. The super match today.
Right, yeah. If you could pull a 46-year-old version of Shelton Benjamin,
you could.
Ospreay,
I would say even today, him and Ospreay could probably still have a pretty good match.
You want to know? So Shelton had got asked about that in that interview that I mentioned. He was like, "Would he like to wrestle Ospreay?" He was like, "I think me and Ospreay could still." You know what I'm saying? He was like, I think we could do something. Like if I got the opportunity. So according to the report, it's looking like they want to bring Shelton in as a talent. So clearly, it's not just like, hey, you want to come in and work behind the scenes. It's like, nah, dude. Like if we talking, we want you to be like wrestler. So hopefully that all works out. So
shout out to Shelton Benjamin.
Shout out to Shelton. Hey, look at it, man. 40-something years old, still getting to the bag. Hey, ain't mad at it. Ain't mad at it. But our last story, fellas, before we get into the Mania predictions and wrapping the show. Look at this. Are we 2 hours? Oh my goodness.
3 hours to go, Wade.
Pushing three. We pushing three.
Pushing three. Hey, how we doing in the live chat in terms of viewers, Brother Ray? We looking at right now?
383 right now.
Oh,
they sticking with us.
Let's get the 400.
Yeah,
all your friends.
What up, man?
Let them know we still out here.
Man,
All right.
tell your mama and your papa pull up the YouTube TV, man. Tell them tap in.
I'm calling Rents as soon as we get off. I'm calling Rents.
Get on multiple devices.
Yeah, I'm calling Sherry's Berries. I'm calling all of them, man.
All of them.
But
shout out to NordVPN on these streets.
Hey, shout out to Nord. Look at that. But our last story before we get into the main predictions and close the show, man. This one actually came from some of my own people here, man. At the Post Network, WWE President Nick Khan and Brad Bloom. Is it Bloom or Blum? Bloom or Blum? Brad Blum. Bloom. We can say Bloom Roll Bloom. If you got your name wrong, it'd be like that sometimes. But the WWE President Nick Khan and Brad Bloom revealed his previously unnamed corporate officers in the Janel Grant lawsuit. This reporting was done by Post Wrestling's own John Pollock, and as Nate would call him, our light-skinned cousin Brandon Thurston, and then also by Tim Marchman of Front Office Sports. Folks, give me a little bit of we got a little bit of a journey to get through. It's not too long, but I'm gonna just read through these short notes.
I'm gonna run real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, so I'm just letting y'all know.
All right, we got you, Chris. But so the lawsuit noted that there were high-ranking WWE officials that were key to Janel Grant being employed in a completely undefined role, except for the understanding that she would remain that she would be subjected. Okay, let me repeat that. So it said the lawsuit noted that there were high-ranking WWE officials that were key to Janel Grant being employed in a completely undefined role, except for the understanding that she remained that she would be subjected to sexual abuse and traffic by Vince McMahon. They were referred to as corporate officer 1 and 2. But now we know those individuals are Bloom and Khan, as reported by Pollock, Thurston, and Marchman, in addition to it being confirmed by Janel Grant's lawyer. WWE, they did issue a statement and noted that they take Janel Grant's allegations seriously and have no tolerance for physical abuse or unwanted physical contact, adding that neither Nick Khan or Brad Bloom, prior to the lawsuit being filed, were aware of any allegation by Janel. It is alleged that Bloom met her and hardly asked, I think it was Nick Khan, it was alleged that Khan met her and hardly asked any questions, but she was hired into a $75,000 per year job at WWE's legal department. The lawsuit notes that when she introduced herself to Nick Khan, he responded by saying he knew exactly who she was, and later that same day, Vince told Janel that he informed Khan and Bloom of their relationship. The suit added that they both voiced concerns and wondered if Grant could be trusted or not. And WWE, of course, they denied all of that. But Mrs. Grant said Vince told her that Bloom and Khan were concerned but ultimately supportive. And just to go back and correct what I said, I meant to say it was alleged that Bloom met her and hardly asked any questions. And she was hired into that $75,000 per year job. And just the last portion of this, the person identified as corporate officer number 3 is Stephanie McMahon in the lawsuit. She is mentioned as having knowledge of other instances of Vince engaging in inappropriate sexual conduct. When the story by John, Brandon, and Tim was published, Stephanie could not be contacted for a comment. But there was an incident listed in which Stephanie gestured to Janel to sit near her at a high-level corporate meeting. Corporate officer number 4 is Brian Nurse, who's the former head of WWE Legal, which is, of course, the department that Janel worked in. And the suit notes that Vince told Janel that he ordered Nurse to offer Grant her initial position in 2019. So, Brother Nate, I wanted to kick it over to you first. Like we did a deep dive into this in the February edition of the podcast, and we went for like an hour 30 plus talking about this whole situation. With the new information that has been presented, it doesn't seem it is just more clarity to the situation, as it's saying about who are these individuals that were named in the case, and great reporting by all involved. So just what have you made of the just this latest update in the Janel Grant lawsuit? Where do you see it going? And then you can kick it over to Brother Chris, and then kick it over to Ray, and we can all just chime in. But just your overall thoughts on the latest updates on this situation.
My initial thoughts when we talked about this in February, nephew, were anybody that was involved, whether they were involved in the actual abuse or whether they knew of the abuse and just turned a blind eye. Got to go. A got to go situation. Mm-hmm. Does that change now that we know who these names are attached to, these corporate individuals? No, not in my opinion. And I know, Chris, the way business works, the way corporate America works, man, nothing is probably going to come from this, especially when you talk about somebody as powerful as a Nick Khan. But to me, man, it's like, come on, man. Like, the fact that, yes, you are not involved in this action directly, but you know about it, man. Yeah, and you know it's not right. And so to me, it's just like, this, is symptomatic of a culture that if they are not actively encouraging this type of behavior, there is an implicit okay for this type of behavior, man. And so it just, again, this whole, we like Andrew said, we talked about it at length in February. It's still, man, a story that is sickening the more you kind of get into it. I think the Stephanie component to it, man, that just I think that part, nephew, that part just feels worse in some ways.
You feel like it's more to it than what's like known at the moment, as far as like the Stephanie portion of it. Yeah,
because I think Andrew, and then this is probably like some internalized misogyny or whatever, Chris, however you want to call it. But I think there's something to these terrible, dirty old men doing terrible, dirty old men things that I can rationalize some part of my brain. Like, yes, that's what terrible old dirty men do. But like the fact that Stephanie has been named in this, it's like, damn it. Like, ain't nobody good in this, man.
Right. Yeah.
Ain't nobody looking out for this person. The one person that needed to be looked out for the most was Janel Grant. Not the money, not the shareholders, not Vince's reputation, not your position of power. It's this woman. And so the fact that so many people turned a blind eye to this, fellas, like, they weren't involved directly in the abuse, the alleged abuse. But it's like, hey, man, if I see an old lady walking past me and somebody comes out and jumps her, beats her up, takes her money, I didn't do that. But if I don't say nothing, if I don't try to help or at least be like, hey, yo, police, something going on over here, then I'm complicit. I'm complicit in what happened to that person. And so are these executives complicit in what happened to Janel Grant.
Right.
Hey, Chris, real quick before we get to you, because I wanted to transition this into you real quick. This is a point that you had brought up like plenty of times when we talked about Vince McMahon allegations dating back to 2022 when the initial reporting first came out from the Wall Street Journal. This part in the latest reporting is something that you had said. It was just the part when he said it is alleged that Bloom met Janelle and hardly asked any questions, and then she was immediately put into a $75,000 per year job in WWE's legal department. And then like it was just more so. I always remember you talking about just like that power dynamic and how when you have these inner corporate relationships, there will never be equal footing. It's just like as much, even if you intended to, it will never be that. It just can't be that because one person will always have the upper hand.
Situation like that.
Exactly. Right. So I always think about that. What Chris said.
Yeah, because the thing about money and the thing is about when you're getting it, you start expecting them. Here, what they call it in business psychology, they called it lifestyle creep, where you're living a life and you like say you're like, man, I only make $60,000 a year. If only I made $100,000 a year, everything would be good, right? If I'm making 30, if I only make 60, everything will be good. Make 60, if I make 100, everything will be good. If I make 100, I make 150. What happens is the more money you make, your tastes start to change, and it happens slowly. It doesn't happen immediately. Because of my wife, what I learned how to do was once I start making good money, it was like, okay, we're saving this for this and that for that, and we're not
maybe buying all those green Air Force Ones.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. That's my one thing I do buy is it's like because we have our things that we like, right? Yeah. But it's like I said, it's a lifestyle creep. So what happened with Janel Grant is she was working in WWE. She was making her money. These white guys had power over her as virtue of that job. She goes from making like paralegals get paid shit. From my experience as a paralegal, that's why I don't do this shit no more, is because now that doesn't mean a paralegal couldn't make 75 or 100 grand a year. If you're a good paralegal for a big enough company, you should probably be making 100 grand a year. But then to get a raise to 200 grand a year is absolutely nuts. But again, you're adjusting your life to that. And then she gets the Vince McMahon told her he's going to give her, was it $3 million or something like that?
He gave her a substantial raise.
Right. you're adjusting your life to your new circumstances. That is the lifestyle creep. So now so you've already fixed your life for the $3 million that you're gonna get. You're probably looking at houses with pools and shit. You're looking at exclusive neighborhoods. You're like, maybe you don't have kids, but if you do have kids, you're looking at the private schools to send them to. You're making your life adjust to what you got. And now all of a sudden you can't pay the money no more, or you don't want to pay the money anymore because you're a bum. You could afford to pay it, but you're not paying it. Then it's like, okay, now I'm gonna, since you don't want to pay what you owe, I got to do this. And now we're getting to this lawsuit, and all these people are getting named. Those 4 executives. I noticed Stephanie, but I noticed that one black dude that gave me some weird ass Tim Scott vibes. Yeah, but yeah. So these, like, here's the thing. I would like to know the extent of all of these people. Nick Khan, first, I do want to clarify one thing though. Nick Khan isn't the power broker in this situation. He's got power, right? But there's one man that's got more powerful than anybody. His nickname in this town, Los Angeles, used to be God. That's a shoot. That ain't a work. I'm talking about Ari Emanuel. Ari Emanuel used to be God in this town, you know, and he's God over Endeavor. If shit hits the fan, Nick Khan could kick rocks too. I do want to see how everything develops. Stephanie McMahon, I always felt like she was somebody that was trying to like catch up to the guys because she felt pressure to do it. I remember there was this autobiography that she was going to put out some years ago. It was called like Lady Balls or something. And just that name right there just kind of suggests this is what I got to be to fit in with these people. You know, the braggadocio for a lot of women in WWE was, I could keep up with the guys, or when Bubba Ray or any of those wrestlers say, what's her name was one of the boys or one of the guys. I never took that as like a compliment. I just always like, what are you trying to say? You know, because the thing about when you start doing stuff like that with people, you start shutting off sides of them, right? Like when you start, like, when you start saying, I don't see you as black, I don't see you as a woman, all this shit. What you start doing is you start compartmentalizing them, and if you see, I don't see, you're one of the boys, you're ignoring this person's femininity, you know, that she's bringing to the table, and you're acting like to suggest, oh, you're one of the boys, undercuts the feminine side of her, and it suggests that that's a weakness. You know?
And you can also be like, you can also use it as though, oh, you're one of the boys, so I could just talk to you.
Right.
I can talk to the boy, and so I can disrespect women, and you won't be cool with it.
Then that locker room talk, quote unquote.
Yeah. So I give Stephanie the grace in that sense that that's probably what she thought was the right thing to do, growing up in that testosterone-filled cesspool.
It's her father
was around. Her father was around. Linda McMahon is a weirdo. Follow her on Twitter. Don't follow her on Twitter, but go to her Twitter.
I was going to say, why would you suggest that, Chris?
I apologize for that.
You just sent 395 people to Linda McMahon's Twitter, dog.
Go to her Twitter and look at the tweets she puts out. This woman is a fucking weirdo. Vince McMahon is a weirdo. And this is what Stephanie grew up with as parents. Yeah. And Stephanie grew up with those two as parents. It's it's an unfortunate situation all around, but I do think that these people, if I'm always of the suggestion, like Johnny A saying he's a victim, these people are under. If you take down the guy who was the biggest perpetrator of all of this shit, I'm a lot more forgiving. I just am. You know what I'm saying? If Johnny Ace, you finally grew a pair, good for you. I don't think you were the victim that you say you are. You are a victim, but you're not. You know what I'm saying? There's levels to this.
Yeah, you ain't scot-free like how you trying.
Yeah. But
if we can use you to take down Nino Brown, we're gonna do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you could do that, I'm cool with it, right? If Stephanie, all of those people, if you guys get in self-preservation mode and take down this old weird perv mustache having dude, I'm all for it, right? It's just like with people in Trump org. I'm not like easily forgiven of people like Katzinger and Liz Cheney and stuff like that. But look, if you take this fool down, I can work with that a lot.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, because I wanted to ask you, what do you make of like the previous generation of wrestlers and personalities, like when they get asked about the Vince allegation, it's like they come to his defense, most recently, like what I saw was the one from Jim Ross, when he was kind of just like, I just want to be happy, and I don't really want to focus on this, time for us to move on to X, Y, Z. But like, if there's like anybody who I think know where the body's buried at, it's probably Jim Ross, especially who worked in talent relations. But like, Chris, I just wanted to ask you, like, what do you think of like sort of that, especially those people who were connected to him that take that stance when they get asked about it.
Okay, so when you're in a cult, a lot of the times,
shout out to David Koresh.
Shout out to Heaven's Gate. Shout out to all the cult leaders. But when you're in a cult, especially when you're like in a business cult, you don't necessarily realize you're in the cult until you've been in it for a while, and you start. One day you'll wake up and you're just like, oh my God, this is what I've been a part of, right? And some people, it takes them longer than, like Vince McMahon is always, he's WWE is his world. It's his universe. That is what he created. He was able to lord over that universe. If you're a diva on this roster, make out with me and I'll pay you however much money you want to make, I could, I have the Kiss My Ass Club, have people kiss my ass and all this other stuff. I'll embarrass people on television. I will do all of these extra things in this universe that I created. So what happens as a talent is you start recognizing Vince McMahon as God. That's who he is to you now. This is Vince McMahon is your Lord and Savior. You don't want to admit it to yourself, but everything you are doing is for the benefit of Vince. It gets so bad with these cats when they get fired from this company. They say shit like, oh yeah, Vince McMahon loved me. I would have been able to stay in the company if it wasn't for Johnny Ace, or if it wasn't for Jim Ross, or if it was if Vince McMahon wanted you there, you'd still be there. But your brain is so wrapped up, you deified this man. You have taken Vince McMahon and turned him into God. What's he saying?
Yeah, I saw that Anwar Star when he mentioned Jillian Hall. She had went on Twitter and she was like saying some stuff that like basically what he said, like heavily hinting at, you know what I'm saying, going over saying, and they for those watching on YouTube, they say he'll be back. But Jillian Hall, I sort of hinted at it, and it was kind of like some similar to what I was, because I don't know if you saw the Chris, I don't know if y'all saw the Chris Van Vliet interview with Tori Wilson.
Yeah, I saw that. That was an awesome interview.
You know what I'm saying? Like she was like, I mean, and again, I don't know if she does have more to add to her story, but like you ever just as a person, like just have the sense that like somebody has more to say, but they kind of like let me leave it as I said. Because
Vince McMahon has been so powerful for so long that they don't feel comfortable even like, because there's a chance he could get power back again. So you have to get to the point where you're like a Bret Hart, where you're a
Bret don't give a fuck.
Yeah, where you're a fully realized individual. You got your beautiful wife at home. Shout out to Stephanie Washington. And you're living a good life. You're making a good career outside of WWE. And this shit comes out, and your knee-jerk reaction isn't to defend this crap the way that everybody else's is, because it is a knee-jerk reaction.
I was about to say, Chris, and even in this instance that he's not in power, I think it's the internal fear from some of these luminaries that existed. It's even some of the people that I consider legends within the WWE space.
Right.
I think that they don't want to speak on it because they don't even know how the people that's currently in charge might react to them speaking out about it. You know what I'm saying? Like I think with people like Bret is like at that level in life, kind of how you said, like where he does not need. He's not like I think Bret is on a letters contract with WWE, but I don't think that he like necessarily needs that. Like I know Bret makes a fucking killing from doing autographs and signings and meet and greets. Like so, I think that he is good in that aspect. Also, with on top of just having a good moral compass and knowing, you know, that these things that have been alleged against Vince McMahon in these lawsuits is not something that you just we just need to like move on or get past it. I don't think that's something this situation. I don't think will be fully resolved in terms of a legal aspect or even just from the details of it until like we get to like the back end of 2024. Like I think this is like just the tip of the iceberg in terms of like what is going to come and what will come out. And then, but on top of that, we're not even factoring in some of the wrestlers who have experienced these things with him that haven't spoken up.
Yeah. And this idea these wrestlers have fooled themselves into believing, because they've actually been fooled into this by WWE. And then the next level of being fooled is fooling yourself. Vince McMahon, all these people talk about how Vince is a father to me. Vince gave me a chance. Vince did this for me. Vince did that for me. You motherfuckers were Vince's meal ticket. He didn't give you a chance. If anything, y'all gave this guy a chance to be a millionaire.
They were more beneficial to him in terms of the long game.
And don't ever look at it the other way around. If you want to look at it as equal footing, that's fine. If you want to look at it as symbiotic, that's fine. But don't look at it like Vince McMahon did all of this, and if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been you. If you are talent, you would have found your way eventually. That's just how fate works, man. You would have found your way on top of the world eventually. You would have been good at something. It just so happens that Vince McMahon was the catalyst for your success.
To that opportunity, yeah.
But he saw you motherfuckers as a meal ticket. Because there's a difference why Daniel Bryan is saying, or Bryan Danielson is saying, oh, Vince was like a father to me. I don't hear Brian Kendrick saying that. I don't hear, like there are guys that can say that Vince was like a father. But again, all of those dudes, you were all meal tickets to this man. Now, I know it might hurt your feelings to hear that, but you are. Vince McMahon made his money off of you cats. It just is what it is. So and that doesn't mean you have to hate Vince McMahon or whatever. You just got to put it in its proper context and its proper perspective. You have to understand that he loved you all because you did a job for him.
And I think that kind of, because I wanted to kind of go back to a point that we made on the last episode. It was a beautiful point that you guys made, that he wants you guys to feel this way because he wants to have that power imbalance. Just like when Janelle Grant was talking about how he came up to her and he was just saying, I'll give you a job. I'll do all of this for you.
At her lowest moment.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like I was watching.
I was just saying, and I was just saying, like, and that's how he gets away with these things, is because now you see him on this high pedestal, is that, oh, I got to do everything I can to please this man because he's done all this stuff for me. And not only do you get like this culture with the sexual harassment, but we were talking about last week, this is how you get a culture where he can say the N-word around Booker T.
Yeah, subservience.
And it's like these people are so they're on eggshells because this guy has my career in his hands, and at the snap of a finger, I could be done in professional wrestling altogether. Right. And so it's like he wants you to feel this way. It was like he wants you to kind of lift him up on that pedestal because
it's what a pimp does. Not even being funny. Like that's how a pimp uses that mind control. Like it's like I'm your world. Like without me, you don't exist. And it's like Vince been pimping these cats for years, man. Decades.
Yeah, Nate has watched his fair share of HBO.
Yes, sir.
I've seen those documentaries too. Here's the thing too. I remember I was watching one of those docuseries. I don't know which one it was, but it was Bianca Belair, and she was and they were she had just had a great match, and she was just like, one of the first people I talked to, I asked Vince McMahon if he was proud of me. And I thought that was very interesting because I've worked several jobs. I've never once cared if any of my bosses are proud of me. I just don't give a fuck. That's not something I care about.
I'm about to say, Chris, and then on top of that, even if you, especially if you know you're doing what you know what I'm saying, what you're supposed to be doing, you don't give a fuck about that shit.
If I work a job, I do my goddamn job. Right. When you say good job, I don't give a fuck about you being proud of me. I got my mom and grandmother and you cats for that shit. You know, my friends. I don't give a fuck about what corporate white America thinks about me in that regard. And I don't know many people who talk about their boss in that respect, or who are like, I asked my boss, are you proud of me? I could
right.
Nate, like have you ever asked that Nate about the people at your job?
And the thing, like, nephew, it's like the question should be like, not is my boss proud of me? The question should be whether you work at the Walmart, whether you work at a school, whether you work at a car dealership, whether you work at a bakery, a grocery store, wherever, Ray. The question should not be, is my employer proud of me? The question should be, does my employer appreciate me? Does my employer value me? That's the question.
I'm about to say, Nate, and then on top of that, like the more so the appreciation question, like how Chris mentioned, that's something that you would ask of your family or your close friends. Are you proud of me? Because that you would assume that's what means. I mean, it's just a it's an interesting conversation overall.
I don't give a damn if this 75-year-old pervert is proud of me.
But at the end, I say
for what,
at the end,
nephew, for who?
I'm about to say, but I think it also harkens back to what Ray was. I think it also harkens back to what Ray was talking. So we don't get them striking down. Without
we already on thin ice with Wei Ting, brother.
With our 400 viewers, man. Shout out to the people.
400, we did it. 400, 400.
But it's more so about like harkens back to what Ray was talking about when he was just like how Vince wants people to have that sort of internal fear of him, because again, this is your livelihood that you're talking about. This is potential opportunities in the business. The idea of maybe one day returning to said company, like knowing that, and this is why, like, when we talk about like having other alternatives, bro. And whilst I would say Professor Chris is real for that. I don't give a fuck about none of that too.
Like, no, I can't. This is the thing. I like it when my job says. Yeah, I like it when my job says you did a good job or you're a good teacher. I get shit like that all the time. I've gotten awards for being a good teacher. I don't give a fuck about your level of pride for me. You know, like I just don't care. I can't. It means
you ain't never had him come up to you, Chris, after a lecture or something. Just, you know what, Professor Ely, we are so proud of you. You're one of the good ones, Chris. You speak so well.
With that type of stuff, like with the like just in general, those type of like on the whim things. Those mean something in that context, as far as like it's not something you're seeking, like when you just
that's appreciation.
That's appreciation.
These wrestlers are seeking that validation out, man. And that's not a good. That's not a good boss employee dynamic. It's because now you've turned your boss into God, or your parent. It's not Vince McMahon's job to be proud of you. You know? So even if he is proud of you, if he's giving you these little nuggets like that, like I remember Booker T telling this story. Yeah, when I wrote my autobiography, I gave Vince a copy of it. Like, tell this motherfucker to go to the store and buy it like everybody else. And then it for him if he does that, you know? Like this is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. It's like what are you guys?
One of my favorite things about Chris is when you know he about to turn up when he said, "This is the shit I'm talking about."
Right. Hey, I don't know if we can get away with this on a post wrestling T-shirt, Dickie Bird, but we need a Professor Chris Ely. This is the shit I'm talking about T-shirt, brother. Make it happen.
Hey, bro. What those night 1 and night 2 shirts at, man?
We gotta get those night 1, night 2 shirts in production, Dickie Bird.
What happened to that boy? Shout out to Dickie, man. Shout out to Dickie Bird, man. That's the guy. But like just to move up on this conversation, and look at this. Look at this, Nate. We on the back end of the podcast, and we only got WrestleMania predictions left to go. We might end it before 4 hours. This is beautiful. But this is last thing for me on the Vince stuff, bro. Like I think that this is just the beginning. I'm pretty sure there'll be plenty
real quick. Bring up that quote by T. Anthony. We can't forget that, man. We need this shirt too, Dickie Bird. The Yick, no Yicks. Shout out to the Yick.
The Yick. Hey, man, let me know what y'all want in the chat, man. You can know me and they gonna get that T-shirt off the ground. Fat people rocking that jump, but yeah, man. Like I think that probably April. We gonna be talking about something else. Like regarding this, I think it's gonna be another update, and it's gonna keep being updates after updates. But yeah, I think this is only the beginning of it. So I think things are just starting to trickle out.
And Andrew, I think that is the challenge. Kind of bringing this back. Looking at it from a different perspective. That is going to be the challenge to folks like Dave Meltzer, to folks like our good brother John Pollock and Wei Ting, to folks like light-skinned cousin Brandon Thurston, to folks like Wade Keller. That's going to be an interesting dynamic that I'm looking for, because yes, we all are excited about WrestleMania. We all want to talk about the lead up and the run up to WrestleMania, but this story is not going away. So it's going to be interesting to see that dichotomy where we talk about this great event that everybody's hyped for and it's going to do all this big business, but also talk about this person that shepherded this company for decades being a terrible human being, a piece of trash human being, a sex pervert, and a criminal, allegedly, to all of that.
Right.
Allegedly. Allegedly. As we close the show, man, we only got one more thing left to go. Allegedly.
Yes.
You got to throw that in there, man.
We need an NWA podcast allegedly t-shirt.
Allegedly.
Whenever we talking about Vince McMahon, we just gonna hold up the shirt.
So for this last portion of the podcast, fellas, we are going to do our WrestleMania predictions because by the time we do our next podcast, WrestleMania will have happened. And you know what? I am actually going to be chilling at home this year, covering the show on post wrestling.
You ain't going, nephew?
I ain't going. I'm gonna be chilling this year, man. I probably go to another event in the coming.
You saving your money for Minneapolis, cold ass Minneapolis.
Saving for Minneapolis.
You got to buy all your winter gear. You saving up for?
You want to know? I had a cousin of mine that stay out in St. Louis, and she had invited like all our cousins to like come out and kick it with her. So I was thinking I might as well. Like if I do go, I don't know if I'm going yet, but if I do go, I might as well like plan it for around the time of the Dynasty pay-per-view.
Okay.
AEW. So I was like, just make it like a family trip back and go ahead and see the show and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna cover the show at Post, and then like maybe we could do like an impromptu King of Sport on impromptu NWA on King of Sport. I was talking to Chris about that in the group chat.
Right.
So, yeah. But we could probably do something like that, you know, just to give people extra little NWA, you know, before right before Mania. You get two for one. There you go.
Man, bite size 2 hours.
Bite size 2 hours. So
we're gonna be lucky if Wade gives us 30-minute TV time limit.
I was telling you. But yeah, Ray, you could go ahead. Ray, I think the pit the graphics up on WMinATL for WrestleMania. So like you can just Ray, I'm gonna start with the matches that haven't been I don't know how it's organized, but I'm gonna start with the matches that haven't been assigned today. Because I feel like all the stuff that they deem is important and been assigned to a day, which I don't know why Bailey and Io Sky hasn't been assigned to a day, or Rhea and Becky Lynch. But we gonna get into all that. So we gonna start off with this. We can just go in the box. We can go to Chris, to go to Nate, go to Ray, and then I'll finish it up before we go to the next one. So Chris, we got Jey Uso versus Jimmy Uso at WrestleMania. Who do you think is going to be getting the win in this match?
Jay, I hope, you know. This is the build to this has kind of been weak. It hasn't been good. It should open WrestleMania, be a strong match that leads us into the show. Jay should win, get everybody hyped, and then we can move on to other stuff. I don't know which night it should open up, but that's where I'd put it.
Brother Nate,
you know, Yeek. I gotta say, it's all about this man, Jey Uso, yeet on these streets, man. Main event, Jey Uso. And I agree with Chris in some aspects in that this match hadn't been built up as best as it could be. But I do think both of these guys are going to go out there and give it 110%. Like, I feel like this is their WrestleMania main event, even though they had one last year. This is their real main. Like, this is the thing they probably grew up talking about, man.
Yeah.
Like, one day it's going to be you and me, bro. Like, you and me at the biggest
show.
show.
Crazy, Nate. I wasn't even thinking about that till you said it. Like, from a sentimental standpoint, though, like that's some cool shit, bro.
Like, this is probably going to be the
blood, bro.
This might be the best match either of them ever have because they've been waiting on this for a minute, man.
Yeah,
so I think Jay wins. It should be like a really hot opener, though. I agree with Chris. Like, to me, honestly, I would put it as the opener of night 2 because we're coming off of the tag match involving the bloodline. Like, who knows? Maybe Jimmy's up to some shenanigans and Jay comes out there, does something to get Jimmy out the paint, and then that leads us into their match opening night 2.
Let's say what you thinking, brother Ray.
I'm in full agreement. I think it's going to be Jay. I think he's going to pick up the dub. And I think this thread is going to kind of weave throughout, including with the main event. It's like you've been pushing with this baby face who's been kind of getting bogged down by the bloodline, and he's got to get his comeuppance somehow. So, and that'll kind of telegraph my pick for the main event, the main event. But,
night 2
for this, yeah.
Now you see it, right? Now you see it.
Don't let me. Just wait until we get to that tag match, sir. But but yes, I think Jay is gonna finally get his comeuppance. He's been bogged down by the bloodline. He's been bogged down by his brother. His brother lost him the Intercontinental title. So I think Jay is gonna get his comeuppance.
Okay. Yeah, I think we all in agreement. I think Jay is gonna get the win. You wanna know what? I honestly think that since these, like, bro, Jimmy and Jay, they like the same wrestler. So I think they should make it like a Philly street fight or something like that. Just to check, because they wrestle the exact same. You know what I'm saying? Like just to add, and of course it would make sense because it's a heated rivalry, these two brothers. But like you want to know what's crazy, Nate? I wasn't even thinking like how you was thinking about it. Like, dude, imagine you and your blood brother talking about, man, just imagine one day me and you wrestle at WrestleMania. But you know how cool that shit probably is in them right now. And they about to, like, this is a thing that's legitimately happening. So shout out to Jimmy and Jay, man. It's cool. Looking at it from that perspective. But I think Jay gonna win. Brother Ray, we're gonna move on to LA Knight versus AJ Styles. Chris, I actually wanted to pose this question to you, man. Like,
I know a lot of people probably expect that night to probably be in the U.S. title match, but especially looking at AJ, dude, AJ has like a lineage now of like very underwhelming WrestleMania matches.
Yes,
like, and for somebody who is heralded as, and AJ is great. Like I think AJ is he's one of the best wrestlers I've ever seen.
Mhm.
But his best Mania match was against Shane McMahon at WrestleMania 30. And funny enough, that was the best match on that show. It legitimately was. Shane versus AJ at Mania 33 was the best match on that show. But like the match against Nakamura was hella underwhelming. Match against Edge was hella underwhelming. Match against Rand. I wasn't against, I don't know who he fought. I forgot. But
are you forgetting about the Bone
I forgot about that.
Yeah, right.
I forgot about the Bone Yard match. But
classic.
I'm talking about just in the confines of like the more sort of in-ring stuff. But
we could have had Sting and Undertaker in a damn cinematic match, but now,
but sort of but
I ain't never gonna forget that, man. That could have been the one time y'all could have did Sting and Taker and made it make sense.
Yeah.
I'm about to say you know they was gonna make Sting lose too. So
yeah.
You know that was gonna make Sting lose. But Chris, when you looking at this matchup, LA Knight versus AJ Styles, who do you more so think needs the win right here, and who you think comes out on top?
LA Knight, man. AJ Styles. No offense to the dude, but like
sounds like you about to say something offensive.
Hey, about to say that's the no disrespect before
no disrespect.
It's just like this is a match they threw together. They gave him a fake reason to fight. It just something like a unnecessary plot point just to throw it in. At least they get to wrestle each other. LA Knight should win this, and it shouldn't be they shouldn't. And I'm saying this out of respect to AJ Styles. It shouldn't be a long match. It should be like a 7-8 minutes.
Damn.
Give AJ Styles give him like a $3 million bonus for this, and just call it a day fast. You know.
What you thinking, Nate?
I mean, y'all know I love this man, AJ Styles, man. Like this has been one of my favorite dudes for a minute, man. Right, TNA all day, man, forever. We ain't never gonna forget that bond. AJ Styles, one of the best wrestlers on the planet, Chris. Whether that planet be round or flat, he is the best. One of the best wrestlers on. We ain't never gonna forget that neither, AJ. This man is one of the best wrestlers on the planet, man. Still at this age, he can still go. Like he ain't what he was, but he's still a damn good wrestler, man. That being said, I agree with Chris. No disrespect to AJ, but this is a nothing feud, man. And I feel like not only does AJ not need to win this, nephew, but I feel like LA Knight has to win this. Because if not, then it kind of squanders the momentum you've been building with this dude all year.
Right.
It's like if he loses, he ain't even in a title match. So the next best thing is to put him in there with a dude everybody acknowledges is universally great in AJ. Yeah. So if he don't win this, what were we wasting time for, Chris?
Right, yeah. And the sad thing about LA Knight is he's actually lost momentum because of The Rock and CM Punk. You know, it's like he moved down the card with the addition of those guys, you know, and they've given him this match to give him a feature match, which is good, but like, and that's the weird way the wrestling business works is you can work your way all the way up and then just somebody comes in,
right,
and you have to work your way back up again. It's not like LA Knight has moved down to the bottom, but this dude was near the top, and now he's
John Cena gave him the damn torch.
Yeah. Now he's back. Like he's a couple notches down than what he was in the summer, and I don't see how anyone could deny that.
Yeah, what you thinking, Ray?
All right. Well, real quick, we got a message from one of the proprietors of Post Wrestling themselves.
He turned off the light.
I am John Pollock.
Sent the $10 super chat. He said we're going 3.5 hours max. Look at that. You see that?
let's see that. Hey, bro, I talked to John. I think it was yesterday, and I told him that exact
Wow.
quote. I was like, watch, we're gonna wrap this thing 3.5 hours.
Pollock bringing
Look
up
where we at.
receipts.
Look, hey, but Nate, look where we at though.
Damn, but we ain't finished though,
We
Andrew.
still
Damn,
have the show.
we
gotta
still
have
on night
WrestleMania.
one, nephew.
Hey, so look, so this will be going.
Damn, now you got man. Hey, John Pollock. I just want to know, John. Just let the audience give me a minute. I need to talk to the boss real quick. John, I just want you to know you watching the show tonight. Are you proud of us? we just want to make you proud, Joe Poe. Happy birthday, brother.
You're like a father to us, John.
Right. You the younger father. You the younger father I never had, John. The younger Canadian dad.
We have just assured that no black wrestlers ever coming on this show again. Shit, man.
Appreciate you watching, though, Joe Poe.
Yeah, he said a real Canadian dad.
My younger Canadian dad that I never knew I needed.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
Right, yeah, you know.
Appreciate the super chat, though, boss man.
Thank you,
Yeah,
boss
appreciate
man.
it. Thank you.
I got
What
LA
you think
night.
for
I
got
got
LA
LA
night?
night. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet.
I'm gonna go.
Yo, I think he gave us a $10
was-
super chat to let us know we got 10 minutes before he turns off the light.
So what I was thinking was like for real, I was thinking like maybe like Tama Tonga or somebody debut right here and calls LA Knight the match, something like that. But I think they probably gonna say that until after, especially considering Gallows and Anderson on the Stand and Deliver show the day prior. So I think they're gonna wait for that, but I think that's gonna happen at some point. But we got the Undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships, a 6-pack ladder match. We got the Judgment Day, Finn Balor and Damian Priest defending against 6 teams. I got the teams listed right here, brother Ray. So we got on one side, it's either going to be. I'm gonna just lift the teams, and y'all tell me who can y'all see walking away with the titles. So we got the New Day versus Alpha Academy for the qualifying match. We got DIY versus the Creed Brothers in the qualifying match, and we got the Miz and R-Truth versus Sheer in the qualifying match, and then we got Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne versus Angel Garza and Humberto in the qualifying match. Just out of all those teams and Judgment Day, just to make sure who can y'all see coming out with the tag titles at WrestleMania? Chris, who you got?
Oh, of course, me first. I could care absolutely less about this match. I'm trying to the Miz and R-Truth. I don't care about this match.
Wow.
Like yeah.
Miz and R-Truth. You got Miz and Truth. There you go. All right.
Yeah,
So who you got, Nate?
I mean, like, you got a bunch of cold teams in here. Like, obviously, we all got love and respect for the New Day. Alpha Academy has gotten a way longer run and a way more productive run than I could have imagined when they first put those two together.
I'm about to say, Nate, just to clarify, this ain't Chad Gable. This Otis is Zawa.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Man, come on, man. Nobody want to see this. Okay, I take that back.
This ain't Gable.
I take that back. I thought Gable was up in here. I take that back, brother. Damn. Sorry, Tozawa. We respect you, brother. We respect you, brother, but this ain't it. So out of all of those teams mentioned, I think the way to go with this, man, and I made this reference probably about 2 hours ago by John Pollock stopwatch. Going back to A Few Good Men, you can't handle the truth, nephew. It's time. It's time, brother. Time for Truth and Miz to get that belt and then have like maybe a 1 month run, if that, and drop it to one of these other teams that is up and coming.
What you thinking, Ray?
All right, real quick, another super chat. This one from the Birdman himself. He flies in any weather.
Woo!
He's giving a shout out. He's bowing out, but this is his first full length live watch of the show. So we appreciate
That's crazy,
you.
bro.
Okay.
What time is
Big
it?
Bird. Appreciate you, brother. Chop tees. Get your merch.
What is it, Australia? He's probably
Bro, it is. It's 2 p.m. in Australia right now.
Yeah, he good. He's
He chilling.
I'm worried about
a.m.
Who was it?
Yeah.
Was it Martin Bushby last time that was waking up for work?
Bro,
Oh, yeah.
He's getting up for work when we
He
still
doing
doing
some
that.
That's
south of
insane.
the equator, chilling right there. Is Dickie Bird.
But for the yeah, go ahead, Ray.
I was going to say real quick, another quick one. I think it's going to be Awesome Truth. I think they're gonna get the wins over the Judgment Day. I think and that'll probably propel Priest to look into cashing the Money in the Bank later on. We'll see.
Yeah, so I think they finally gonna get R-Truth his big WrestleMania moment. He's gonna get it, win the titles. And then what I think is gonna happen after, they probably gonna split the Raw and SmackDown tag titles, so that we get two separate paths. So you see, next up, Ray, we got Gunther versus Sami Zayn for the Intercontinental Championship. Chris, a lot of people was expecting Chad Gable to get the win, man. A lot of flack. So it was thrown on Sami Zayn's way for winning the match and getting the title opportunity. But what do you think is going to come out victorious with the Intercontinental title?
I actually think Walter Gunther. I actually think he's winning. I don't think they're ready to take the belt off of him.
He ain't losing that shit no time soon.
No.
I think if they would have given him like a Braun Breaker or something, you could entertain the idea of him losing. If he was fighting Braun Breaker, I still think he'd be beating Braun Breaker. To be clear, but I think he's winning this match.
First of all, shout out to Dolores and to this match.
I'm doing Dolores' show on what day is that, Dolores? The 23rd is what we agreed on.
Don't be booking your shows on the air, Chris.
It's her show, man.
We already in hot water with Joe Poe and Ting, man.
I'm about to say,
Dolores, are you proud of Brother Chris?
Maybe what you thinking for the match, my guy?
I'm with Chris on this, man. I'm giving it up for Gunther, aka Slim Waltz on these streets.
Slim Waltz.
Slim Waltz, the hood knows.
Yeah.
But I think, and this is no disrespect to Sami Zayn, man, because I think this dude is incredible. I feel like had they built this up, it could be believable, incredible, that Sami could kind of pull off this upset. But it feels like they microwaved this. Honestly, I think they should have gone with Chad Gable. If you're not gonna put Gable in the tag match, why the hell isn't he here? And the answer is probably because we need to find something for Sami to do. So I go with Walt on this. Gunther out here. That's my pick, Ray.
Gotcha. First off, hashtag Gable for Bloodsport now. Then we got us all thinking about those different combinations now. Right. Since you guys don't want to have them wrestle for the IC belt, but I think it's looking unanimous so far up to this point in the card. I'm gonna go with Gunther as well. I just think, first off, I think not only should it have been Gable in this situation, like winning, but he should have had the run where he's going through everybody. Like, he should have been the one who was starting out the gauntlet match, or at least coming in, and then had to face three people, especially considering like he's supposed to be the one who has this agenda or has like this long-standing rivalry and hatred for Gunther. Like, it should show that he's willing to go through anyone and
this man made Chad Gable's daughter cry, Ray.
Right.
The only thing he could have done worse than that was if he would have thrown some merchandise on her. like Swerve on a t-shirt on her face.
Yeah.
but the way I'm you go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I think not only did it make, and I think they're gonna probably, because there is a possibility. I think they were playing up to the fact that his shoulders weren't completely flat on the mat, so they may make this into a triple threat match. I'm not sure, but as it is, like, I think Gable should have, and he should have been in the position, like exactly the same position, but then you just bring him out last, and then he's supposed to be the one who has the most energy, and then he's ended up getting rolled up on a fluke. So I think it makes him look like a dork, and then he's just standing there while Sammy's trying to hug. Thank you, man. Like, it just makes him look like a dork. But fast forward into this match, I just think, I mean, you can have Sammy, because Sammy is on that run where he's like, I've been beaten by Drew. Drew's telling me I'm not good enough to be a champion. I've been beaten every which way by whoever is the champion, whether it be Sami Zayn or whether it be Roman Reigns. Like, I have to win a belt, but I just think Gunther, with what he's doing right now, especially on the mic, I just think we need that. I think Gable should be the one, whether it be in the next pay-per-view or whether it be a SummerSlam. Gable should be the one to take the belt off.
He ain't never getting that shit. It's over. It's over.
Damn.
Give it up. It ain't happening. It's done.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what's gonna happen. Gunther is not losing that belt until at least they get through that back into August. That man is going to bash at Berlin in Germany.
True.
The home. That's like I think the native language in Austria is German. So that's gonna be like a homecoming of sorts, somewhat akin. He is not losing that belt no time soon. I think that Gunther is probably gonna hold it damn near probably to the end of the year till they find somebody else. But like when I look at Gable, I'm like, Gable feels like this match right felt like for Gable, it was like where he should have won. This should have been like the big moment, Chad Gable.
Yeah.
But now it feels like he done lost. I think he lost to Gunther twice already.
Yeah.
2 title matches to Gunther, and he beat him once, but he didn't beat him. He won via count out.
So
I mean, he never really pinned him. So I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, how many opportunities are you going to get people to actually care about Gable before people stop caring and move on to the next thing? So I'm that's kind of how I'm looking at it. But I think Gunther is going to retain over Sami, and then we're going to see what's going to happen after that. But I agree with. I think this is just a way. I mean, when they said about how like since just basically a way to get Sami on the card. But I saw like people was like, oh man, because last year we was like Sami could have damn near been in the main event of Mania, like how he was. And like now, fast forward a year later, it's kind of like people just like, damn, we wanted Gable, but it's not because people are against Sami. It's just because Gable just felt like the right thing to do. And then on top of that, how Nate just said at WrestleMania, I don't think these are the shows where you want predictability. You want things to be like sort of uncertain in some of these big matches. Like you just want, like, again, we're gonna talk about like how we're Roman and Cody. It feels like Cody is going to win, but there is a possibility that Roman retains, and that's what makes it exciting. You know what I'm saying? With this match, Cody ain't losing this. Like, and then on top of that, why would they end 2 major reigns on the same weekend?
Right.
So like
even in the picture, you're looking at the picture right now. For those watching the video version of this podcast, Gunther looking at Sami like, "Come on, dog, you know what it is.
You watching me, my boy.
You know what this is, baby."
Right.
Yeah, going to say I'm gonna be in Paris at Backlash with this title, my boy. But we got next up we got the WWE.
Oh, real quick, Andrew, if I can interject, we got a super chat.
Okay.
Derek wants to know.
Shout out to Derek.
Derek Crawford.
Mello has stand and deliver, shows NXT some love. I mean, we could. I mean, the NXT they only got 3 matches announced, and I mean, like one of the matches.
We're not talking. Yeah.
Now,
the best thing on NXT was Lash Legend having a makeout sesh with Trick. Nah, I'm not fucking talking about that shit. Go ahead. Sorry.
Damn. He shut it down. Appreciate the super chat, though. Look,
appreciate the super chat there. No, but what I was saying was like NXT. I was thinking about cover, but they only got 3 matches announced, and one of the matches not even complete because still going through the process of figuring out the opponent. So like, there wasn't no point talking about.
But to answer Derek's question, whoop that Trick.
Yeah, Trick.
And thank you for the super chat.
Shout out to Derek for the super chat. But I just wanted to explain like why we
Chris getting dismissive on the super chat.
Look, I will say this: that makeout sesh with Trick and Lash Legend, awesome TV.
I will bounce off of that point before throwing the rock back to the nephew. Yo, can we show some love to the good sister Lash Legend and the improvement that we have seen this past year, man? I remember wasn't that long ago when some people on this podcast was kind of down on the sis.
Look, man,
I'm not naming names. I'm just saying some people.
I'm still not sure about her, but she's definitely markedly better than she was. I'll give her that.
Give the sister some flowers, man.
Yeah.
We proud of you, Lash.
Shout out to Lash. Her being a part of that group has been
metaphor.
great for I don't know what it is about Norm, dog. He always got surrounding himself with black folks.
Low key for the culture.
Norm, dog, hilarious, bro. Brother Ray, we're gonna go to WWE Women's World, talk about Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch. Chris, we think Chris, this kind of one of those, like another one how we talked about, sort of the unpredictable. Like Becky could take it, and then Rhea could also retain. But like, what you think will happen at this match right here?
I honestly think Becky should win. My opinion, only because
she took that picture with Biden.
That's just being good at politics.
She ride with Biden. Chris is back and back.
Yeah. I'll give her props for that. I'll definitely give her props for that. But I think she should win because I think they've Rhea Ripley should have been a babyface a long time ago. I think that she wins and Becky and Rhea Ripley turns into like the strongest face like in the company, not just of the women. I do think that she's got to lose, but getting something out of it, you know,
right?
But I definitely think that this has not been what I love out of WWE women. It's not horrible or bad, but it seems like it's there.
I'm about to say, hey Chris, this is typical WrestleMania booking for the women's division. Right?
It kind of is.
This is how you do it.
Right?
The match turns out great.
Right.
It usually does. So then you can.
It'll be a great match. I think it'll be probably close to match of the night. But it's just Becky. There've been highs and not so much lows with Rhea Ripley's title reign, but there've been high highs and then just mid-level stuff with her, you know. And I want her to feel more next level than she feels right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you picking Becky?
I'm picking Becky. Yeah, I'm picking Becky.
Okay, Chris.
So
okay, brother. Chris knows where his bread is buttered. He ain't gonna slander Becky on St. Patrick's Day.
Is this gonna be the first time we might? Because I think we all agree up until this point.
Right.
Yeah, this will be the first probably.
This might be the first disagreement.
Okay.
So first of all, shout out to Braden and Davey, who I think have joined the live stream because we are now up to 420 viewers. So shout out to the Poison Rana boys.
Right, yeah.
My wet views out there.
Hope y'all ready for hour 5.
But here's the thing: when we talk about Rhea Ripley, and you know, I don't want to catch any blowback. So, in the words of Righteous Reg, the views and expressions of the NWA podcast do not reflect on Post Wrestling or any of the above parties, chop teas, nobody like that. We just talking, folks. Rhea Ripley is a fantastic performer. Rhea Ripley rightfully is one of the cover athletes for WWE 2K24. Rhea Ripley had an amazing moment in Australia at the last pay-per-view. All that being said, Ray.
Oh, no.
Rhea Ripley, title reign, been kind of stale for me, man. It ain't been hitting in New York, as Hammer would say. Like, I feel like Rhea is a better character than she is a champion right now. And that's solely the fault of the booking, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. You said what I was thinking, and
that's actually an interesting talking point. Like, actually, better character than champion.
Like this Becky match is gonna be fire. We know it's gonna be fire because both of them can go. But other than that, I have not been interested or invested in any of Rhea's title programs as much as I've been invested in Rhea as the character, in Rhea as mommy, in Rhea as the de facto leader of Judgment Day.
Right.
All of that stuff is way more interesting than her feud with Liv Morgan or her feud with Raquel Gonzalez or even her feud with the most wonderful woman wrestler on the planet today, Miss Nia Jax.
Hey, Nate, real quick, do you feel that Rhea is bigger than the title? And not from that sense of like she can't win the title and make it something, but more so it just from the presentation that you were just talking about, it just feels like the title is more so a prop than like something that she's it's a prop to add on. It's an accessory to the real character.
I think initially it elevated her nephew, like when she beat Charlotte. I think that elevated Rhea Ripley. Everything they've done since with that title and Rhea, to me, Rhea has not been devalued, but I feel like the title feels stale. The title feels like it's not as important.
I even liked it when they gave her they switched her from the blue
the SmackDown Women's Championship.
When they switched it to that title, I thought that was cool, and I was like, okay, we might be going somewhere with this, and then it's just kind of turned into what it turned into,
So all this is leading me to say, nephew, we love mommy on these streets, but it's a man's world, as Daniel Brown would say. It's a man's world. So I'm going with Becky Lynch, 2 for 2. Me and Chris, we on the same page, brother.
What you thinking, Ray?
I agree. I agree. I think
you right.
I agree that Becky's gonna win it. I also agree that the character of mommy is bigger than the title right now. I think that the storyline, and I do think that we could start seeing seeds of dissension as far as either Damian Priest or as far as maybe Dominic coming down to try to help when mommy probably tells him backstage, I don't need any help, please just stay in the back. And he may be trying to come out and try. So we may see some seeds of dissension there, and that might cost Rhea Ripley the championship. So I think, and then that way it'll kind of play into like the dissolution of the Judgment Day. But as far as that's concerned, again, to echo Nate's thoughts, I think like the championship has not been like, when they talk about the person has to make the belt doesn't make the person. Well, the person has been pretty much making themselves, and the belt is just been a prop for.
Can I say this about Rhea? The thing that I've hated the most, and I felt this from the very beginning, Rhea is being used to get over the 3 dorks that she's with. It's like, and I don't like that at all. I think she's being used to make these 3 guys she's with relevant.
You saying she Michael Jackson, Nate Toto?
And she doesn't need them. And that's the biggest problem I have with this title run with her, is like, I said it from the beginning. I'm like, Rhea needs to be like, she doesn't need these people at the moment. They need her way more than she needs them. Put it that way.
You want to know what? Like, I think that also like factors into. So Ray, you choosing Becky, right?
Yes, Becky.
Okay, so like what I was thinking, like what Chris was saying, I think it was Chris who said it, talking about Rhea needs like a baby face run after this, and I think she'll naturally transition into it because the crowd is already pushing. They've been pushing her in that direction. They want her in that direction. So I'm kind of looking at it from a perspective of like, and I think Liv Morgan is going to factor in, and not necessarily in this match, but more so like what I'm thinking post WrestleMania, because I think Liv is next up to face whoever's champion. And I was just thinking about like more so because she has history with both of them that actually makes sense. So I was like, who do I see Liv facing coming out of this? And I'm like, you like, because I always look at it from like like the outside perspective. I know Becky got a book drop, and I think like a day or 2 before WrestleMania. Yeah. So like I was thinking like that's promotion as well. You know, her winning the title, X, Y, and Z. So I don't know, man. Like that, this one of those good ones. Like this, sort of unpredictable. I can't really tell who winning, but I'm gonna say Becky. I think Becky gonna get.
Ooh, the streak continues.
It is.
This is a streak.
I'm gonna say Becky. So next up, Ray,
Unity.
So next up, Ray, you pull up the Io Sky versus Bailey. You got WWE Championship.
I think this is gonna be a 4th.
Former Damage Control, Damage Control members going at it. But Chris, any kid to break the streak we got going on.
That Bailey is. If Bailey doesn't win this shit, I don't know what WWE is doing. This is it, man. That's all I gotta say about it.
Hey, Nate, let me ask you this before you give me your unanimous. Your unanimous prediction. Like, what have you made of the build so far between Io Sky and Bayley. Like we even talked about it on the last show when we was like, I think it was you that said it, and you was like, y'all at least could have had her at that WrestleMania kickoff press conference, like at least come out and say a couple words, like, hey, y'all know I just won the Royal Rumble, right?
Right.
and my spot is secure. Meanwhile, Becky and Rhea wasn't even official, and they had a whole promo segment. But Nate, also, I know you talked about it earlier as well, like when we talking about Mercedes, like, dude, Bayley is one of those people, like I feel like they be like putting her at the back end of those 4 horsewomen conversations.
Yeah.
She's like, definitely. She probably like, and I'm not saying I don't think either one of them any one of them are selfish, but I think when you talk about unselfishness, Bayley is the person that is like, I will do whatever to help whatever. But I remember she was 2 years ago, but she was just losing, and ain't like, and now she finally getting her opportunity. So just basically touch on all that, Nate, and before you choose Io Sky to win.
Well, like I've always said, nephew, like everyone in the group is not equal, and it's been clear over the years. When you look at the 4 horsewomen, they were all elevated, but there was a separation. There's Charlotte and Becky on one level, and then slightly below that, we've got Sasha and Bayley, and that's the way it was always during their tenure in this company. And so now we get to this where Bayley is, she's the baby face now, she still got like the Karen, can I speak to your manager haircut though a little bit, a little something. She kind of reminds me of Chris, and this is something that I know you're gonna vibe with. Like Bayley is kind of doing a reverse Crow Sting. Oh yeah, where I'm going from the heel to the babyface character. Even though Crow Sting wasn't a heel, but it was just a darker version of Sting. Right. But Sting had that period, my favorite period, where I call grown ass man Sting, where he's like still got the colors, but he's growing his hair out. He's it's darker. And this is like the reverse. Like Bayley still got like the heel Bayley appearance, but she's a babyface now. I love Bayley's heel run, man. Most of it. Actually, I can't even say most of it, right? I'd say up until the end of the Golden Role Models with her and Sasha, I thought they did some great stuff together. Yeah. Damage Control, to me, been a flop since day one. Right. I think Damage Control got better when you added Asuka and you brought Kyrie back. But to me, like, Damage Control was always the fall guys or the fall girls. Like, come on, man. I love me some Lita on these streets, man. Nephew, I watched Lita's whole career. I don't know if you did, but I watched Lita's whole career, much like Shelton Benjamin. But you ain't gonna tell me Lita out here on these streets beating up on Damage Control. Like, come on, what is we doing, man? So I feel like this is another one of those stories with the women at WrestleMania where the build is not going to be as good as the match. Because they gonna put on a banger. Like Io, man, I feel so bad for Io. Like, yes, it's cool she got to be champion, but they ain't do nothing with it, man. Oh my God, nothing.
Like, this is like one. I lie to you now. This reign has been like so lackluster. Like it's like she's had title defenses, but like it's no substance. It's like she just has the belt, and I'm like,
her best moment, much like Rhea, was when she won the title, nephew.
Bro, and this is what kills me, right? I'm like, okay, if you're going to just rely on, okay, Io's a great wrestler with the belt, how about you put her in some more matches and let her wrestle? What did I do? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude,
you get too crazy now, nephew.
I might get too out of pocket now.
Got a little too much dip on your chip, player.
but Nate, who you picking?
Come on, man, it's Bayley's time. Come on, why is we even playing, Andrew?
Hey, real quick, Ray, before we go to you, I actually wanted to, I'm going to throw this question at you before you get your pick. There's been like on SmackDown, then the story of like, that actually really makes a lot of sense that I got to 100% give creative credit for, is that Naomi is of the thing of like, maybe I should help Bayley, while she getting jumped by Damage Control. And Bianca has been that she said this, like, Bayley been fucking terrorizing me for the past 2 years, and now I'm just supposed to forgive and forget because she a baby face now and she getting attacked and she getting whooped on. Like, I'm just supposed to forget that. And I think that like really makes a lot of sense storyline wise, that I don't see any reason for Bianca to want to help Bayley. So, so when you're looking at the spinoffs of this, I'm assuming that Damage Control is gonna have a match at WrestleMania. It'll probably be Dakota, Io, and Asuka going up against Naomi, probably maybe Bianca if she joins in, and then in that third, Ray, it got to be Jade Cargill, right? We talking about because she had that confrontation.
They have so much in common, nephew.
What she,
I know, right?
oh my God, hey bro, I'm thinking about that 3-person team. Jesus Christ, yeah. I ain't even like, but not. But she had that confrontation with Damage Control. I mean, we're talking about just spinning all like that would be like the next logical step. And you talking about adding on another match to WrestleMania, because I'm sure they're not going to leave them off. But like, what do you think about that, Ray? And also, who you think will win the Bayley Io Sky match?
I think that would be an interesting match to have Naomi, Belair, and Jade all together.
The fan page is going to be going crazy when they get that pick.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because Belair don't deserve it. No, let me stop.
Hey, but we're proud of you on this. Like,
exactly.
We're proud of all our sisters.
We are indeed. Like you can't tell me when you got her last year, when you got her with those little girls running out, and you telling me she don't deserve it. You just lost all credibility.
They call her the female Cena. She deserves it, bro.
She definitely does. But just getting back, I kind of, when you mentioned that Belair, kind of thinking about Bayley, it kind of reminds me of the whole thing with Jey Uso and Drew McIntyre. It was like, oh, now everybody want to accept him back. He was just attacking us like 3 weeks ago. Now all of a sudden, so I do get that. Now that I think about it, would that be maybe like the trickle to maybe a Belair heel turn, and kind of possibly in that same vein, but maybe you don't want to have two of the same types of characters or the same types of turns going on at the same time. I don't know, but as far as the match, like before we like literally like minutes ago before we started this, in my mind I was like Bayley all the way. But now that I think about it, like we've kind of been unanimous as far as picking the baby faces to win so far. And so it's like, I don't know. Like with Bayley, with the odds stacked against her, maybe she might be the one to go down. Like, because I don't see anybody else pretty much taking the L. Well, unless we're getting to one of our championship, our men's championship matches, but I'll hold that off. But and, I mean, for the sake of now, I reserve the right to change my mind in the future. But for right now, I'll pick Bayley. I'll go ahead. I'll keep the streak alive.
Okay, sweep it, Andrew. Sweep it.
I'm about to say I'm gonna just keep it short and simple. I think Bayley gonna win. I just think the story makes sense for her to win. So we're gonna go to the next one. This is on night 2, WWE United States Championship triple threat match. We got Logan Paul versus Kevin Owens versus Randy Orton. Brother Chris, who do you think is walking away with the WWE US title?
First, I do hate when WWE does this. Kevin Owens does not belong in this match. they put him here because it reminds me of when they did the triple threat with where they threw Charlotte in the match with Rousey,
Ronda, and Becky.
Yeah, it made no sense. It makes no sense here.
She the queen, Chris.
Yeah.
This should have been LA Knight.
Right. I could be talked into another opinion, but right now I just keep it on Logan Paul. Like, I mean, like Randy, like I don't see what Randy Orton gets with beating.
Randy's above this
in a triple threat match. You know, if it was a one-on-one match, I'd be like, okay, Randy Orton should win. Have Logan Paul weasel his way to a win. If you want Owens to win, I just hate matches like this. I really do hate when you shoehorn a third person in there and it makes no fucking sense at all, you know? So
do you think Logan Paul gonna retain?
I don't know, but yeah, I mean, that's as good as anything right now. Like I said, I might change my opinion while y'all are talking. So, Logan Paul for now.
First of all, I don't give a damn about this match, nephew. Like, ain't nobody got time for this. I'm more invested in Jake Paul fighting a 57-year-old Mike Tyson.
Right, seriously, man.
Than this damn match. But that being said, I'm going to say Logan retains just because I don't think Randy really gains anything from this. Nor do I feel like I feel like if KO was going to win, it should have been a one-on-one. So right, Logan retains because we need that reaction of the Philly fans just losing their minds when this idiot Logan Paul walks out with the belt.
Mm-hmm. What you thinking, Ray?
Ditto with everything that Nate said. Logan's winning. I think they're still trying to build the LA Knight feud as well. Once LA Knight gets past AJ Styles, so I think Logan will find a way to weasel himself out. Either that guy, one of his friends, what's his name, Paul or KSI, somebody with some brass knucks is slipping into. So I think he'll find a way to weasel out.
Hold on, Ray. Hold on. Let's cook for a little bit. Let's cook. Get the pot ready.
Uh-oh.
What if Jake Paul comes out to help Logan? Then WWE Hall of Famer Iron Mike Tyson comes out to beat up the Paul brothers. Randy Orton, RKO's new
hey, real quick. You want to know what's crazy? Muhammad Ali getting inducted into the Hall of Fame too. Mm-hmm. So that would actually be like,
you see the vision, brother.
I'm assuming somebody family members will induct him to the Hall of Fame, but I mean, if you get Mike Tyson,
that'd be cool if Mike could induct him.
Yeah, it would be cool if Mike did it.
But you want to say Muhammad is the greatest of all time. He was amazing in all types of atmospheres, the boxing ring, the wrestling ring. He was spectacular, tremendous, stupendous. I'd eat a lot of people's children, but I would never eat Muhammad Ali's children. Thank you. Good night.
So you want to know what I'm thinking? I was gonna say Logan Paul, but I'm gonna have to break the chain. I'm gonna have to break the chain. I think that they're gonna give it.
You
to
hearing
Kevin
voices
Owens.
in your head? Oh no, you gonna KO?
I think they're gonna give it to Kevin Owens for the pop,
the
WrestleMania pop.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because Kevin and Logan had the match at Royal Rumble, and Logan didn't beat Kevin. He never beat him. I think that it was like a disqualification or something like that. That match. But Logan didn't beat Kevin. So I think that what they're gonna do is they probably gonna get KO to win over Logan, and he's gonna walk away with the U.S. title. And I think Logan Paul, honestly, like I'm gonna be completely honest, but I think that Logan Paul gonna challenge for the World Heavyweight title at SummerSlam in his hometown, Cleveland. I think they're gonna give him a world title shot, another one. It'd probably be against Drew McIntyre or somebody, whoever the world champion at that point. I don't know, but I mean, him versus Drew don't really make no sense to me. But I mean, you never know what can happen. But I'm gonna say just for this specific match, I'm gonna say I think Kevin Owens probably gonna get the dub. He gonna pin Logan Paul, and then so next up, we're gonna travel to night one, and then we're gonna come back and finish it off. Matter of fact, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go to the WWE World Heavyweight Champion. But matter of fact, no, we're gonna go to night one because that makes sense to go in order like that. Ray, we pull up the bloodline, Roman Reigns and The Rock versus Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins. Because I wasn't go Drew and Roman, but I think that factors into tonight too. I mean, Seth. Drew,
Okay.
So, Chris, I know that you have been very, 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 very high on The Rock. Always have been. I have too. I think we all have been. But like this recent stretch, Chris, where the change in pace from him asserting himself as a baby face and then now being a heel and getting these doing stuff like the concert and being like hey Chris, I'm pretty sure you're gonna talk about it, bro. But these promo videos that he's releasing on Twitter is like the funniest shit.
Yes, it's like this.
Like that man is cooking Cody like on a weekly basis.
Before I say anything about anything, I gotta say this is not fair to anybody. The Rock is, and people, and I've heard people's opinions. I've heard John's opinion. I've heard Way's opinion. And people are saying, "Oh, the Rock makes all these dorks look bad." He really does. It's not. I don't blame him for it per se, but there's just a level to the Rock.
I don't even think he's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, there's a level to him that nobody is on. And if to even be close to the level of The Rock, you have to be like John Cena. Because I thought The Rock got the better of John Cena most of the time too. But I did think that John Cena was his magnitude, I guess, kind of bought things a little. It made it a little bit more even. Roman Reigns looks like a dork. Cody Rhodes with that fucking crying promo.
Hold on now, Chris. You talking about Devontae out here, brother?
We have to go here.
Whoa.
Cody Rhodes, it was because I'm going to talk about this because it's a layered thing. It's not just you're crying, Cody. It's not one of those things. It was a good promo, but The Rock fucked it up. He did.
He did. He did with his jokes. He did.
Yeah, it was like Cody Rhodes. I really do fear when they put the belt on this guy, and I do think it's going to happen at WrestleMania, but we'll talk about that later. I do think he's going to start getting booed.
That's just how it happened, bro.
Right. Yeah. But I think there was a way to make sure that didn't happen. I think it's going to be rushed now. I think Cody Rhodes, if you go back and watch that SmackDown from Friday, the only thing you need to watch is The Rock's promo at the beginning of that. The Rock is so good. I really do think the intention of that promo on Friday was to go out there and cut a heel promo because he had his Ja Morant crack in the middle of that rap. You know, he and I think when he got out there and those Memphis fans were not trying to boo The Rock at all, like because usually it's a 50-50 kind of thing. Yeah, no one was booing The Rock in Memphis, and I've been in the Tennessee crowd. I've seen The Rock in Chattanooga. Knoxville, and I've seen him in Memphis. Every time I've seen The Rock in Tennessee, that's the reaction I see.
That's where he came up.
Yeah. So I think that that is just not fucking fair. Seth Rollins looks like a dork. Dork because he's making fun of the goofy shit that dude wears, and then he's just.
Hey, Chris, do you think Rollins taking the pin in this?
So I don't see. This is the problem with this match is I don't know who's because I'm
about to say because Chris Seth Rollins got to defend the title,
right? Yeah. So I'm thinking that if anyone takes the pin in this match, it's gotta be Rollins because the Rollins. I mean, you know what the problem I have with these guys, except for Roman, because Roman has a completely different problem. But the problem with Seth and Cody, more so with Seth, is these motherfuckers feel like they're trying to box up. They don't feel like they even believe they're on the level of The Rock, especially calling this guy diarrhea tells me that you know he's way above you and you're just looking for something. And you should have, anybody that told you to say that, if you thought of that on your own, The Rock told you to say it. I don't know who told you to say it.
The Rock set him up if he told him to say that.
Yeah. You say like, look,
hey brother, you should call me Diarrhea Dwayne. I think the kids will like it.
Yeah. It's like it's good to get you a couple chants or a couple nights, and then you go right back to looking like a dork. But when at the promo that they cut a week ago, it seemed like The Rock was trying to give Seth something. It didn't seem like Seth cut a good promo on The Rock. It seemed like, I'm just gonna lay back and let you talk and fuck it up for yourself. Because that's what you're gonna do. Yeah.
Hey Chris, just a quick question to pose to you, and this is just hypothetical. I don't think it would have happened at all, but just how would you feel this would turn out if it was Punk and Rollins' spot?
I think it would have been a lot. I think it would have been a lot more even-handed. The problem.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, the problem, and I do miss Punk, and that's one of the reasons why I'm not that interested in Mania this year. I'm interested in this stuff, but it's not like Punk not being there.
You want to know what's crazy? He gonna be on that March 25th Raw.
Yeah.
In Chicago. I'm interested to see what he's like. I think he'll be involved in Mania in some way, but because I know what you're talking about more so from the in ring.
Right,
like
if someone told, let's just hypothetically speaking, I'm talking to all three of my boys right here. If someone came up to CM Punk and was like, you know what, call The Rock Diarrhea Dwayne.
He ain't saying that shit.
What do you think CM Punk's response to that shit would be? He tell them the direction they could fuck, and that is off. That's what he would know, you know. Because as much as CM Punk is playing nice right now, I don't think he'd be playing nice with some nonsense like that. So, but yeah, this is going to be interesting. Definitely, I think
it's hard to tell who's gonna take the pin because
I have a definite answer of who's gonna take the pin. I'll get to it when it's my turn.
I do too.
Yeah, but yeah, I definitely think everybody in this feud is boxing up. And again, Roman Reigns' problem is just your partner with The Rock. The Rock can acknowledge you all the fuck he wants. The Rock is the final boss.
Yo, Chris, we all MCU heads up in. Shout out to Diggy Bird.
He said Cody and Roman may have been WrestleMania twice in 1 year. Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
So I think that's a good point, Anwar. But I feel like Chris. Cody, you know, because we're all MCU fans here. Shout out to
did Chris pick yet? Did Chris pick?
Well, I'm gonna get to Chris pick.
Okay.
But I think we're all MCU fans. Shout out to the newest show on the Kings of Sport Network, the Avengers Initiative. Check it out right now. But I think not right now, but after the show. I think this reminds me of when you look at Rock and Roman. It's the end of Endgame where you got Thor and Peter Quill on the ship. Yeah, you the captain, dog, but come on, baby, I'm Thor.
Right,
and that's how Dwayne is looking at Roman. Like, you got this, cuz you the head of the table. Like, I acknowledge you, but everybody know what it is.
Right, yeah. And he's in that promo. He ended it with, "If you smell what the final boss is cooking." That to me put every wrestler in that company on notice, not just Roman. It just listen here, wrestlers. Listen here, superstars. This is what you need to get to. You know, this is fuck the and another thing about that, because I remember I was a week or so ago, a month ago, I said Drew McIntyre needs to at least entertain AEW going there. If Dwayne is putting his seal of approval on you, you got to stay in WWE, Drew. Right. I can change my mind. I'm like, look, if Dwayne, because I think I do think some kind of joint venture with those two, if done right, I think it could work. Because I think Drew's, I haven't loved Drew the way everyone else has loved him, just because the logic, like I don't relate to white boy logic as much as other people do.
White boy logic.
Well, then, see, this is to me, white boy logic is what Seth Rollins pointed out with Drew McIntyre. You're complaining about main eventing an empty arena at WrestleMania. And I look at the totality of Black wrestlers in the industry. And if that's your biggest white boy complaint, to me, that is nothing. You know, when I look at dudes walking around with chains and parrot keys and name Sapphire, and that's a nothing complaint. You got it better than most, Drew. You know, so that's been my problem with people will be like, "Oh, he makes perfect sense." To my black ass, he makes no fucking sense. But I think that the Rock could do something with that if that was going on. So yeah, I'm gonna.
So who you think winning this match?
I'm gonna go ahead and give it to the Rock and Roman, just so it adds to the drama for the next night. But
Okay.
I'm not married to that though. But that's what I think.
All right. So for me, nephew, Rock and Roman definitely win because of the way it's set up, because you need this match to be the springboard for the main event of night 2. And so when Rock and Roman win, you get bloodline rules involved with the main event of the next night. So that makes Cody struggle more desperate. And so to Chris's point where he says he feels like everybody is boxing up, I agree, because like Dwayne The Rock Johnson is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of superstar. But also I feel like it plays into Cody's story, though.
Yeah, it does.
Because Cody should be punching up to this dude, because Cody's been punching up to the industry for a little minute. Like, my man had to go and start his own damn company to get some shine, to get wrestling to where he wanted it to get to. And so when you look at this match, I told you, Andrew, I have a definitive person that's going to take the pin. It's Cody. Exactly. Cody takes the pin from Rock, not from Roman, because that way you advance 2 stories. One, Rock beats Cody in the middle of the ring, you know, whether it's clean or whether it's through shenanigans or whatever. But I beat you. I own you. No matter what you do, you can't be on my level. And it also diminishes Roman in some ways, because it's like, look, this the dude you've been having all these troubles with, the dude that I just beat. That's the dude. And so
set up a title match too.
Exactly, and it sets up a match with Rock and Cody down the line. So to me, I you know, Seth's diarrhea stuff aside, like, I have liked most of the build to this, especially the Roman. Well, yeah, Roman too for a little bit at the beginning before Rock overshadowed him. But Roman and Cody and Rock and Cody, to me, those are the stars of this program. And Seth is just kind of like featuring Seth Rollins. Hey guys, I'm here too. I be singing and stuff, y'all, dressing crazy. But yeah, like I think.
Did you see that neon green jumps? Like, what the heck?
Hey, don't knock it, Chris. Look, it go good with your Jays. It go good with your Jays.
I'd say so. Chris, you picked Rock and Roman, right?
Yep.
Right. Yeah, so but I'm the only difference is I'm picking Seth to take the pin in this one.
Okay, Nate, you got Rock and Roman, and you got Cody taking the pin.
Yep.
What you got, Ray? Who you got winning and who you got taking the pin?
I'm in agreement with who's winning. I'm in agreement with Nate as far as who's taking the pin. I think, but I think Roman is going to pin Cody because I think this whole thing, and it was a good point made by Simon Miller, who's with What Culture. He does some great work.
Oh yeah, Simon Miller, shout out.
Yeah, shout out. He does some great work, and he mentioned that this build has pretty much been, and I'll echo all of you guys' sentiments, that it has been diminished by the presence of The Rock, but it's pretty much, it hasn't been Cody Roman. It's been Cody Rock pretty much, because it's been, Cody wants to get a title shot, but I'll chat with the elders, and the elders said that I gotta give it, or I'll chat it with The Rock, and Rock said that I gotta let him go up. And then he was like, no, I'm taking it back from The Rock. And now The Rock slaps Cody, and now Cody slaps Rock. And so it's mainly just been about Cody and The Rock. But I think a way to kind of refocus it back on Cody and Roman is that maybe The Rock distracts Cody. Roman hits a spear out of nowhere. Of course, we get the usual bloodline shenanigans. Roman beats Cody, and now he's feeling like he's top of the world. He's like, dude, I pinned you twice, and now I got Roman, or I got bloodline rules. There's no way you can win right now.
I like that, Ray.
And then I think
cool.
Hey, Ray. Ray.
Yes.
I'm proud of you, brother.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you.
So Ray, you got Rock and Roman winning, and you got Cody taking the pin.
Yeah, and yes, and Jesse made some good points real quick I wanted to touch on. So he said Rock will beat Cody with the weight belt and then give the bloody weight belt to Cody's mom. But then the next night, Cody will beat Roman and give his mom
storytelling. Storytelling.
Good stuff.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think Roman probably gonna pin Cody, and then the way that they're looking at it from a storyline perspective is like that'll be their way to protect Roman in the instance because he'll be up 2-1 on Cody.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be up 2-0 on Cody on that night, and then the next night Cody will get his win back. But they'll, in the record books, Roman will still up on him, and then on that, and then on top of that, it'll be like it'll be like an additional win for Cody in the sense that he's winning against Bloodline rules, so that is add on to it. So to that way, to even the playing field for those two individuals in terms of their story. And I'm not a fan of I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not a fan of Seth Rollins being the one to take the because especially when you just talking about from a booking perspective and him having a title match the very next night, I don't think that makes sense. But I think Roman is gonna pin Cody, and I think that's a good idea. What Jesse said, like him handing Cody's mom the bloody weight belt, and then the next night Cody defeats Roman and hands her the official. That's a nice little touch right there. So I think So Roman's going to pin Cody, and then Cody beats Roman the next night. But we'll get into that. But
Andrew, real quick, somebody on this show said that Rock would never be on the night one main event. Okay, so now this is what I was alluding to.
He's going to be in the night two main event also. So
but you said he wouldn't be night one. He ain't wrestling on night two. He wrestling on night one. So literally, night one is the people's main event. I tried to tell you, Chris.
The Yicks. This is why we have Raymondo Williams on the show. Points.
Right, yeah.
Points. $10 super chat to Ray. So, but going to night two. Seth versus Drew. Let me start off this one right here, right? So Seth versus Drew, world title. To Chris's point, so when back in late 2023, when McIntyre was on this tip about him having this situation, and Seth grilled him about like, oh man, you complaining because you headline WrestleMania, right? Drew has completely changed his tune, and anybody that's like, this dude is doing some of the best work, if not the best work under this main program between like the Bloodline and Cody and stuff. Drew is like on the trajectory right now. I'm talking about even with his social media stuff, his heel work, how he handled himself. Like this
become a true hater.
But this is when I knew Drew has completely changed his tune from that previous tune that he had about being like complaining and stuff like that. When he had that segment with CM Punk on the January 8th Raw in Portland, and he got the best of Punk in that segment. He when I saw that, I was like, okay, not only is Drew getting better on social media with his stuff, and that should have gotten him over tremendously, like the memes and all that. He's fantastic on social media.
Right.
In ring stuff with Drew has never been a question. Drew McIntyre is a great wrestler, always has been, always will be. And the next thing is his mic work. And I think that he has improved tremendously on that front. And when I saw him go in there and he got the better, when that segment happened, I was like, Punk's probably about to cook this dude. And Drew cooked him. And Drew came out better than that. And I think that honestly, when he's saying the stuff about like, bro, I'm the one that's keeping CM Punk's name alive, I don't think that's necessarily 100% true. But I'm talking but in terms of like keeping the storyline flowing and keeping Punk's name like constantly just reminded, like, I did this to CM Punk, I did this to him rocking the I killed CM Punk's WrestleMania dream shirt. Bro, I think Drew is doing some of the best work of his career, and I don't know if he's re-signed or not. I don't think they said I know his report was his the latest one was that he hasn't re-signed yet, but I don't know when his deal ends. I'm assuming that it's not directly after WrestleMania, or else he wouldn't be in this position. I'm assuming it's gonna be probably the early spot of the summer. But dude, if they don't put this belt on Drew McIntyre, you are missing the plot, because not only do you have the match with Punk lined up, and Drew has said in the interview, if he could have this match take place at any place, it would be SummerSlam. He won the match against Punk, said he won the match. But not even just that. I think that Drew is doing some of the best work right now, and I think when you have a talent who is constantly
like improving and trying to improve and like making the different ways that they need to make, you got to reward him at some point. And Drew has already lost himself, I think, like 3 times already.
Yeah,
he lost himself 3 times. Seth beat him at Money in the Bank during the pandemic.
Right.
He beat him again for the world title, and he beat him again at Crown Jewel. So you want to have this dude go down 4-0 to Seth Rollins. So I think that Drew should win this match, and I'm looking forward to see what he does in a title run as a heel Drew McIntyre and talking all this shit. Like I've always been a big fan of Drew McIntyre, but like I like the transition that he has made over the past 4 or 5 months when he was just complaining and like cause that thing got kind of tired after a while. But like now he's like completely changed his tune into something different, and it's working, and it's showing that it's working. So I'm like, man, put the fucking title on this dude, bro. And then if he don't resign, and this is what Chris, this is the point we were talking about on the last NWA podcast that Chris just talked about. Dude, Drew McIntyre is like in the best position possible. Number one, Punk is injured, and I don't think that's a good thing. But I'm talking about it's good for Drew in the overall sense. Drew is now in the position where they wanted for Punk, and Drew is now in a position where like, okay, I'm doing the best work of my career on the mic, still doing great in work, doing great social media work. I'm probably as over as I ever been, and my contract is expiring, and they need me. They need me, bro. They this isn't a thing of like, oh, we just need somebody to fill in. No, they need Drew McIntyre right now. So like, and then on top of that, this dude probably got AEW. I'm pretty sure they ain't gonna turn they close the door on Drew if he want to go there. You know what I'm saying? Like Drew could go there and do the exact same thing with less restraint. You know, it's like, you know, and then he probably take it to a next level. But Drew McIntyre is like in the best position possible right now that you could want to be for a wrestler. Contract coming up, you're doing the best work of your career. You got 2 thriving companies. Both of them want you. Probably they ain't the soul they're gonna tell me if Drew McIntyre is a free agent, AEW wants to scoop him up. They definitely would. Drew is fucking management talent. So I'm like, he is like in the best spot. And if I'm WWE, I'm like, how can I keep this dude? I need to put the world title on him. At least try to see if we, and even if he don't want to resign, you can get some great programs out of him until he's gone. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at it like, I think Drew needs him. I know I just went on a soapbox, but I just been really enjoying the work that he's been doing. So that's where I want to go. And so Chris, you go for then Nate and then Ray, and then we finish off the final. Okay, so with Drew, even the crybaby whiny shit, I think it's been good, but I just don't. I'm not with everyone else with the logic where they're saying Drew has a point. I just don't think that. That's not how my brain works when it comes to shit like that. But I understand why people think, well, he does kind of make sense. I think if you are a twisted person, it makes sense in your twisted mind, the bullshit you're spewing. And I think that Seth Rollins did a good job of that. And I think that Drew McIntyre did a good job of that role. So I don't want to say that I don't think he did a good job. I just think from a logic standpoint, I'm clearly with Seth Rollins' logic on that. Yeah. As far as Drew McIntyre in the Punk promo, I do agree with Andrew in the sense that he did cook CM Punk, but it wasn't like a bro. It was like more so he held his own. I think the food was prepared and he heated it up. Because the thing is it wasn't a back and forth where it's like the wrestlers are going back and it's like, oh, like a freestyle battle where it's like, oh, and then oh. It was just Drew McIntyre cut a promo, CM Punk let him cut that promo and didn't try to go for the jugular. To me, a cooking is when you're going back and forth, like when John Cena is cutting a rap on you and The Rock comes back as you rap to me. And it's like, right. I thought it was funny. That's a cooking, like where he brings a little kid out in the Cena gear. And his kid is breathing. That to me is a cooking. This was more like, I'm throwing you a bone. And to Drew's credit, he took the bone and he ran with it.
Hey, you know what, Chris?
Yeah.
If there's still some meat on that bone, you throw it in the pot with some broth.
Yeah,
some potatoes.
Weathers. Yeah.
You got a stew going, baby.
Yeah, we got a stew going. Yeah. My dumbass Googled that movie, Hot Ice with Carl Weathers and Ann Archer. Yeah. And that was just made up for Arrested Development, but I digress.
yes.
But
Carl Weathers.
Yeah. But I do think that Drew should win because I think that if Drew is the corporate champ, there is a story to be told with him that's going to be more intriguing than Mr. Diarrhea Seth over here. With Seth has lost the bloom is off the fucking rose. It's and I don't want to see The Rock and Seth in the promo battle, not because I just don't want to see The Rock fuck that dude up like that. I do like Seth Rollins. I think he's a good guy, but I don't want to see like what Nate was saying. Cody, it makes a little bit more sense because Cody is they're telling a human story with Cody.
Yeah.
So Cody needs to kind of come off as a human being. Seth Rollins, they keep calling him a clown. They keep
he's a character
pointing to his goofy shit. It's already bad that Seth is doing all this fuckery. It's worse when somebody who's way funnier than you is calling it out. And yeah, so Drew's got to win. And then just sign him and pay him whatever he fucking wants, man. Give him like $30 million in a tour bus.
I say what you thinking, Nate? Nate, we have 4:38, my brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet because we try not to hit that 5 hours again. And I want to save some energy for Devontae time. I'm gonna go Drew here. First of all, shout out to Pandemic Wrestling. Was watching Pluto TV. Some of the pandemic impacts better than you remember. Yeah. But I think Drew wins for the reasons said. Also, man, Seth needs a break, bro, dog. This dude been wrestling hurt for a minute, man. Get his brother.
Go have surgery, man. Go.
You need to create a lull after a while.
Spend some time with your family, brother.
Yeah, there you go. Ray, what you thinking? What you thinking, Ray? Seth or Drew? Who you got?
I got Drew. Again, presuming that he does sign that new contract, I don't think he has anything else to prove outside of WWE. So I got Drew, and looking forward to that CM Punk match. That's going to be brewing. So, yep, I got Drew.
So the last match of the night.
Who you got, Andrew?
I gave my whole spiel on it, bro.
Oh, you already
Drew.
did.
He said Drew.
Drew. I gave a whole class presentation on Drew McIntyre. shout out to Drew. But so before we wrap this 5-hour podcast up, we got the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Roman Reigns defending against Cody Rhodes. Nate, I want to go to you first. Is Cody going to finish the story in Philadelphia? Is he going to be Rocky Balboa, Nate? Is it going to happen? Is Cody going to do it?
For the history of time, our people have always been looked down upon, Andrew. Always been counted out.
Our people.
Always had the odds stacked against them. Chris, you know the history.
Oh, yeah.
And in a historic city, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, home of the Liberty Bell, a bell that signifies freedom in America, and it's got a little bitty crack running up the side. Cody Rhodes is finally going to crack that glass ceiling and finish the damn story. Because for no other reason, like, yes, they told a good story, a story that should have ended in last year's WrestleMania, if we being honest. But here's the thing, Andrew. I'm not even just saying this because Cody has worked hard, because Cody has somehow managed to stay hot and relevant as a babyface for 2 years in this damn company. But because if they don't finish this spray, next month might be my last episode of the NWA podcast of Post Wrestling, because I'm not doing this another year, Devontae. Not doing it, dog.
And Nate, to your point, like, it is kind of crazy that he maintained this thing since 2022.
Yes,
like that's kind of crazy. It is. But
I feel like, and again, like, this is not to shade any of the other performers on the roster, Andrew. But I feel like, man, any other babyface in that position, no matter how hot they were at a particular time, they might have folded, man. But Cody didn't kept it going.
Right. Yeah.
So Ray, we're gonna go to you, and then we're gonna go to Chris, and then I'm gonna finish it off. Ray, what you thinking? Cody or Roman at WrestleMania? Who winning?
I was trying to look up this brother's name, but I did mention earlier that last week I was at Awesome Con, and they did have a couple of pro wrestling panels, and one was hosted by Fight Club Pro Wrestling, which is a local.
Hold on, Ray. How you gonna break rule number one? We don't talk about Fight Club Pro Wrestling, brother. Don't do it.
But yeah, there was a panel with the Booker, and there was also a panel with the Chocolate City champion. I'm forgetting his name, but he was kind of talking about, because this was brought up, and he was kind of talking about, oh well, I see some telltale signs that Roman's actually going to win, because it's coming up on Hulk Hogan's or Terrence from Florida's championship reign, and they want Roman to kind of surpass that, so they're going to have Roman beat Cody again. And to that I say, hell no, to the no, hell to the no. We got to finish this story, man. We got to. It ain't no way. There's no story after that. If Roman wins, like, how are you going to kind of build that up to where he is going to break Terry's record? Like, there's not going to be.
Let me tell you how, Ray, because he about to go home until August.
Pretty much.
And then that's how they're going to get there. He going home until SummerSlam. We ain't going to see him. That's exactly how it's about to happen.
See,
but you got
no one wants that. I got Cody. We finishing this story.
We back.
Okay, so
we back.
So brother Chris, let's finish the NWA story before 5 hours. So you got winning, brother.
Yeah, if they should, the stuff they would easily be able to do Rock Roman this year if they did what they were supposed to do last year. But that's another story for another day.
Talk to him.
If the only way I will accept Cody losing, I've said this before, is if by some miracle Dwayne and them get MJF to sign with WWE and debut at WrestleMania and screw him out of the title, I would accept that.
That'd be crazy.
I would actually love that, and I think you could carry that. I don't think you could do another year with this bullshit. They have to go to like
SummerSlam.
You could take it to like the summer. Fall.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cody's got to win, because I do think that Cody. I don't see any strength in him as a long champion. I think when he wins the belt, I do think he's going to start getting some of that AEW heat. Through no fault of his own, just because it's just people eventually turn on you.
Hey, bro, can you imagine how he'll probably feel? You working hard for two years, and then when people pushing you, going crazy for you for 2 years, then when you finally get it,
as soon as you win, they're like, boo this man.
and then Nate, you want to know what's gonna happen right after the boo start? AEW All Rhodes leaves home, baby.
Yes.
All Rhodes leaves home, baby.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but
live from Atlanta, Georgia, State Farm Arena, 20,000 people. Who's going to show up?
Can you imagine?
AEW All Rhodes leave.
Can you imagine?
All Rhodes leave.
He's going back eventually.
Yeah, he is.
He going back. He going back. But Chris, you rocking with Cody for the win?
Yeah, I'm going with Cody for the win, unless MJF comes through. That's the only way.
Don't you put that evil on us, Chris?
But the MJF one, that's actually an interesting.
That is a good twist.
But I'm not gonna lie. If MJF were to, honestly, I think it would make more sense if MJF debuted and helped Cody, and then he'd be the one to try to take the belt off of him,
and then screw Cody after Cody got the belt.
And then screw him after he got it and set up a program. But I mean, I think MJF factoring in to be an interesting little twist. But for this match, I'm gonna say Cody gonna take the win. I just don't see the point of you doing all this and then having him lose for a second year in a row. It's just
Devontae had a dream.
Exactly.
And bro, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I was Cody and they did this to me, hey Tony, State Farm Arena, book it. AEW All Rhodes lead home. I'm coming back. So, we're gonna see. I think Cody gonna take the win.
But if he if he wins Atlanta, Georgia next year, WrestleMania, you got the champ. You got the champ.
The champ is coming to Magic City. Get the stripper wings ready.
Hey, bro, I cannot believe we had a whole conversation about going to strip clubs and stripper chicken wings, whatever and stuff like that. Hey, well, real quick, I had said something. I was like, I said, you know what's crazy? When I was talking about the strippers being like nice people, that's not anything crazy. I think I was just excited when I was speaking because they were so nice. But I had said something like, "Oh, you know what's crazy? Like it's a wild fact that strippers are nice people."
Strippers are people too, nephew.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I think I was just excited when I was talking about. I just wanted to correct that comment.
My man had the starting lineup for the 1998 stripper convention on the T-shirt.
Shout out to the Gentlemen's Club down in Georgetown.
Rookie of the year, Alizé.
He's talking about Alizé. But yeah.
Alizé put up numbers.
But Nate, do you want to do the honors of sending us out, baby?
Let's wrap it on up. Now. 12 minutes to go before Wait Team pulled the plug.
They do not be funny and try to get us out of here at 4:59.
Yeah, we about to do the funniest thing ever, nephew. But yes, that's going to bring a close to this edition of the show. Ray, I got one more favor to ask you as the producer. While we are wrapping up, can you go to Chop Tees and bring up not only the NWA merch, but also the Kings of Sport page while we talking? Yeah, we want to thank everybody for listening, man, and watching. Over 400 people at 1:05 on the East Coast, man. We appreciate y'all. We do this every month here on Post Wrestling. We hope that you tune in. At least portions. Like I think some people listen to the show. Somebody was on Twitter the other day said, "I finally finished your show from last month."
Who was that, man? I got it, yeah, because it was on Facebook too.
He's like, "I finally finished your show from last month in time for the show this month." So we appreciate everybody, whether you listen to it in one long chunk or in bits and pieces. But yeah, we appreciate you, and I'm gonna kick it off. We gonna show some love to the Yick #Yick movement. Nephew, what you got to promote for the people?
So yeah, man, y'all can check out my written work, postwrestling.com. Check out my Twitter and Instagram, 80thompson__. I'm gonna get back on YouTube eventually. We're gonna make that happen. And me and Nate,
we got a little secret project.
Yeah, we got a little something going on in regard to interviews. So we're gonna get that jumping once I get back into that. But yeah, just check me out on those platforms. Support my folks over at Kings of Sport. And like I said, man, you never know. We might be doing it impromptu. NWA on the Kings of Sport platform to promote some WrestleMania, as we get close to the date.
Okay, that's what the nephew got going on. Follow this brother, man. Support this good young brother with all the work he's doing. Let's go to our guy, the professor, this man who is proud of each and every person that listened to all 4+ hours of this show. The Professor Chris from LA, aka Stemmy Butler. What you got going on, brother?
Got the stem cell in a couple weeks, so I'm going to be in Colombia for a week, and then I have to go out there 3 months later. I want to get Dave Draschef, I think is his name, on Facebook. He shouted us out, so I wanted to
shout out to Dave.
Say his name right. If you don't mind, Ray, if you could put, I sent to the group chat. My friend Hidea. Brabant. She some people might recognize her from the early 90s. She was a little girl with HIV, and she passed away in January at 39. I was pretty good friends with her. That's her right there. I'm sorry, I get a little emotional talking about it because I didn't know I used to she lives in Vegas, and she used to come out here sometimes, and she would do talks about HIV and kind of get rid of that stigma of it. And when I got diagnosed with MS, my aunt has got HIV. I would always talk to her and shoot things off of her. Just the sweetest person that I knew at the time. When she got sick, I didn't even think it was I thought it was just a fleeting thing, and then it just never got any better from her. And there you see in that picture, that's her with Razor Ramon. And then the kid next to her. That's what that was an episode of Jerry Springer before Jerry Springer turned into what it ultimately turned into. But I just want to make sure that I shout her because she wasn't like a big wrestling fan, but you know, she did some stuff on wrestling every once in a while, and she's just such a great spirit. It's funny how the world works when it comes to shit like HIV and stuff, because like HIV stopped being like a hot disease, right? Like the disease of the moment. So she wasn't getting the tour dates that she used to get. And I remember her telling me about that. And it just, you know, God bless her, man, is all I got to say. And I just great, my homegirl. And I love her, and I'm gonna miss her, and that's all I wanted to say.
R.I.P. to the good
Condolences.
Let's go to the birthday boy, two-way Ray, birthday Ray, Devontae gang all day Ray. Ray, what you got to let the in night one main event of Ray? Hashtag no yeek Ray. I'm already setting the seeds for the feud. Who really is the youngest in charge? We're gonna have a birth certificate on a pole match. Ray, what you got going on? And let the people know where they can find you on these social media streets, selling Dickie Bird Chop Tees merch.
Chop-tees.com at chop_tees on Twitter/X. But I'm gonna let you take care of the heavy lifting on that one. I got the page up when you need it, Nate. But as far as I go, you can find me on X/Twitter at MondoDondo1. You can find me on Instagram at MondoDondo1. You can find me on YouTube, Ray Williams. I'm trying to get that changed, have the synergy going. But we were just talking about the Kings of Sport Network. Chi and myself are recording
an
episode
no, you
tomorrow. Indeed. We are recording an episode tomorrow based on everything that happened with UFC 299. Okay. Based on some stuff that was going on as far as Francis Ngannou getting KO'd by Anthony Joshua. We also, I know John was talking about this as well, as far as Mark Coleman, who's a UFC and MMA legend, who's did some heroic stuff and almost cost him his life, but he's in recovery now, and he woke up from a coma. So we'll talk more about that as well as more MMA news, notes, and opinions. So stay tuned for that coming out later on this week as we record tomorrow. So that's all that's going on with me. And of course, you can find me on the mothership, the Kings of Sport podcast, as well as this fine program presented by Post Wrestling. So
okay. So keep your eyes and ears out for the newest edition of the Spinning Black Fist coming later this month. I'm already booking myself for the August edition of Spinning Black Fist. Not to talk anything MMA related, but just to talk about the outcome of Jake Paul versus Iron Mike Tyson on these streets. But for everything involving me and the crew, you can check me out on Twitter at @8 MOZAIK. Check out the Kings of Sport. Also, Chop Tees. Bring it up, Ray. Chop Tees is what we're talking about. Not only will you find the NWA Podcast merchandise along with all of your favorite post-wrestling shows, Poison Rana, The Long and Winding Royal Road, MCU Later, Pollock and Ting, of course, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, the Sensei, Karen Peterson on these streets. But there you see it, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, ladies and gentlemen. All these great styles for you. It's eco-friendly, affordable pricing. It's not just a steal. It's not just a deal, it's a steal. I messed it up, but it's okay. Real quick, Ray, go to the Kings of Sport page because there is a new item I want the people to know about over at Chop Tees. Of course, you can get the Kings of Sport merch Eventually, we'll have some Splendid Blackfist merch up there, but we do have the newest edition, the Avenge Hers Initiative shirts. Shout out to Jennifer Smith and Brittany Moné. Brand new MCU podcast. Want y'all all to check it out. The Avenge Hers Initiative. We dropped our debut episode a week or so ago. Our next episode will be out next month. I had a lot of fun recording with these ladies, man. I was like LeBron James courtside with Jeannie Buss and Kurt Rambis' wife, like, hey, first of all, happy International Women's Day, ladies. Let's talk some MCU. It was a fun show, man. Y'all check it out. And also support those ladies by picking up a shirt or a hoodie or a hat or what have you from the good folks over at Chop Tees. Final thing I want to say, again, we are so pleased that over 400 of y'all are still rocking with us. If you would like to help us a little bit more, I don't even need all 400 of these folks, Ray. I just need like maybe 40, maybe 50, maybe 150, maybe 200. But what I'm saying is we don't need all 400 of y'all. Check out the Kings of Sport Patreon, patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. $5 gets you in the door, as the nephew would say. The cost of a biggie bag can get you over 300 hours of content. And I'm being real here. This is a shoot, brother. Like, you might think it's insignificant, $5, but like, what's my $5 gonna do? But if 40, 50 of y'all, 100 of y'all sign up to the Patreon, man, that could do big things for us here, because we are trying to introduce new shows. We're gonna bring back TDT Talks with Steve Willie. We just launched MCU later. We just launched the Avengers Initiative. We got Ray with Spinning Blackfist with Chinyere. So many great shows, and the more support we get from a financial standpoint allows us to do more things and allows me not to have to spend 75 hours working at a job like I did this week. So we appreciate everybody for supporting us. Patreon.com/Kings of Sport @8 MOZAIK. Shout out to Righteous Reg. Shout out to John Pollock and Wei Ting. We'll pay our fine here shortly, fellas, for going along. But look at the clock. It's 4:59. We out of time, folks. TV time limit is up. We appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all next month for our post-WrestleMania show. Maybe we'll have a WrestleMania preview show somewhere in there as well. You never know. Keep your eyes and ears tuned out. But remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted.
We gotta go.
See y'all next month. We out of time. We did it under 5 hours. We did it. Hope you're proud of us, John and Wade.
Talking about under 5 hours.
Peace.
Hit the damn music, Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
Ray, what you doing, bro?
Oh, where is it? Borders. Brand. There we go.
This gotta be a real.
Ray, come on, Ray. No, don't.
I got it.
What are you doing?
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring, we invested in. Nubian kings and queens, we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.